All right, boys, we're live.
What's up, everyone?
Let's go.
Hell yeah. Hold on. Here we go. All right.
Hell yeah.
Oh. You gotta retweet this.
No.
I'll send it to the Discord. Hey, coach promoted me to level 6. Let's go. Oh, man. How much we got in?
51.
Oh, it's legit.
There you go.
Here we go, boys.
Okay.
Starting out strong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you guys feeling? No trades yet?
Very
I
few.
think I'm feeling okay.
Or yeah, no Flyers trades yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling okay.
You think one gets done before?
I mean,
I hope so.
I mean, I've said it a couple times today. Like, there's just no way that they go to the end of the night without making a move.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, they'll do something.
Yeah, no, like I'm confident that they're not going to pick at 12. I don't know if it's going to be up or down. I mean, at this point, I think like they've seemed like they've tried everything.
Yeah.
Moving up, but
Lots of chatter between Keith Jones and Jim Rutherford.
Jim Rutherford, that's what Vancouver.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
What pick do they have, if any? They don't have one.
They
do
don't.
they?
Yeah, they don't have first. No.
They traded it for the
Yeah,
draft. No?
that's what I. Yeah.
No, it wasn't Lindstrom.
Then on.
Oh, yeah.
Then on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elias Pettersson
Yeah. For trades 1-for-1.
and one a young center.
Are we thinking staying at 12, moving up or down?
They're not going to stay at 12. I'd be very surprised if they stay put. I mean, me personally, I think it's probably more likely that they move up than down.
Yeah.
But depending on how the board falls, guys who they covet, if they're still there, wouldn't surprise me if they move down. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
In 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
What do you think?
I think they moved down a little bit. Like I think we see him in the 8 to 10 range.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's, and we haven't heard much like talk about that or any of those teams being willing really outside of Ottawa at 7.
Right.
And maybe that's part of me just projecting there in that the players that I want the most are going to be available. I mean, outside of Demidov are going to be available in that range.
Yeah.
So I'd prefer that to moving up to 4, but I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if they just stay put. We see a quiet little bit. That being said,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if they acquire another first round pick, maybe package 32 and get something in the mid 20 range.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if they do a swap like they did when they drafted 𝐏𝐂. They swapped
Could
22 and 24 and just kind of put their player there.
I think if they trade back, it'll be more of just like a simple like Cam York trade where they get, the pick for Brink out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a second. I mean,
But not
it was
really
a high second though.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. Like trading back is cool, but I don't think we're in the position to be doing that. But
yeah,
I mean, if they know the guy they want is going to fall,
right?
Like if at the point of 12, their best guy on their board is Yzerman, and all signs point to him going 19th or something.
Well, that's something that I
then
thought
you do.
about. Yeah. That's something that I thought about was okay. So if the options to trade up are just way too expensive, and we've seen obviously Briere is going to hold firm on his asking price. Like he did it with Walker. It's
we've got comments.
the report came out that maybe they were trying to get 4 and Briere wasn't really willing to pull the trigger on a super heavy price tag. So I did think about, if they just can't find a trade to get higher up, maybe if Yzerman is the guy that they really want and he's still there around, the 12 range, I wonder if maybe they're confident enough to move back and get another pick out of it.
Yeah.
And then still take Yzerman, maybe like a 14, 15.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sold though that it is Yzerman that they're,
I'm not either. And I'm not super sold on Yzerman as a whole. I think Yzerman's sick. And
Yeah.
I think he very well will be a steal wherever he's taken.
For sure.
Player available at 12.
Yeah,
Especially with Sennecke looking like he's going above us now, it seems sure that one of the guys I have in my top 12 or even top 10 on my personal list will be available at 12.
yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think this draft is the one that like we really have no idea what's going to happen.
You really don't.
Outside of pick one, you don't have an idea.
Yeah, and especially I know you're gonna have to tell me the source. I forget who it was, but somebody tweeted out about the talk on the floor with Sennecke.
Oh, that was 𝐏𝐇𝐄𝐒 of Dobber Prospect.
Okay, yeah,
He tweeted that out. I'm sure other people are tweeting it as well. Basically just saying that the general talk of the floor is that Sennecke will go third to the Ducks,
Mhm.
which seems crazy to me. And maybe that's the Ducks trying to pull something there. Like, who knows?
Yeah. I mean, it could be a smokescreen, but I also think it would be perfectly on brand for Anaheim. Like, I mentioned this to him earlier off camera. Like, with the Ducks, right? Like last year, Leo Carlsson. Don't get me wrong. Like, he wasn't a reach by any means, but I think everybody had him penciled in around like 3 or 4.
I had him in
So
that too.
you got him at 2.
I did.
Okay.
I mean, in my mock draft,
Yeah. I mean,
I
think,
thought Mitch Cobb was number 2, obviously, but
yeah.
put in that mock
I
draft.
do
thought
think
he was
most people had him penciled in around
Yeah.
3, 4. I don't think anybody really
I
had him
think-
lower than 5.
there. No one had him lower than 3, though, to be honest.
I don't know.
never.
I
I mean,
mean-
when you remove Mitch Cobb from the scenario,
Yeah,
I saw none
I do think he rose a lot though.
throughout the year for sure.
Yeah, closer to the draft, and I think I do think that Carlson wasn't necessarily like a clear cut number 2, and I think a lot of people thought it would be Fantilli.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see Anaheim taking a swing, taking Sennecke at number 3.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think I thought it would be like 70% chance that Fantilli would go 2, and 30% chance that Carlson would go 2.
Yeah,
But personally, I was also just a bigger fan of Carlson because I thought he played with higher hockey sense and IQ. That personally, I see a higher ceiling from him than with Fantilli.
Right.
And I think their first years kind of solidified that opinion. I think the general belief is that right now the Ducks made the better choice.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, like
300 people.
That's
yeah,
it.
I mean, let's go. Still got a little bit of time till this actually gets going.
Yeah.
But
Actual draft apparently starts at 7, but I mean, I'd be shocked if the picks
Yeah.
start.
it'll probably get going around 7:20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are those picks on StreamYard? Or comments on StreamYard?
These are through
It's
YouTube and
every
Twitter.
platform.
Just about. Let me see here. There was one question.
If you want to send me the link to that, I can see the comments on mine, and then Paul and I
Yeah,
can see it from here.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
pull it up on YouTube.
I mean, but then I can't see all of them. I guess that'll work.
Well, yeah,
though. YouTube, yeah. I had it on Twitter for a moment. I didn't realize how it worked.
yeah. You can check both.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Do you guys think any current Flyers will be dealt tonight? I can see Farabee going tonight or Long.
I think, in all likelihood, probably. I don't know if there was a guy that would go tonight. It would probably be one of like a Farabee Lawton. But I almost wouldn't be surprised if they throw in like, if there's a deal that has to get done where they trade up even a little bit, and it's like out of the range of comfort with adding another pick. I could see them throwing in like a prospect.
Brink.
Yeah, somebody along the lines of like a Brink, maybe like a Denoyer or somebody. I know they don't really have the same value, but like kind of a Brink's undersized, so he's like kind of in the same range of like a
Right.
a BC level prospect, I'd say right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see something like that, but other than that, roster players probably just Farabee or Lawton, right?
Yeah. What I almost wouldn't be surprised of is if they don't package 32 and something else to like in this year's draft.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see like 32 and like a Zamula type, like
I'll be back.
low lineup type player
Yeah.
get packaged for a first round in
Mhm.
next year's draft. I wouldn't be surprised if like the guys they thought might fall didn't, and they're like, hey, you know what? Let's just package this into another draft.
Yeah.
I could see something like that happening. Otherwise, I think it's one of those more notable guys.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned before.
Yeah, Sarah Valley tweeted that the speculation right now is that it would go Celebrini, Levshunov, Sennecke.
Really?
The top three, yeah. So I don't know. I mean,
and I wonder if you're with Columbus, do you go?
If you're
Lindstrom
Columbus
or
at
Demidov?
that point, I think you go. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I feel like they're kind of
I
in
think-
they need for one thing, I think they would benefit from the physical tools that
Of Lindstrom.
Lindstrom would
I was
bring.
good. Yeah, I was
I
gonna
also
say.
feel like they need kind of the safeness of Lindstrom.
Yeah, I
Um,
was gonna say Lindstrom too because I think I don't know. To me, just the situation, Demidov just doesn't seem like the Blue Jackets pick right there. Honestly, I don't know. I mean,
and I feel like they're in a make or break point where
plus they need help now and in the future.
exactly.
You know,
And I think they're a make or break point where at least I personally thought they're gonna start pushing for the wild card spot the last 2-3 years.
Yeah,
And they just haven't.
yeah,
So I'm sure their ownership and whatever's getting desperate with wanting to sell tickets. Lindstrom could be here now
yeah.
and could play in their
Mm-hmm.
roster come September, October.
And especially with Yarmo getting fired and just so many changes and Pascal Vincent getting fired too.
Yeah.
There's so many, it's wholesale changes there, but I don't know that they are rebuilding the roster, so to speak. I think they're more in a position to just not even retool, but just kind of keep adding. That's ultimately they already have a good prospect pool. I think they're in a better position to take a kind of a safer pick and not wait on Demidov.
Yeah. Wawa Pizzas will not be making an appearance on stream. That's going to be a post-stream content for you guys to look out for.
Yeah.
You'll get some of our delayed and final thoughts on some of the picks, official reviews of the Wawa Pizza.
Yeah.
No appearance on stream, but will be content later tonight.
Yeah.
RC from the Discord just said he thinks. I absolutely agree with that. I was saying that in our Discord earlier, which if you haven't joined, absolutely do that. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the prospects that would be available at 4 outside of Demidov.
Which is crazy.
I think Levshunov is. I mean, I'll say it. I think he's the next Provorov.
All right, we're back. We're good.
All right,
Sorry about
we're
that.
back. What I was saying is, I'm not a fan of Levshunov really at in that top 4 pick really. I think Levshunov would be great in the top 10, but I don't want him with 4.
Right.
So I feel like there's going to be a lot of temptation for him, and it sounds like he won't be available at 4. But I wouldn't really love Lindstrom either. I'd rather them go for a higher upside guy like 𝐾𝐑. And granted, Lindstrom would be sick. But if you can get 7 and take 𝐾𝐑 for a lot less of a price than you could take Lindstrom at 4, I'd rather do that. So I'm with RC there. Yeah.
I don't know. I think they just ultimately it's best player available, and you're gonna find, even if you're not super high on a player in the top 5, if you trade up to 4, you're still ultimately gonna get a better player, probably a much better player than you're gonna get if you just keep sticking in the 12 to 14 range, whether you trade down or maybe trade up a little, even the 10 to 15 range. It's just such a top heavy draft that once you get past, and especially it depends on who goes at 2 and 3.
I do wonder if that does lead to more gems you could find later on.
I think so.
What I will say about this year's draft, at least in the first round, a lot of the players ranked there seem to be really heavy 2-way guys. I feel like every player I'm looking at in this draft, I'm writing out what I think of them, and I'm thinking, and I'm typing out high IQ, has the details right.
Aside from maybe St.
Yeah, but like I'm more thinking of that like 14 and on range. 14 to 30. I feel like all of those guys are pretty proficient two-way. Yeah, we're seeing the bubble right now.
Yeah, the sphere looks sick.
This is sick. Yeah, I think some people are talking about what we think 𝐷𝐾𝐿 over 𝐉𝐀𝐄𝐒. I'm big on 𝐷𝐾𝐿 over 𝐉𝐀𝐄𝐒.
Yeah.
The Flyers talked about they desire centers.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they don't at least view the two players equally.
Right.
I know we have some guys, Wyatt, who will be on the show later, who's a big fan of 𝐉𝐀𝐄𝐒.
Yeah, we're gonna have Wyatt on. We're gonna have Owen on.
Yep, should be fun.
Yep.
If both Yzerman and 𝐾𝐿 are available, I'm going 𝐾𝐿.
Yeah.
I think you could trade down for Yzerman or like higher in the draft to get I think you could probably nab him at 16, 17, 18. So if you're going to go for Yzerman, I think you make that quick little trade and nab yourself a second rounder as well.
Yep.
Go 400 people.
Nice.
Let's go.
Kevin Weeks looking drippy.
He's going for the blackout suit.
Yeah.
Almost convinced he's going to get traded on draft night with Martin Nietzsche of the Carolina Hurricanes. A couple deals fell through. I'm not sure if that can happen tonight. We'll see. It does seem like they made a lot of it.
Lawton and 32 for Zegras. That would be
Good trade.
I think.
Never go through.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't.
You need a little
I
bit
think that would
more.
be highway robbery.
Yeah, it'd be sick though. I mean,
I think someone in the Ducks organization would be on Bruins.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I would like Zegras. I think he can be questionable at times. But I think this year he showed just how good he can be defensively. I think if he layers that back into his game, I think he'd be very welcome on this team. Could you imagine him and Michkov on the same line?
Yeah.
Insane. That puck would go in more from Michigan's than from actual goals.
Yeah. I know you kind of talked about Hellenius from the dive today.
Yep, that's a good one to check out. Fun episode. Hellenius is an interesting one where I think if the Flyers stay at 12 and he's available, or if say they move up to 10 and 𝐷𝐾𝐿's gone, Hellenius's game just perfectly would mesh with Michkov's game so well. 𝐷𝐾𝐿, you see when he's dominant, he has the puck on his stick for like an extended play. But with Hellenius, when he's dominant, he's getting the puck off his stick quickly. And I think that's why that works with Michkov, because Michkov you see holding the puck for a while. So like if you have 𝐷𝐾𝐿 in there, they're almost going to they're going to be fighting for that. So I almost think that Hellenius, while I don't think is as good of a prospect as 𝐷𝐾𝐿 is, for the value at where you might be able to take them, Hellenius might be a really good option.
Yeah.
And might pair excellently with Michkov. And more from the Hellenius side of things than the Flyer side of things, Michkov might be like the perfect partner for him. Yeah. And like the Flyers might be best case scenario for Hellenius.
He's a big setup guy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, every team needs that too.
Yeah.
Like kind of how like McDavid and Draisaitl complement each other. Yeah, I mean, every team needs that. And I don't know. I mean, clearly Michkov's the guy that you build around. I don't know if Hellenius is going to be the pick, but I definitely think. I will say, I think
wonder about them trying to get up in the top 4 or 5 and trying to get Lindstrom.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think if you're getting into the top 4 and 5, I think your goal is to get Demidov.
Yeah.
But obviously, if he doesn't, if he somehow goes in the top 3, which I think he should, but if he doesn't, that would probably be their target, especially with Michkov in house now. Like, they're going to want to build on that Russian connection. He obviously has his own contract situation, but like, after you negotiate to get Fedotov out and then you get Michkov over here 2 years early, like that doesn't really become a factor.
Yeah.
So
I think they'll probably lean more into the drafting, 1 or 2 more Russian guys. And then
I mean, they have to get there though. They have to get to the top
Yeah.
for that to even be a possibility. So as of now,
I
they
meant
pick
just in
12.
general.
Yeah, no, I
The
don't.
next few years, like they might.
Yeah.
NHL prospect clips just commented. Can't wait to draft Demidov at 9. Because that Pronman, I believe I could be wrong, but I believe that's Saucy Banana from the Discord. As I'm sure many of you who are in the Discord are familiar with. Dude knows his shit. If Demidov falls to 9 like Pronman mocked, that would be insane. I think the Canadiens fans would lose their shit after the sort of like I can't like on the word. Just what they dealt with last year with Michkov, and then sort of tricking themselves into thinking, oh, he's bad. Oh, and don't worry, Demidov's better. We'll get him next year. If they pass on Demidov and we get him at 9, I don't know that Montreal doesn't get out of this weekend without their city on fire.
How about Jazz Fusion? I'd piss on a spark plug for Demidov.
Yeah.
That's funny.
If you want to take that one for the team,
Yeah, right. If you want to volunteer, go for it.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
Someone just said if they trade to above Montreal to take Demidov, they'd riot. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think it would be even better though if Montreal passes on him,
Funny how.
and then we still take him.
Yeah. I mean, that would be.
It's crazy that Michkov's here.
I know. I'm excited to see these next year. First time.
Dude, I was saying, like, I really want to see those Utah ones.
Yeah.
Because, like, even though it's just the word mark and everything, like, I think it's sick. Because the black and blue, just, like, it works really well.
Yeah. No, I'm curious when we're going to start hearing about what their actual team is going to be.
I mean, it's going to be the Yeti.
I mean, true. But do we think they keep the black, white, and blue, or do you think they change their colors up a bit?
No, it'll be the same. It'll be the same color.
It might be the same blue. They might add something. And
The only thing I could see them doing is, like, I think it'll be the same color scheme. Maybe they'll add.
Are these kids like all in the first level?
It looks like they. I would imagine they would be. There might not be an easy access point down from the second level.
They'll all be on the floor. But 𝐊𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐑 at 18 is kind of crazy.
I mean, that is wild. I'm not far off from that. I have 𝐊𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐑 at I believe
20.
Yeah,
14,
I mean, you're a check
maybe.
at 20, I guess, but I don't know.
Who's this Mega Jigger?
Yes. All right, so we got the hype video going on now.
If you guys haven't checked it out, go check out our mock draft article.
Yep.
Good little read for while you're waiting for these picks here. Keep listening on YouTube and hop on to the mock draft article. When you actually start doing the mock draft yourself, you start to realize just how likely it is for these players to fall.
Yeah, exactly.
There's just so many good options.
So there was 4 of us. It was me, Will, Wyatt, who's going to come on in a little bit, and our other guy, Ian Miller. We all kind of played the role of GM and, like, did our own mock draft. He's fine. We all just did our mock draft for, the final kind of ranking that we put out. And it was really interesting because, like, there's certain guys that, like, maybe we coveted that we had in mind for our pick. But with the rotation system, maybe somebody else snagged them right before we could. So it was like, oh, damn. Like, I didn't think this guy would fall, but, like, here he is. So, we'll definitely see that tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah. Ian nabbed Dean Latorno. I believe it was 22. I know Paul and I were both slightly unhappy with that.
Yeah, that was interesting.
The spirit is sick here on the show on our faces.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really sick.
And foundations of Stanley Cup
Owen,
champions.
I think he's coming in.
The National Hockey League is thrilled to bring this.
Thoughts on the new Duck jerseys? I know Paul's a big fan. I do like the 3D aspect to the numbers with the gold and the black.
Yeah, they're okay.
I think the jerseys are sick. I think the uniform having orange shorts is a little questionable in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's get Owen in here.
Yes, sir. 4th flag eyes.
Ooh, this guy stinks. Get him off the stage. What's up, boys?
What's up, Owen?
Sorry about the crazy backlighting here. Let me see if I can get something better going on. There we go. That's a little better.
What's up? How are you?
Doing all right. Just got here in beautiful Erie, Pennsylvania. Former stomping ground of former first overall pick Connor McDavid. Getting ready to go to a wedding welcome party here. So I got a little bit of time. Figured I'd stop in. Chris was talking enough shit on the podcast earlier this week to get me to show my face. So
Yeah. Hey man, it's like I said, it's kind of a good luck charm. I was in Tampa when the Flyers drafted 𝐏𝐂𝐄. Purposely skipped out on our dinner in Tampa to watch the draft. So it's fun there. Maybe we'll walk out of here with Demidov or 𝐏𝐑.
Yeah. No, I mean, hopefully, I'm just looking at I'm looking at Megan's best available right now, but like just kind of scrolling around on the screen. Surprising to see Yzerman that low. I mean, we've kind of talked about him being one of the better available prospects, but our guy Konsta Helenius right there at number 12.
Yeah.
Yzerman's that high, to be honest with you, because I think I'm much higher on him than most people are. Because like, there's so many people that think, oh, well, this kid, he was so focused on scoring goals that the other aspects of his game didn't develop. Okay, well, there's a reason that you have goal scorers. Like
Sharks fans there, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously you're getting so.
Plus, it's not probably too far. I mean, I'm not sure geographically, but I'm sure it's not too brutal.
No, it's not a big drive.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder who they're going to take.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you guys, what do you guys think? And you think Celebrini's going to go first overall here?
I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
I don't know. Has Mike Greer accidentally said his name three times already?
I think that kid Timothy Turner's got a real shot, dude. I don't know.
From the J Fresh mock draft.
Yeah, first overall. Yeah.
I'm more interested, honestly. I'm really excited to see who goes second overall. There doesn't seem to really be a number a total consensus on that. So I'm wondering if Levchinov ends up truly going second overall here.
I'm honestly got this started this quickly. San Jose.
What's that?
I said I'm surprised how quickly this even got started.
Yeah.
I feel like usually picks don't start around until like 7:20.
Yeah.
But San Jose.
Yeah, I'm happy I might be able to get a couple picks in here with you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, no, I mean the people that I saw Levchinov with at Penn State when at the Penn State Michigan State state game are actually I'm in the room with them right now, so that'll be pretty cool getting to see this guy get drafted.
You saw Levchinov, right?
Yeah. So me and a few friends went up to Penn State to see a Penn State Michigan State game. Michigan State crushed them, but got to see Levchinov play. At the time, he was the consensus third overall pick, and he's obviously kind of moved up a little bit, according to some people at least. So it'll be interesting. I won't be able to watch the Flyers actually make their pick, but I'll definitely be following along once it kind of gets around to that time. I don't know. There might be TVs actually because the welcome party is actually in the hotel here, so we'll see.
Potential. Yeah. You and some of the people you're there with might be some of the few other Levchinov haters in my rare category. I
wouldn't say that I'm a hater necessarily. I agree with what you said. Again, based on the one game of him that I saw, he didn't super duper impress me. I mean, he was definitely above, everybody else on the ice there, but he didn't seem that far above. And maybe that's just speaking to how good NCAA hockey has gotten recently. But I don't know. I don't see him being. I never when I was watching him, I didn't see him as like, oh yeah, this guy's going to go in the top 3 in the draft. But I don't know. What do I know? I'm just some guy. We got like professional scouts out there saying otherwise. So
I don't know. I was
like, the whole 3 minutes. And good thing they're covering the name on the back of the jersey.
Yeah, right. I wonder where they're going with
spoil that.
Yeah.
If I was them, I would have gotten right up there.
All right, here we go.
Career.
You think there's some strategy to that, like going up and making the pick as soon as possible, just to take time off the clock for the teams behind you, or do you think you just take your time with it as much as you can?
I think you just wait, hoping Edmonton calls, asking if you want McDavid.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's logic behind waiting, as crazy.
Yeah.
It's loud in there.
Yeah.
Making our selection will be
Why is Gary still there? Get him out of there.
Gary
He's
wants
just sitting there like a weirdo.
Joe Thornton.
Joe Thornton.
Hey,
announcing the
Joe
pick,
Thornton.
okay.
Joe.
Jumbo Joe.
Wait till we bring out our future star, Mitch Collins, to make
Announcing
the
the
pick.
pick. That would be good.
His translator says it.
Yeah, right.
This dude's beard is magnificent.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Is he gonna announce the pick?
yeah.
Yep.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I have it turned low so we don't get any feedback on the stream here. So I'm trying to read lips.
There it is.
Yep.
Matt
There he goes.
Celebrini a shark. Shocker.
Yeah.
He pointed him out too. That's pretty sick. That's
Yeah.
a cool moment for Celebrini.
Yep. That's sick.
This is the first time they've ever
Wow.
won, right?
I believe
I
so.
believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so happy the Sharks are the team that got this pick.
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of best case scenario. That's what we all said.
Yeah.
Don't want Chicago getting it because they got Bedard. You don't want Anaheim getting it because they got Cutter Gauthier.
Yeah, Cutter, yeah.
Exactly. You don't want it to be an Eastern team because it's the
500
East.
people in here, boys.
It's so the Sharks were the clear choice.
We got 500 with us.
503 people, yep.
Let's go.
Including Paul's ugly mug.
Yeah, man, dude, what a moment though for him. I mean,
Yeah.
like you get a franchise legend announcing right there, pointing
Yeah.
you out specifically. Like,
Who's this pot?
Shot Real, also from the Discord, he just said that he kind of wanted Columbus just to give the fan base some hope. I'm kind of with you on that. Like, even though they're in the Metro, I was going to say they were my second next preferred team behind only the Sharks. I always somewhat root for Columbus, even though I shouldn't.
I just don't like the Blackhawks. So anybody but the Blackhawks, I pretty much would have been happy with. I wouldn't agree with Columbus just because I feel like I don't want to have to deal with Macklin Celebrini in my division.
yeah, but Go Chase beats. Oh, you mean like the rival?
Yeah, I'm literally Gauthier probably on the screen right now. There,
Yeah.
that goal. Yeah, I think he was.
My friend just texted me. I don't know if you're watching the draft, but this Sharks fan directly under the mic is killing me.
I think I was the one that just stood up that Chris called the putts.
It might have been tank top.
It might have been.
Gonna be quite the moment when Bettman steps up and
Everybody's booing the Blackhawks.
Yeah. There was not a lot of teams I wanted to win this lottery. It was the Sharks because you don't want Anaheim, you don't want Chicago. I didn't want Montreal because
Columbus wasn't bad enough. So, like,
yeah, but like I was somewhat in favor of Columbus. Utah would have been cool. Ottawa is like, really, you have 1 year where you can finish bottom 7 and next year you'll probably be playoff team. That would have been frustrating.
I think the Sharks are easily my favorite California team.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I don't know. I was never. It's not that I don't like the Kings. I've just never been super high on them. And then the Ducks, obviously, recently have taken a nosedive for me. So Sharks are pretty easy to root for. Celebrini is going to be easy to root for. I'm happy for them. Those fans deserve a cup. I mean, they've been through so many like cool eras of Sharks hockey and no cup to show for it. So
yeah, I mean, they were a legit playoff team for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Legit contender every year.
yeah.
my first Flyers game was a Flyers Sharks game. At least the first one I can remember.
Stiff jerseys too.
I just remember how hard everybody was on the San Jose train when they played the Penguins in the Cup final.
I mean, they have Eklund. They have him now.
That run was just insane.
You got a question in the chat.
The-
Mr.
Do I?
Asking about any first-round goalie prospects.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
No, like literally none.
yeah, no
We
first-round goalie.
talked about this on the podcast.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
I think our consensus was maybe like if they take a goalie, it'll be like in the third round or something like that.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
late second to like early third. That's what I'm
Late
thinking.
second, early third. Yeah.
Chicago hasn't even started yet. The clock.
Yeah.
2024 NHL Draft.
I'm thinking they go Levchinov.
This draft's fixed.
I mean,
Gary's freezing the clock for Chicago, of course.
I
Original
know they
six bias.
I don't know. Oh, and what do you think? I know they met with Levchinov, but I know like I get the vibe that it's all just a giant smokescreen. Like I watched a little bit of Kyle Davidson's availability yesterday, and
I've been hearing a lot of they've been interested in Demidov, so that's what I would say. That would be crazy if they went Demidov second overall. You guys still got me? I just cut out for a little bit, I think.
Cut out a little bit, but
you guys still got me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I saw somewhere that they were really interested in Demidov, which would be crazy.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's that crazy because you figure if you have the opportunity to get a 1-2 punch of Bedard and Demidov, like I don't know how you pass that up.
Yeah, I don't mean crazy for the Blackhawks. I just mean crazy as in it would kind of blow up the draft board a little bit. At least in terms of everybody's top players available and stuff like that. It makes a lot of sense for the Blackhawks to take Demidov. But I mean, there's other players, forwards that you could pair up with Bedard, in that kind of top echelon of the draft that would still make a lot of sense. But I mean, we'll see. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to take Lindstrom. I guess Demidov would make the most sense for them actually. Now that I'm really thinking about it.
We can all agree though that it's between Demidov and Levchenov, right?
Oh yeah, I think
it's one or the other. I mean,
sure, yeah.
I mean, if I was at the helm, no, but
really.
But I mean, like I said, I'm not
who would you take?
Yeah, so who would you take it to then?
I would take Demidov, and my next highest choice would probably be 𝐏𝐇𝐄. But in the sense of you could trade down.
𝐏𝐇𝐄's ranked so far down on the list.
Yeah.
I feel like there would be an uproar if they drafted 𝐏𝐇𝐄 right now because 𝐏𝐇𝐄 came to mind for me too.
Yeah, you could trade down to get 𝐏𝐇𝐄. So if I was actually the Chicago GM, that's probably what I would do. But if I was the GM, would not be looking at Levchenov. I'm just not a fan of him. I would probably be thinking Booyah before him. I think Booyah high IQ that would pair really well with Bedard. Or Parekh. Could you imagine Parekh's innate offensive ability diming Bedard shot up?
I was gonna say I could see them taking like an offensive defenseman here potentially.
Yeah. I just don't think they will. I think
it's gonna be either Levchenov. It's gonna be either Levchenov, Demidov, or another like kind of high octane offensive defenseman who can kind of quarterback like the second power play,
Yeah.
Going forward. But I mean, with the second overall pick, you gotta shoot high.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Chicago wants Demidov. Pick Demidov.
Oh, and if they Flyers trade any players or anything, who do you think could get dealt?
What was that?
I said if the Flyers are like trying to make a move, who do you think they could trade?
Friedman just said that Columbus rejected.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, here we go.
Well, so here's the thing. We were talking to. Here we go.
Before you finish your thought, Chicago's bringing out Connor Bedard to announce the second overall pick.
Yeah.
So,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Demidov. It's gonna be Demidov.
I think so.
Guy just got drafted. He's first we get Jumbo Joe, and now we got Connor Bedard.
It's Levchenov.
Wow. There you go.
Wow.
Like I love Connor Bedard, but this dude has the personality of cement. Oh, they drafted Levchenov.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm a little bit behind you guys, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
They might. Flyers could actually bring Mitchkov out. Like genuinely, Buddy could have taken a quick little English class.
Every word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to say?
It's about the visas though.
I mean, true, but that would be the most epic launch of him being here.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd be.
Yo, he's from Dolores.
Yeah, he's from Dolores. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Man's hairline.
But real quick, just to answer Chris's question, and then I gotta run here, guys. But in terms of players that the Flyers could trade, I think that trade. We were talking on the last podcast about, could they trade whoever they trade? It should be a winger, and I kind of agree with that. And it should be somebody with a higher cap hit. But now that you bought out Atkinson, which I'm sure you guys talked about earlier on in the stream, now that you bought out Atkinson, you didn't?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, now that you bought out Atkinson, that saves you a lot. That saves you what, like almost $4 million in cap space this year, or no, almost $3 million in cap space this year, and then almost $4 million next year. I think you can kind of afford to kind of trade away a smaller piece. I hate to say it, I could see Bobby Brink going. Joel Farabee's name's been thrown around a lot. I don't think they're going to trade Konechny. It's just not going to happen. I know Will and Paul are in trade Konechny camp, but I'm looking at a guy like Brink or a guy like Farabee potentially going.
Yeah. Enough. All right. Well.
But
yeah,
guys, it's been a pleasure. I'll be sure to follow along. Really looking forward to seeing who the Flyers pick here. And thanks for having me. Thanks for having me on for a little bit. And I'm looking forward to next week's podcast to talk about it all.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you coming
See
on.
Someone just said, "Get Brink out of here. He's awful."
Wow.
Good thing Owen did.
It's a good thing he left right in time. Yeah, that would not be good.
John, I
All right.
with Artie the party. As you just
He's like,
heard
I can see a couple
him.
pictures.
Artie the party.
Oh,
Seen so
oh,
Artie,
goes.
Connor Bedard.
Hopefully I can see a couple pics. He's two pics.
Yeah.
To play with him. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. Now it's real.
Well, he literally saw a couple picks. I mean, hey, that's what he asked for.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm just so excited. Yeah. That's again. Yes.
I don't know, dude. I didn't think Levchinov would go there, but
Absolutely.
I really thought that their meetings with him were just kind of, like
Yeah.
hide who they really wanted. But I don't know. I guess not. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't
And
know. how
I
you
am
skip him
glad
out
my
there.
10th ranked prospect got taken second overall
Yeah.
by the Chicago Blackhawks. Ideal world for me there. Can't wait till he's flubbing the puck like Provorov used to, while Bedard's halfway up the ice ready for a breakaway.
Yeah. Yep. You'd love to see it.
Bedard's going to be ready with open ice for a rush to score the freest goal of his life. And Levchinov's going to drop the puck for a 3-0 against the goalie.
Nice.
Connor Bedard just scored 10 less goals a year, fellas. That's
good. Bro is so bold.
Oh man,
He's what, 18, 19?
he's
Yeah, he's 18.
pretty old. He might be a September birthday too, which is also part of it. Like Tidja
What,
Ginla is
his
11
hairline?
months younger than him. Well, no, not his hairline.
Okay.
His dominant, his
Receding hairline.
yeah. Tidja Ginla is 11 months younger than him. Like, if Levchinov was in last year's draft, is he taken to the top 15, the top 20? Like, if he was just 1 month younger, I don't know that he goes.
I don't know. I think
There's that shitty Ducks logo.
Why, bro? That logo's so buffet.
So,
Would you prefer the current Duckfoot logo?
I hate the sticks. Like the current,
It looks better now.
I don't know.
The old logo looked like fucking rocket power hockey sticks. What are you talking about?
That's not fair.
That's crazy. No, it's definitely better now. I think they have better jerseys, better everything.
I'm gonna grab another water. Actually, no, Adam's about to pick. I'll wait till Adam's.
Yeah, I
grab a
mean,
water.
15 seconds left.
They didn't get that extra 2 minutes that Chicago got in there.
I think
We think Sennecke's coming up here.
it might be. I mean,
Columbus would be the team to take. It would be such a Columbus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our mock draft, I was in charge of the Anaheim pick. I went with Lindstrom. I just thought they would want that physical aspect of the game.
yeah.
The
general consensus from Chicago fans is that Levchinov was he was the guy. Like that was the
Yeah.
pick. So I'm honestly really surprised by that. But I don't know. Let's see who Anaheim goes with.
We would like to dedicate.
I hate when they do this shit.
What?
Let's just announce the fucking pick. No one cares. You got to thank the entire city. Like, oh my god.
I mean, I get why they do it.
He's currently dedicating it to a cancer patient, so that's kind of a brutal look. But you know,
Oh, is he?
yeah.
Glenn was an integral.
Now I feel like an asshole.
Well, it's a little.
7 decades. He's one of the finest men I've ever met.
We got
By greatly missed.
This is
Making our
Utah.
selection,
It's big.
his former great
That's
Anaheim
horrible.
Ducks captain, Scott Niedermeyer.
So Niedermeyer's gonna make the pick. Yep.
The Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from the Oshawa Generals, Beckett, Sennecke.
Sennecke goes
Sennecke.
3.
Wow. He's
Holy-
shocked. He's doesn't believe it.
He said,
He
"Holy
just did.
fuck, bro. No way.
He thought he'd go 10th or something.
That's crazy.
You see his face?
Yeah, he was like, what?
Holy. He literally went, holy fuck.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's wild.
Wow. Montreal actually is going to have the
Where was
chance
he
to
on
pick
your
him.
board?
I believe I had him 14. I pulled it up real quick.
Dude, that's crazy.
I have him at 14. And my Sennecke discourse is pretty simple. He flashes his truly dynamic offensive traits a lot,
Yeah.
but most of the time he's flashing them is because he just improvised himself into a play and found himself in poor positioning
Yeah.
and then had to bail himself out with his dynamic
So you're
tools.
saying he's a skilled guy, but he just takes too many risks and he has to pull off those skills to save
Yeah, and like I don't think he sees the ice or the play unfolding in front of him.
Who was this?
Beckett Sennecke. And when he's playing at the NHL level, I don't trust that those dynamic abilities will be able to be enough to bail him out, and that his improvisation skills will be enough.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm. Yeah, I mean, I love it for us. I love it for the Ducks' downfall of how that 𝐏𝐿 is there, but that jersey is sick.
For later.
Man.
Yeah. Wow. Ducks fans have got to be freaking out right now on Twitter.
Dude, I don't even know what to think of that pick, honestly. Like,
Third is crazy.
because don't get me wrong, like he's one of the biggest risers of the draft, but at the same time, like that's a very high rise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pronman's 3 for 3 right now in his mock draft. He had Lindstrom going,
Wow.
I believe, 4.
See?
Which, maybe we can move up.
Promise.
Might be able to move up and get Demidov.
That's crazy.
Who knows? That Columbus trade's been rumored for the past, 2
Yeah,
days
I mean
now?
this is interesting right here.
The philosophy is always the same. We're looking for players with top
Dude, I don't know.
gamers, but we're also looking for good skaters. And this kid, from everything I see,
Because if this pick right here gets traded,
and they're trying to
somehow,
fix
I
his
mean,
identity.
I don't think it is.
Probably
Rejected it twice, no way.
yeah, I mean,
Who
I'm not
knows?
saying it has to be Philly, but I mean, maybe some team comes with like a last minute offer. If they rejected the Carolina offer and they really want number 4, then I mean, they could pull something together right now in the last 2.5 minutes. But
I can't believe Demidov's still here.
yeah, that's
I mean, like, I can believe it, but, like, Sennecke's crazy.
that is very crazy.
Wow. I think it's a legitimate chance Sennecke's no more than, like, a third or second liner. Like, a really toolsy one at that, but who just, his hockey sense just might not be enough for him to be any better than that.
There were 2 massive offers to the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, Wyatt.
Yeah.
Yep. We got Wyatt joining. Let's hear Wyatt's reaction to the Sennecke news. So,
What's up,
Wyatt,
guys?
What's up, dude?
How about the Sennecke got 3? Yeah, that's a bad pick, right?
yeah,
I,
Straight up.
I mean, I hope the best for the guy, but you can't. That's a late rise, but that's the same thing as 𝐏𝐿𝐿. So I guess Anaheim just kind of likes that, but that's just a bad.
Also, to be fair,
Yeah, it's just
Can you imagine having
that's just wild.
𝐼𝐿𝐿 42 on a draft board?
yeah,
oh, man.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Oh,
We thinking
that
you think Flyers move up to take 4 here?
I don't think so. I think it might be a little. I guess it's never too late until the pick happens, but I don't think so. From what I saw on Twitter that like Columbus was asking for 3 first-round picks. That's just not worth it if you're the Flyers, to be honest.
Yeah. So Pronman has Lindstrom going here. He's 3 for 3 so far. Nailing the Sennecke pick at 3 is a big testament to Pronman there.
I agree.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, this sphere is really sick.
Columbus is taking their time too.
Yeah, that's crazy. Did Chicago get 8 minutes to pick?
Something wild.
What was that? Like
Yeah.
this,
Pretty
the
much.
timer just didn't start.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like they knew they would have. They basically had since the day
Yeah.
of the league to know who they're gonna pick. I mean, Celebrity
Yeah,
was
that's
the clear
true.
one, but still it's a little strange. They just got a little extra time there.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a Chicago hater, so it's just
Oh, yeah.
how it is geographically. But you know,
Yeah.
T-
Some people are asking if we think Columbus takes Demidov. What do you think, Wyatt?
I don't know. The clock ticked to 0, so I don't know if
Well, they're walking up there. Oh well,
are they.
maybe not.
I thought Columbus was going to go D.
Yeah.
I was always
Making
under
the
the
pick.
assumption that they were going to take a defenseman here. So
Rick the Dick Nash.
You're thinking of the defenseman,
I
really?
think it's going to be Caden Lindstrom.
Who's ranked 10th? There's Rick Nash.
It's either Lindstrom or Salayev, I think.
You don't think they take Levchinov?
I don't know. So what?
Or Demidov?
No.
I think it's Lindstrom or I think it's Lindstrom. That's my theory.
Yeah, it's either Lindstrom or Salayev.
yeah, I was thinking if Demidov doesn't go second, I think he slips to at least 5. To be honest.
Back in Vince McCampbell joined the draft tonight with their first overall pick. The only Columbus Blue Jacket player that's had his number retired. First
Yeah,
round pick.
he's the only good one ever drafted.
Yeah, right.
Rick Nash.
Rick Nash.
Rick the Dick Nash.
Oh, legend. Love Rick Nash.
With the 4th overall selection, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Medicine Hat Tigers.
Caden Lindstrom.
Caden
Yeah.
Lindstrom.
That's
Wow.
There you go.
Is Montreal going to pass on Demidov?
It would
This could be the third one.
Literally, Ken Hughes has the chance to do the funniest thing of all time, but he's not going to. There's no way.
I mean, Prodman's 4 for 4, and Prodman mocked them taking Bouillon. Which,
Dude,
to be
That
clear,
would be crazy.
Dude, you gotta no. You can't have your entire fan base and then pass on Mitch Cobb. See what happens with him and the Flyers, and then pass on Demidov. Like, this is your chance at redemption. So if they mess this up, like I don't know.
No, Danny B is ready to swoop in here. He better be.
Yeah, this is nuts. If the head pass on Demidov, this could be actually one of the funniest storylines of all time. And to be clear, like I get the logic of wanting defensemen. They've got Slav, they've got Suzuki, they've got Caulfield. Like I get them wanting a defenseman, and Bouillon's sick.
I love Bouillon. I think he might be the best all-around defenseman in this draft. I'm biased against Levchinov. I don't like how he is, but that's just Ivan Provorov. You can't tell me it's anything different. That's literally just Ivan Provorov in a Michigan State sweater. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes,
What do you
all
think-
Blackhawks sweater. What's that?
What do you think about Lindstrom?
I mean, I like him. He had great stats, to be honest. He has the makings of being a good power forward, especially down the middle. So, I mean, it's just hard to pass up, especially in a draft like this where, I mean, look at your other centers outside of Celebrini. It's 𝐍𝐷 and Constantinius. You know, Hellenius isn't, like, super high-end. I know Will loves him, and I don't hate him. And then Catton's just undersized. You don't know if he can stick down the middle. You know Lindstrom can play center in the NHL. So, it's not a bad pick. I don't mind it.
Yeah. This is wild.
Yeah, I think you could have done something a little different since Sennecke went 3, but whatever.
I don't know. I like the Lindstrom pick. He's got a lethal shot. I mean, he's a really skilled guy. I think. I don't know. I mean, Columbus needs a little bit of everything. I feel like, but
Yeah, definitely.
Back on the table now that they took the pick.
Like the Flyers now considering something else.
No, like not just the Flyers, but anyone saying that they could make a move with Columbus if they drafted Lindstrom.
what do you, oh, you mean like a non-draft pick trade?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah.
Seeing Sennecke go in the top 10, I said before that's good for the Flyers. That helps with unless you wanted the Flyers to take Sennecke. which
When
that's
you have one of those risers
I
taking
mean,
up
I wouldn't mind it, but not as well. Like if they moved
oh
up,
no.
yeah. If they moved up, maybe. But
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, when you have one of
100%.
the risers taking up a higher end spot, though, it always means that one of those guys that you covered is going to fall.
Yeah, and that's why the moment I heard too with that, I'm like, sick. One more person to push Catton or Hellenius or 𝐏𝐂𝐄 down.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think at least one of those three is going to be there, right? The only
Oh.
way that wouldn't happen is if Perek falls, which could happen, I guess.
But then in
Yeah,
that, I mean, Perek's sick.
Yeah.
I just don't. I mean, yeah, he's just kind of Jamie Drysdale, but
Fair, but you know, I think if he's the clear best player, you take
oh
him.
yeah,
I think if in the event that all three of those others work on and he's left on the board, in most cases he probably is the clear best player.
yep.
And then hey, if you really feel that he's redundant, trade him.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think the Flyers are still at the point in a rebuild where you don't draft for need. Like I don't think you need to take a center here.
absolutely.
I've seen that a lot on Twitter, and it's just like I don't.
Yeah, but at the same
You don't
time,
need to.
you could also make the argument, though, that taking a defenseman will be drafting for need.
I mean, yeah.
So
And we do kind of need drafting anything other than a right wing would probably.
you know,
Hot wingers. The one thing they don't need.
Yeah, they don't need
Yeah.
wings, but
We need left wingers.
yeah,
True.
in the pipe, yeah.
Got a couple guys.
After we need in the pipeline, we kind of do, kind of don't. So,
yeah.
That 32nd overall pick, that's gonna be a left winger. I'm putting my life on it. I know it's gonna be. I hope it's Teddy Stiga. That would be sick. But
Stiga would be sick. I put him. Let me check real quick. I put him 18th on my rankings.
yeah,
He's sick. One of the like few players in the middle of the first round that I actually think has legitimate first line upside, and well, he'll fall in the later part. I think.
yeah.
I think it'd be a surprise,
Mhm.
but like he's got that ceiling that I think a lot of other players that I see in the later part of the first round just don't have.
I always
Oh,
wonder
100%.
if Speed is just not picking up on when the pick is in, because I feel like the clock is run down.
yeah, I was gonna say the TV clock and the clock there are
Yeah.
take this same thing
Yeah.
with the game clock.
Could be.
TV clock.
Yeah.
So I have to say, everyone in the hat is excited for you.
Those pants on Lindstrom are halfway up
Yeah,
his
they're
calves.
very short.
That's what people do now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a style. You gotta be
So-
showing a lot of ankle.
What do you think happens here? Because Montreal hasn't really. I don't know. It seems like they're going Demidov, right? Like
Oh,
they have
Carey
to.
Price isn't there, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming they're going to try and do something different with that.
Yeah,
What do you think, Wyatt? What's your final game time prediction?
they're walking up now.
It's gotta be Demidov, right? You can't.
You
It's
can't
a
mess-
miracle he fell this far.
Yeah,
You can't mess up twice. You
yeah,
can.
exactly.
Canadians fans would be pissed.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I really hope that
It'd be so funny.
I mean, yeah, no, I hope they don't take him, but
Both well, Las Vegas.
I mean,
He said, what? He said, good evening.
To meet our 2024
Let's see, who are they bringing up?
selection,
I guess the Lloyd channel Kent
pleased
Paul's
to invite on stage our number one fan, the one and only Celine Dion.
Oh, wow.
oh my god, no way.
That's sick.
Okay. Huh.
Wow. I didn't know she was a Habs fan.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought she was just
Pretty
hockey
sick.
fan.
Who's this puck she's walking out?
That's somebody.
That's Nikita Kucherov.
Yeah, right.
Can't tell.
Rose ball.
Nikita Kucherov is.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was bad PR for him at the
Oh,
awards last night. That was tough.
Yeah. He's just so like that's just they just gotta stop putting him in the center of the spotlight. It's just a bad look every time.
Yeah, I feel like they should probably just stop doing that with almost all of the superstar players in the league because
Yeah, it's almost like they have zero personality and don't want to talk.
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
All right, here we go.
I'm excited. I'm excited et très fière d'être ici ce soir.
Demidov, what are we thinking?
Come on, I think they go
It's gotta
boom.
be.
Overall selection
Here we go.
in the 2024 NHL Draft. The Montreal Canadiens are proud
Spit it the fuck out.
Hold on.
to select Ivan
Yeah,
Demidov.
okay.
Oh my God.
Damn.
I was gonna say they
That was
can't mess.
wild.
Damn.
Yeah, you just can't fuck it up twice in a row. You can't.
Kyle, we're not gonna suck anymore. I'm just so upset that we don't get to laugh at Habs fans for the next however many years. I mean, probably, but like not as much as we could have if they didn't take them.
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with Celine Dion's game there, but what was that? She sounds like she's like announcing like some shit at an aquarium. Like, you know, the fucking the voice that comes up. That was crazy.
Good for her though for not starting with where they're from, because then you actually get the surprise when you hear the name and not the team. Like that just, I feel like that ruins it. So good for her with that. I mean, took her 8 to spit it out, but
Round of applause. Yeah. 10 out of 10 for the suspense.
Got that disease. She's got stiff person syndrome. Give her a break here. Come on.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm in the middle. Get the fuck out.
Oh.
Wow. I'm really disappointed. Honestly, I may be
I
rooting
wonder
more.
if we traded six.
Like, I would be more honestly. I think I was rooting as much for the Flyers to get 𝐏𝐑 as I was for the Habs to have the opportunity to take Demidov and pass him. It just would have been too common.
Wait. What? He's talking about the.
I thought he was saying something about us.
No.
So a lot of those relationships matter, and in opening those doors, we know now a lot of teams are afraid to select that.
Yeah.
And very similar vibes to the Shots, right? Very
Well,
offensive, powerful.
Kind of a dumb thing to say. Similar vibes to Mitchkov. It's because they're both Russian. Like,
Nearly every time they
The
try to
only-
compare him to Russian players,
yeah.
it's impossible to see like a national outlet compare a Russian player to a non-Russian player. And now part of that's a stylistic thing. Like you'll see a lot of the European players have a certain style, but like to an extent, it's also just like annoyingly repetitive and just like trying to just make it work.
Yeah, for sure.
Until you do.
Mitchkov clears.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point to bring up. I don't think Demidov is even close in terms of prospect as Mitchkov.
Yeah,
He's good. Don't get me wrong, but
I think they're both very good, but I think like
yeah,
the
This
grand
feels like the
scheme.
2022 draft.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. I'd say in the grand scheme of things, like Demidov could still be very good, and I think he'll probably end up being a superstar. But like,
Yeah.
ultimately ceiling wise, not even ceiling wise, I think it's more like a floor thing. I think like Mitchkov at the worst case scenario for him not panning out, as everybody thinks, would still probably be better than what Demidov will be.
Oh, yeah, Demidov, his floor is really low
They'd at least be
in that
close.
he hasn't played in a professional league. He plays in the NHL, which is brutal. And he's been
Yeah.
done.
NHL, right?
That's
comparable.
like
that's Russia's junior league.
of Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russia's minor league is the VHL.
Yeah. I always get stuff. I can never remember like which one's which.
So
Yeah.
like Latorno gets heat for like playing in like a college prep league, like basically high school. Demidov isn't super far off from that, and like obviously MHL is better than that league. Let's be very clear. But in terms of like similar, like it's hard to translate them just because of they're way outperforming their league. That's the case with Demidov, and for all we know, he plays against men in the KHL,
Yeah.
and suddenly half the impressive shit he does doesn't work out. So his floor is definitely a lot lower. I think you can make the case that his ceiling higher though, just because he's got just because he has the extremely flashy tools that Mitchkov doesn't necessarily have.
Yeah.
I think realistically, Mitchkov is easily clears, but in the like rare scenario where like Demidov hits, he could be like pulling off the most insane shit you see every time he's on the ice.
I just think that like Mitchkov, from a pure like star power perspective, I think he has more there, and I think like again, I think Demidov is going to be a really good player. I think they'll both end up being elite talents of the league. but like I just think Michkov's odds at becoming a bona fide like day in day out superstar are much higher.
Absolutely.
Than us.
All right, who are you thinking for Utah here?
I mean, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing and take 𝐼𝐷 here, just because that is such like a characteristic Bill Armstrong thing to do. But I feel like you have to go with 𝐆𝐔𝐘𝐒. I think I said it before. I think he's the best all around defenseman in this draft.
Yeah, I've had William here for a few weeks, and I think you're right. But
I mean,
at the same time, like 𝐼𝐷 makes so much.
He's a 6'7" defenseman.
Yeah, it'll be a defenseman for sure.
He's a shutdown D man, and you can't get enough of those, I guess. But you also need guys that can move the puck. I don't think 𝐼𝐷's nearly as good as a facilitator as William is.
Yeah.
Bronman mocked them taking Dickinson. Granted, that also mocked William and Siliev going ahead of them, though.
Yeah.
So,
I can't see him taking Dickinson here. I'd be very surprised.
me too.
Of course, Bettman's going to start this one off to, pump the tires on Utah.
They've got the adjusting mic for Bettman because he's like 5'7", 5'8".
I'm pretty sure GMBA's got all the boys wearing the same suits again this year too, so that's pretty fire. Got that from my buddy in the living room, current new Yotes reporter, Utah reporter, excuse me.
Is he like pissed off or what?
I mean, at the whole ordeal, he hates Bettman and he hates Morel. I'll tell you that.
Should bring him on real quick to give his opinions after this pick.
Right?
I could ask him.
All right, let's see. Wow.
Why is he getting booed?
I guess because it's
He said, getting booed. We haven't done anything yet.
We're super proud.
We've got a lot of Arizona fans there.
In our franchise's history, for 2024 draft, Utah selects
𝐷𝐄𝐑.
Wow. Holy shit.
Holy
wow. That's 6.
Wow.
He has the upside to go that high.
Oh, yeah.
To be clear.
Sure,
That's more of the like.
I said earlier, because Calgary was fielding, they were trying to trade up to 5. I said, I wonder if Iginla,
every Flames fan just threw something.
holy hell. I wonder if Calgary trades back now.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's like one of those. You'd think that'd be like an unwritten rule to let him go until 9. Kind of like the CHL does that too, where like you let the managers and the coaches' kids get the shot at him first.
I mean, in the NHL, it doesn't matter, but like, you would have thought that.
But it's a boys' club. It's 200 dudes that run the NHL. You don't think they'd let that? I don't know, man.
Wow.
Damn. That's crazy.
I mean, like, unless you like tell a team, "Hey, we're taking this guy."
That jersey. Hold on.
Yeah, you want to see it?
It's kind of not as much color. Like, why are there no stripes on it? I thought there'd be stripes.
It's a fucking practice jersey.
I think,
What?
there might be stripes on it. I just wonder if his arms are covered.
No, they just showed it. It was completely all black, just the Utah logo.
That's very bizarre. I wonder.
Look.
I
That
wonder.
looks like a practice jersey.
I'm thinking they didn't get the branding done in time to get the jerseys.
They don't want to reveal that.
They already did though.
They probably don't want to reveal the actual jersey yet.
I think it's the best
the actual
time.
jersey. That's the thing.
I doubt it.
Your first ever draft pick of your franchise's history, and you don't want to use it to reveal your jersey.
That would be very weird.
I kind of thought about that because when Fanatics posted all the new jerseys, I don't think Utah was a part of that. I think they only showed pictures of 31 jerseys.
It was like a kind of like a cartoonish.
They don't have to do it.
That's crazy.
Why are they showing
My buddy says Josh Doan and 𝐷𝐄𝐑 will feed families. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Is he like a Utah fan now or no?
yeah, I mean you gotta. It's the same guys. It's the same GM. He's gonna root for them, but once the Yotes come back,
Yeah.
Tell me it's Philly moving to 7.
It's gonna be tough though. If imagine the Yotes win or the Utah wins the cup like the year the Yotes come back, it's gonna be a tough decision there.
I mean You still got to root for you guys. He loves Logan Cooley, so
Yeah.
gotta stick with him, I guess.
Makes sense.
I'll
Logan
be
Cooley-
rooting for him.
Oh, yeah.
Rooting for him.
Paul and I thought they'd be a wild card contender this year.
Yeah.
I mean, they pretty much were until they got the news that they might be moving in January, and then they lose almost they must have been 18 in a row.
Yeah.
They were in the playoffs. I think Utah makes the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
And it was a pressure cooker there because they were.
I'm rooting for them every year.
If they had a goalie, I'd say probably. They don't have a goalie.
Yeah.
Ingram's pretty solid. You'd be surprised. He led the league in shutouts.
I mean, he did just
He
win.
could be a tandem.
Like he is, or no, not the, sorry.
That's not an all ice.
No, I know. I was thinking the Vezina, and then I was like, wait, no, he didn't. No, but
I think-
Ingram's been solid though.
Ingram in a tandem with another guy, I think would be.
Is
I
that
think
fair?
he'd be serviceable.
Is that fair to say that Ingram
Right,
is a
service
starter?
Not like the playoff team.
I think the Caps got in the playoffs this year with Charlie Lindgren.
Well,
Well, yeah. I temper your expectations. I'm not saying they're going to win the cup.
You're just like get in kind of thing.
I don't think they'd get swept with Ingram.
They might want to
I-
get rid though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends who you draw. You could steal a series. It's always possible. That's why these teams are. That was the Flyers' mindset for how long? Is that you just got to get in. You just got to get in. Anything can happen. Get a hot goalie.
Yeah. The one someone brought this up in the chat. Bad news for the Flyers that they want a forward, which is a good point.
Yeah.
You know, we thought they'd go with the defenseman.
Yeah.
Now there's another team that's going to go with a forward, assuming every team is locked into a position.
But that does mean that a guy like Bowie could fall.
True, but if all the teams are decided on we need a forward or we need a defenseman, which they're probably not, but you know,
Right.
like if Calgary wanted Tidge, but now they're thinking, hey, we got another forward now.
Yeah.
Maybe they go with Catton.
Well, it's good. It would have to be Catton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless since Sennecke's gone, it's
I almost wonder though, does this make 𝐏𝐿𝐷 more possible to Calgary? Like, does that become more likely?
I have been a little bit worried about that because he does have
Tim Williams. Who we want out of those 6.
𝐏𝐿𝐷's got the Alberta connection, which is a little worrisome.
Yeah.
And since Iginla was supposed to go to Calgary, it was like, you don't have to worry about it. And now that changes things a little bit.
All right, Wyatt, final prediction for Ottawa here.
I said in my mock draft 2 months ago that this was going to be Parekh, and
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Parekh.
Yeah, that's what I like too.
Pierre Carlson recreation, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they got to miss him, right?
Yeah.
They have. I guess I don't know much about Ottawa's decor, but it doesn't seem like they have a lot of offensive game changers. I don't know.
They wanted to move one out. Maybe they're anticipating
Yeah.
that.
That is a good point.
The selection A to Calgary Hitmen of the WH.
Wow.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Wow. 𝐏𝐿𝐷 at
What's the-
7.
He was the second defenseman to go.
All right. So this confirms what we were saying. At this point, we have no clue.
Yeah.
Like, it's,
Yeah, no, it
wide-
doesn't matter now.
What? You knew it was going to be a wide
So
open
we can
draft.
still get William,
Perez.
This is
Goliath.
Yeah. Dickinson.
Dickinson.
What the hell?
That's a prime example of a team that sees these the forwards flying off the board. So they're like, okay,
Oh.
we can get a defenseman here. Who's our number one defenseman? Probably 𝐏𝐿𝐷 right here. Well, clearly, because that's what they took. But we know it's going to be wide open. But this at this point, you have no clue.
There
I don't
were
think-
rankings.
It's early.
No.
I mean, there were some of those. There was an Athletic article where they talked to a bunch of scouts, and some teams did say that they had him really high. I guess Ottawa was that team.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean,
You
there
think,
was
like,
even.
you obviously did the video.
Cat
You had the dive.
Dickinson, Williams.
Yeah. You had the dive on 𝐏𝐿𝐷. What's he about? Because obviously I know, but for the people that don't, what is it about 𝐏𝐿𝐷 that is going to make him go at 7 to Ottawa?
Well, he's a pretty big guy. That's going to help you a lot. But to be fair, most of the defensemen in this draft are NHL-sized defensemen. It's not like you're working with anyone small. 𝐉𝐀𝐄𝐒's got an edge.
Probably, yeah.
So I think his game translate well. He's serviceable on defense. He has a lot of offensive upside. I think that a lot of teams maybe didn't see that.
Emotional night.
What was he just saying?
I don't know.
Hold on.
See, Booyah is sitting there for the bracket.
I don't think he said. I don't think he said.
Wait,
anything.
no, he did.
Let's find out as the draft continues.
I think he said they traded the pick.
Hold up. Let's see this. Hold on.
Guys, we don't have to make this so tough on yourself. 𝐊𝐂 can help us get into our locked car. See?
Are we sure that he said that?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, I swore he said.
I'm not seeing anything on Twitter right now.
No, me neither. I don't know. Maybe that's a false alarm, but yeah, I mean, like,
I didn't even hear what he said.
yeah. Well, they were commentators were talking over him, so you never even know. But I mean, what was the highest you realistically expected 𝐉𝐾𝐄 to go? Was that like reasonable, or you think that?
Yeah, I could see him going there. I didn't think he would go that high, just because of how I thought the draft was going to play out personally. But I mean, there was some rankings that had him as high as 4th.
Yeah,
They knew he was the real deal. So I mean, yeah, I think that's not a bad pick by any means. Like, he's a good player.
Right.
I think teams are kind of coming.
Silyev, William,
Hellenius, Perez,
Harris.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
Dickinson.
There's so many options now.
That's
Like,
a lot of high end
And
options.
that's 4 picks.
Yeah.
And that would leave 2 of those guys there.
And if Silyev goes off the board by then, I'm really liking who's available as well.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
I would like to see Silyev go here,
Yeah.
like within the next 2 picks.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think GMs are getting a little bit smarter, and it's such an old NHL thing to do to just draft a big defenseman.
If he was Canadian, he'd be gone already.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Well, what are the your expectation is this guy is like Zdeno Chara. I mean, if you're gonna take him in the first round, the only other comparable is what, like Tyler Myers or Zadorov. It's like you don't want to take that guy in the first round,
which is like kind of interesting.
Yeah. But if you're gonna take a guy in the top 10, I guess it's a little different with this draft. But you want him to be,
yes,
I'd say better than Tyler Myers.
Oh yeah,
sure. And
probably
better than Zadorov. Yeah.
I mean, and I put him at 15 because I don't think he becomes that, which is why he's 15 on my list. But I'd be shocked if he doesn't go top 10.
I'll find a way to fall in love with him if the Flyers take him. But I hope they don't take him. I hope they don't take him. As of right now, I don't want him.
Yeah.
Especially if, I mean, the front office just loves Hunter McDonald. So why would you draft a guy that's basically the same thing?
Yeah, you've got Oliver Bonk coming in too.
They're very high on McDonald, so would be a little bit redundant maybe, but
yeah, because unless you see Silyev as a top pair D-man, which I don't think anybody does, it doesn't make sense for the Flyers to draft him.
The Sharks. Truthfully,
yeah,
I think if the Sharks, because the Sharks now have, or not, yeah, they now have 11, correct?
Yep.
They want a D-man. I think if Silyev is there, they take him, and they look at themselves like we just nabbed 2 top 5 prospects.
Yeah.
From this draft. So I'm not about.
Yeah, and just looking at, I mean, they showed the prospect pool graphic for San Jose just before. It's, I mean, they got Eklund, they got Musty, they got Smith. Those are your top prospects. And now you got Celebrini. Those are all forwards.
Yeah, they're only defensive prospects. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's like Maher Media or some shit like that.
Yeah, Matty is about to announce the pick for Seattle. Who do you think? Last minute prediction. Here we go.
I think it's Bouillon.
I think so too.
I think Dickinson.
Really?
Need more offense.
Fair.
So maybe Perek.
That I've seen that they could be linked to him.
In the 2024 draft, the Seattle Kraken are proud to select from the Spokane Chiefs.
No.
Catton. Okay.
Okay.
WHL this season. Little guy now.
So
Damn.
now, I mean, you got William there.
They need more offense. Yeah.
And now Berkeley
See?
up the middle
Makes
there
sense.
for
Motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Flyers might take a defenseman.
I mean,
At this point, it's a defenseman.
have
Or Dickinson.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, he's also a defenseman.
All right.
I will say this might make you guys feel a little bit better.
Under Dickinson's left-sided.
Yeah.
I believe Bouillon might be left as well, but I could be wrong about that. I would hate a defenseman pick now. I mean,
Yeah,
I would
Catton's gone.
be disappointed with Siliev, but if you walk away with Parekh or Bouillon or Dickinson, wow.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I like Berkeley Catton a lot. I think he'd be sick. But if he can't stick down the middle for the Flyers, it's like
That's fair.
you could just wait to get your center next year.
That's fair.
So I've kind of always been on the take a defenseman here. I'm not gonna be upset if we take Hellenius because I mean, guess I've kind of been brainwashed with that one, but
WHL, yeah.
He's very adept at doing so for his teammates.
Yeah.
They're on very good.
Because of him, they are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
They did okay. I think they were like first or second round exit in the playoffs. But like he had like 115 points as like a play driver. Like he carried them.
Yeah. I mean, dude, that's a great pick. Like, I said it. Said it to you. I was like, hey, they need more offense. Maybe they take William or Parekh. But like, if there's going to be a pick to make there to get more offense, it's Berkeley Catton. And clearly, like, I don't think Seattle's a team that like really cares too much about size. When you're looking for skill.
They took Grayson Sawchin last year, who kind of reminds me a lot of like Berkeley Catton light. I know Grayson Sawchin hasn't developed as well, but as a prospect, they play a very similar game, similar size profile. So like, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And I can imagine him in Seattle. But man, that's a tough one. I was really hoping he'd fall out of the Flyers.
Yeah.
that's a draft. I mean, back at Sennecke goes 3, so
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
after that happened, it's like, oh,
That kind of
all my predictions are wrong.
That kind of
Yeah.
set the tone for the forwards. I feel like.
It did.
So
100%.
yeah.
GMs love offense. That's just kind of how it is.
Chad staying, 4 picks left. Parekh, Dickinson, Bouillon, Hellenius. Some people are saying they'd be upset with Hellenius, or one person is.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I also was one of those people that like I really didn't think Hellenius should have been the pick until I saw the dive, and you kind of convinced me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, happy to hear that.
Yeah. You kind of convinced me. Like, I think with 𝐏𝐇𝐄𝐑 now, the fact that that's another part of it is 𝐏𝐇𝐄𝐑 wasn't like officially coming over when I was really thinking about it. But now that it's confirmed that he's gonna be a Flyer this season,
Yeah.
you're gonna need a setup man for that. And I don't really feel like they have a center right now that can do that. Couturier maybe, but you want a guy who's gonna be here.
They don't have a number one center
Yeah, they don't have a number one center. And
in the pipeline or on the roster.
And Hellenius might not be that. To be
he
clear.
might not be, but I mean, there's a lot better chance that Hellenius will be that guy than like 31-year-old Sean Couturier will be.
Yeah.
So
I just kind of think of it. You have, if
is
you
like-
take Hellenius, you're going to have 3 middle 6 centers,
yeah,
That's fair.
yeah.
which is
And
fine.
I don't think Morgan Frost is that guy either. Like I think Frost is a really good 2C, but I don't think
No, and that's what I'm saying. I would almost rather have Frost with 𝐏𝐿, though. I
Yeah.
think that might be a hot take. I don't know, but
I shouldn't be. I mean, Frost is a very creative skill guy, and 𝐏𝐿 is the guy who's going to finish. So it'll get Frost more points and more
Complement each
confidence.
other because they both can do the same thing.
Yeah,
Finishing, setting each other up. Like,
yeah, for sure.
but then 100%, whoever is playing on the left side there, it needs to be a tough player, at least a guy with size. So
Forrester.
I mean, that's what I'm. Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely. I think Tippett could fill that role too.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think Tippett's got another gear that we're gonna see this year. I think he's gonna really take off. I want to see Tippett on the penalty kill. I don't know if he's ready for it, but that would be sick.
Yeah.
They did it with TK and it worked.
Exactly. No, and Tippett's faster.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole penalty kill was, you block shot at the point, you get a breakaway the other way. Tippett's the best on the team for that. So,
The number one thing with the PK last year was the play on the wall. That was the reason it was so good.
Here comes Calgary.
It's always had a guy there.
What do we think?
Here comes Calgary, and I'm going to be honest, I have no clue.
yeah, I give up, actually.
I think they go Booyah. That's my prediction.
I hope it's live. But
So,
that's not my prediction. I'm going to say boo him again just so he keeps falling.
Zane correct.
But,
That's
dude,
huge.
I had no.
At 12.
Is there a single person that had William going outside the top 9?
Not many. I saw it like earlier in the year. A lot of people would like have him slipping in that range. Dude, he put up above point per game
Yeah.
in the NCAA as a rookie defenseman and the second youngest player in the entire NCAA.
Yeah.
Like, he's considered two-way, and he was dominant offensively.
Yeah.
Like, just looked like he was playing with his food in the NCAA. Like,
Yeah, so, I mean, my initial mock draft, where I did the first top 16 picks, it's kind of fallen apart, but I will say I had Zeke Bouillon going 12 to the Flyers.
all right.
So take it with a
With him, I'd be stoked.
yeah. I didn't think he'd be there.
Yeah.
I like it. I like him as much as I like 𝐼𝐾𝐄. So
Yeah, I mean, at least at least your 16 mock is looking a little bit better than our 32 is. But, yeah,
Well, we got one right for our 32 mock, right?
Yeah, right.
We got one right.
yeah, that ain't bad. I said I had a tweet. It was like right after I did my mock. It's like there's a chance I go 1 for 16 here, and
Yeah.
it likely will happen.
All right, I think the top two left on my board. I think I'd probably say Bouillon, then Dickinson, then Hellenius.
Why? Where's your cheese hat at, dude?
Yeah, man.
Where is your
Do you want me
cheese
to
hat?
go get it?
Get it.
Hell
Go get it. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
That's
What a
how I
fucking
do.
beauty. Marshawn Lynch.
Someone in the chat just said, "Did Bouillon shoot someone?"
Man, I
We can get Bouillon Helenis.
Oh, we're back.
go. Let's go.
It's so hot, dude. It's like
That fucking rules.
you call it whenever. I got that thing within minutes, bro.
Man,
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it holds beers too.
Sick.
probably.
Little double is like a little tray here.
That's
Yeah.
sick. It'd be cool if it had a clip so you could hang them from the hat.
Yeah, that'd be fire. Or like those buckets or the helmets where you got like beers right here. You just drink it.
Yeah.
Might be a little arts and crafts project. We'll see.
Yeah.
This is crazy. I could see the Devils going with Silyev, honestly.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I mean, here's the thing. If like San Jose is going to take a defenseman, so this decides whether we get Hellenius or whether we get a defenseman who the Devils take now.
Yep.
I think the Devils could very well go Silyev. I don't think they would go with Bouillon. Just like I feel like
No,
I feel like they'd be looking more for.
I think the Devils would go for a more like NHL ready guy. I honestly think that if they keep this pick here, I think they probably go Hellenius.
Yeah. The Flyers have no need to move up right now, unless they decide.
Oh no.
Hey, that's the only reason I'd move up if I were them.
Yeah, I mean the guys that they seem to like Dickinson, Hellenius, and I think they're still there right now. And with Bouillon being there too, like that would be.
You'd have to be. You'd think they just didn't even think Bouillon would fall.
Yeah,
and like
I think the higher end guys that they wanted, like Demidov, Cat, and like the pipe dream ones. Now that they're gone, like you good?
Yeah,
that's good. The pipe dream ones are gone now, but like the still like very solid. Like they're right there.
I don't know. They might have had Bouillon as a pipe dream,
Real minutes.
to be honest.
And flavor.
I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I ranked him 4th in my list. I put Demidov 2, Cat in 3, and Bouillon 4.
Okay.
So I'd be stoked.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that
People are requesting the Packers cheese hat to be taken off in the chat.
really,
Jeez.
man,
I'm sorry.
that's brutal.
I was asked to.
Well,
Brought
Yeah.
the kids to them, shows Wisconsin pride for a second, and then all of a sudden it's a problem. Crazy.
Everyone gets pissy when someone,
Yeah, I know.
someone doesn't do something with the Eagles.
Can't handle
Hey.
the cheese.
I'm not against the Eagles. I'm not against the Phillies. I hate the 76ers though. I'm sorry. I just gotta put that out there. I can't live a lie.
Devils keep the pick.
I probably watched a whopping 2 Sixers games in my entire lifetime. So
I watched one and it was 2019 and Kawhi hit that fucking shot, and I was like, I'll never watch this team again.
I watched the game
I
Raptors 2 playoffs ago, and I watched one like a playoff game like earlier this time when I was playing poker with my roommate.
Yeah.
That was it.
genuinely don't watch basketball, so
New Jersey Devils would like to dedicate today's draft to longtime scout Dirk Brandon's family. Dirk,
All right,
spent
one
30
last
years
pick here for
serving
Wyatt,
before passing away.
and then seems like we'll probably be on our own for the night. But what do you think here for your last prediction? Devils are keeping the pick. Who do they go?
I mean I've been wrong every time I've said it. So do I think I have to say Bouillon here just so he keeps falling. So we're gonna go with Bouillon.
All right.
Okay, Marty
But if
Brothers.
If I'm correct, my computer will go through the window.
Anton Salayev.
Salayev.
That makes sense. He
NHL
might be
ready.
the one- I don't even think he's NHL ready. I think he's a year or two away.
Maybe, but he's
But
big.
he's
got the
physical,
frame,
yeah.
He's
Yeah.
physically developed.
In theory, he's NHL ready, but he's not gonna be over.
When they're hoping to be a contender, they can add him to bolster their physical playoff game, and
Right.
that'll be big. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
So Bouillon or Dickinson?
Bouillon or
Right.
Dickinson or Hellenius. I mean, I'd prefer Bouillon or Dickinson over Hellenius, but
Yeah.
wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, I didn't.
I
think-
mean,
I'm happy with William or Hellenius.
I would be stoked with Bouillon. Like everything I said about Hellenius, his game catering to Mitchkov's game,
Right.
Bouillon does it to defense.
Yeah.
Yep. I just didn't think Bouillon would be an option there.
Right.
So I
Shannon
think
saying we'll probably go defense here, though.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
It has to be.
I think they.
you can't take a forward, right? You can't.
I'd be.
Imagine you take Hellenius here, because that's the only forward you would take. Then you'd have Will Smith, Macklin Celebrini, and Hellenius.
Yeah.
You can't take a center 1 and 11. That's
Yeah.
just not gonna happen.
They don't have enough defensemen. They need a defensive prospect. They traded up to get one. They're gonna get. I mean, maybe they go off board here, but
Could be. I mean,
Stian Solberg.
that would
the
be
guy.
be crazy.
honestly, it's not impossible.
Especially
Like,
considering we
No,
Devils
Like,
think like, or not the Devils. San Jose think like Eiserman or somebody.
I
thought, you know what? That actually could be. I mean, if they don't go defenseman, like if they don't take Bouillon or Dickinson or one of the defensemen, I think Eiserman's the pick. Just because, like,
Yeah.
but they could have got him at 14 though. Why would you trade up?
I mean, because you
Would
might
they
not-
have?
Maybe they
Could
didn't
they have?
really. Yeah.
Unless the Flyers were.
That's the thing. They could have been
Maybe.
for the Flyers.
I think the Flyers could have been wanting Eiserman.
Yeah, maybe.
Dark
Maybe.
horse.
All right.
Me
well,
as a Flyers fan, I didn't want that, but
yeah. Dude, thanks for hopping on, Wyatt. Really
Yeah.
appreciate it, dude.
yeah, thanks for having me. I'll be active on Twitter the rest of the night, and I'll
Cool.
probably tune back in to see your guys' reactions just to this pick. So
Yeah, make sure
appreciate it, guys.
Wyatt too.
Yep. Everyone go follow Wyatt. Great content. I'm sure him and I will both be active with this post-draft prospect coverage content for sure.
It's gonna be a blast. Thanks, boys.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. See you,
Yeah.
Wyatt.
See you, Wyatt.
Wow. It's a crazy draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is nuts.
I
If
can't.
we get
believe,
Bouillon or Hellenius, I'll be stoked.
I can't believe.
Dude,
the
you should be
way
stoked for Dickinson too.
Yeah.
Chris, 6'3", 215 pounds, maybe the best skater in the entire draft. Excellent two-way,
Yeah.
like number one defenseman in the way that like a Vegas or Carolina
There's
number
two
one
defensemen
defenseman is.
Yeah, so it's Dickinson, Bouillon, and then it's
Helene.
Helene,
Those are the
right.
clear top three.
yeah.
They need a defense. Dickinson and Brett both play that top line.
I think if Dickinson's available, they go with him over Helenius.
What is that?
I think if Dickinson's available, they go with him over Helenius.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think not really. I think
I can't believe there hasn't been a trade yet.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think we all thought it was a smoke screen a little bit, but like I think the teams at the top genuinely just priced themselves out. Like they were totally fine with staying where they were at, and they asked for ridiculous prices. But clearly, nobody wanted to pull the trigger. I mean, I think San Jose goes defenseman here, but they don't probably hide.
Yeah. Someone just asked in the chat, any ideas about the other first rounder? Actually, it's Sean Fitzpatrick. I don't know if you know him, Chris.
Yeah.
And then Jazz Fusion said O'Reilly. O'Reilly would be sick. London Knights middle six center. So
Yeah.
he didn't play a ton of minutes to get the heady points, but he's extremely high IQ.
Yeah.
Could easily be a second line center that you could get with the 32nd pick.
Yeah.
I
don't
That
know,
is
like-
taking their time here.
Yeah, they are. I think I don't know if the Flyers don't trade up here, which I don't expect them to do at this point, obviously. I think it's pretty likely that they then trade up. for
Sharks.
32.
I'm thinking Sharks are taking Ivan.
I don't think
It's either Eisenman or McWord defenseman. It's got to be right. Like,
true. And then
All right, so say they take Eisenman.
Yeah.
We have either Dickinson, Bouillon, or Helene.
Helenius, yeah.
Who do you take?
I think
I bought him.
It's got to be Bouillon.
he shores up your defense, your top pair defense. Then
Yeah,
you've got
for sure.
William and Drysdale.
William Drysdale. Dude, William is insane too. And Bonk is gross. William Drysdale, Bonk is part of your top
York.
four. Yeah, York. That's your top four right there.
Yeah.
That's it.
Easily.
I don't know what you do with Sandheim, with the line in, but you gotta. That's your top four right there.
Go.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the London Knights.
Sam Dickinson.
Holy shit. We can get William.
Holy
Holy
shit!
shit.
Has fallen to fucking 12.
Wow.
God.
I mean, good for the Sharks.
Holy
Dickinson's going to be sick.
Brent Flair is jumping up and down right now.
Yeah.
He might not take him. I'm
Yeah,
going
I
to
mean,
be honest
they
with you guys.
might not.
I think it's about a 50% chance to take him.
I think it's. Can we agree though that it's between Helenius and William?
You'd have to, unless they
It
trade
has to
down.
be.
If they take this pick, it's Helenius or Bowie.
There's no way it isn't.
Anyone else you trade down for, there'd be no reason to. There'd just be zero reason. Even if you trade down for like one pick and get like a 7th rounder as well, like there's just there's no need to take
Yeah.
anyone other than one of those two here.
I agree. I agree.
And a lot of times last year, they were only using 5 forwards.
I think she's talking about William right now.
Is this someone who could do that?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And he's that type of player that can build teams around. The London Knights are not only a historic.
Well, they're talking for Dickinson with. I
Are
thought they
they?
said
Oh,
Danny Briere though.
Yeah, that's what I
heard.
heard. She said Danny Briere with a power play quarterback.
Yeah, and now she's talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, Bouillon 50 points, 42 games, plus 33.
In the NCAA,
Yeah.
the only player younger than him was Mac and Selberg.
Yeah, that's insane.
And now Denver's a stacked team,
Right.
but like,
But he had good numbers with the development program. So.
yeah, Z. Williams sick.
Yeah. 12 points, 23 games.
I
Plus
forget what it
16.
was for a large part of the
Dude, to
season.
go minus 17 and then plus 16 and plus 33 next year, that's insane.
That was very impressive.
He's amazing.
And I know plus minus isn't like a huge thing, but when there's such a big jump in the number, that means something. You know what I mean? Like that's not something to just like write off. Like that's huge.
Also, I think it's like he's
Yeah.
a cerebral like tactician. Like
Yeah.
everything he's doing is like high IQ, which
Yeah.
fits perfectly with what I want this team to be and what Mitch Goff is.
Hold on. No way.
What?
They might have made a trade here.
What do you think of that?
Are they? Why is Bettman a custodian?
This guy is the next guy in defense.
What's
This
the
guy
really
is
shit
the next guy in defense. And
This-
he's been all of that.
Every time
And
a
he's
pick is
all
in,
that in London to this point.
and they go to say who's their pick,
Yeah.
and fucking they got a player.
It's the
What the
ESPN
fuck?
thing, man.
Who came here?
Yeah.
The Flyers now on the clock. Of course, last year
Go.
they had
Who you think
fall to him.
I think C.
Bouillon.
We're thinking Williams.
I mean, I think that's what it should be, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go home.
Yeah.
The Flyers
It's crazy.
Their way to
It
the
really is.
podium. We see
Dude,
more
I didn't see a world where
They're already making their way to the podium.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So they be announcing a trade them?
I don't know, dude.
Unless they're
No,
just
they
unless they just
wouldn't be
misspoke.
going. They wouldn't be going up to the podium.
No, he just all Gary was saying was the team that's on the top was Philly.
Okay, see, I didn't know he did that in 2
Yeah.
picks.
So on pick number 11, you're very happy with yourself getting that pick defense. Because that's a blue chip number 1.
It would be funny if Danny just fully just started going to the podium, like didn't wait the full 3 minutes. Just like, nah, fuck that.
No one was on the ice a lot of times when he was on the ice. Seconds. Some rustling going on at the Flyer table. I wonder if either a decision or are we thinking of a trade here or what's.
Let's check in.
Now Gary Bettman. Someone has got Gary Bettman in a little discussion.
No way.
Oh no way.
Holy shit.
See, Sennecke, Farabee, Tippett.
Let me just talk big picture about the Flyers and where they stand right now.
He's on the
Oh
phone.
my god.
Oh my gosh. Shit.
He's gonna trade it.
They're going to take a step back this year. He's trying to soften the blow. But he told me he's very
Maybe for Yzerman?
I don't know.
It could be. If they really like Yzerman, they see him going there. I can see that.
What do you have?
I think he looks upset.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow. Who, Danny?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think so.
He seemed like he was either majorly locked in or like upset about how something's turning out.
Probably.
Maybe he was on the phone with Wawa. We're gonna
Okay, right?
Sam, I've heard that you like the bright light, so this doesn't bother you being in the sphere here, but that also probably explains why you.
Maybe they just hoped they would get Dickinson there. And they figured Dickinson or we trade down.
I don't know. I feel like if William is there, you have to take him.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, I
but
think so.
Unless
too.
you're trading.
Unless you're getting a serious piece back, like a roster player.
To me, it's Alanis or William this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there is no.
You could trade down for Yzerman. Unless Buffalo is sold on Yzerman. That's why he traded.
Hold on.
Right now, someone's trying to move up to get this pick. That's Daniel Briere. We saw him on the phone. The clock winding down. We're down to 12 seconds. So we'll see if
There's a trade.
Yeah.
or Gary Bettman is patiently
Yep.
waiting by the podium.
Wow.
Principal. So now maybe Briere wasn't able to come up with a decision. Now maybe they'll make the pick. Let's see. Again, we had no trades last year in Nashville.
Well, he's not getting up.
Once the draft got underway. So Briere sitting back down now. So that tells me that they moved this pick.
And this is a tough draft. When I'm
Yeah, but-
doing tiers, so when you do like draft rankings with
Right.
you do like tiers 1, 2, 3, ABC, whatever, up to 12.
Wow.
Very difficult to differentiate. You know,
I-
12 to
Man,
12.
I'm not gonna lie.
Right. See,
It's got to be something serious if you're moving a pick when you get Z-Boo right there. That could help.
Can they make this deal happen? Because past
There
12,
really has to be something big there if you're not
past
making
20,
that
I
pick.
have to repair 50 extra players. That's how open this draft is. So clearly causing a lot of the havoc, a lot of conversation with
Yeah.
Philadelphia. And it's probably a really tough decision.
Which one of those teams is moving up? We said early. And why?
Why is
We said
William
early.
falling so much?
I don't know, and he's still on the phone.
I mean, he could go to 12, whoever gets this pick, but
Briere back on the phone.
Yeah, just more on Briere right now because they were.
If there was a day I needed John Boy Moyer, it would be right now.
Yeah, right.
Breathe this guy's lips.
They think they're going to take a step back that they overachieved last year. They don't have a lot of salary cap space right now. All they can afford right now is depth size versus leaders. I think.
Can you imagine being in Vegas and just seeing a big Flyers logo on the sphere?
Yeah, right.
imagine you're watching from outside the sphere and you're like, oh, that's trade.
You know,
Doesn't change.
you know what's a point though that he brought up to me earlier?
Movement coming here with the 12th pick from Friedman.
What's that?
Some movement coming here with the 12th pick.
Yeah. So one thing that he brought up earlier off camera was that this thing started at 4 p.m. local time in Vegas, and it's just a bug. This started at 4 p.m. local time in Vegas. So even after this is like said and done, it'll probably be like 10:30, 11 Eastern maybe.
Yeah.
It'll still be early local time. So the GMs, they're all going to be in the same place. They're all probably still going to be at least talking, if not fucking wheeling and dealing.
Trade coming from Dreger.
Yep.
What's this? Trade coming from Darren Dreger. What if they flipped to Minnesota and got Rossi?
And got
You know what's funny? I thought about Rossi immediately.
They would have to give up something big for Rossi too.
With Z William right there, you have to be getting something big in return. He just smiled. I don't know if you saw that.
You know,
Danny.
Really?
Yeah, Danny just smiled.
Okay, that's good. At least he's confident. I was worried too. He looked so deadpan. I was worried he was just pissed about not getting, say, Dickinson now.
I'm a big fan of his game and his personality, and a young man, American-born, very skilled, national champ, won multiple medals internationally for Team USA.
This is taking a while.
Who is that?
I'm assuming it's probably like one of the NHL reps.
Right. But what team is what I mean?
No, speaking
Like
on behalf to
no. One of the NHL reps that confirms trade calls and everything.
And he maybe just telling the details.
Yeah, going between tables and confirm.
They should show what. Well, the table, they probably don't. I don't know. I think you could probably figure out what other teams.
There's only 32 teams there. You could probably figure out which other guys on the phone.
He's speaking on the phone right now. Yeah, like
see, he's got the paper there. We got to trade. Flyers have traded the pick.
We're going to find out who moved up and what the price was to get this.
So we think they're going to retain another pick with this, or are we thinking they're just doing it for a player?
I think they're getting another first rounder.
Here's Gary Bettman at the podium now. Yeah, he's getting a hand on weight for the trade, Mr. Commissioner.
I knew this would be the most exciting draft.
Yeah,
Big moment coming. Draft history about to be made. The first trade.
That tells me. I mean, Flair's always fine in the late round gems. It tells me they're really confident with somebody else.
Oh shit.
Dude.
As you can tell, we have a trade. Philadelphia trades pick number 12 in the 2024 NHL Draft to Minnesota.
Oh my God!
For Minnesota's own first-round pick, number 13,
Okay.
and Minnesota's own third-round pick in 2025.
Just
12 for 13.
Okay. So he's got an extra third.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay.
So they traded one pick back and got a third rounder for him.
A third rounder in 2025.
Yes. So basically, they trust that whoever Minnesota is going to take here,
Is not going to be
or whoever they want.
You would think it
13th overall in 24 and a third round pick in 25 for 12 this year.
Yeah.
Flyers just tweeted it.
But maybe they didn't see that 12 pick being.
What's
that
weird is
high.
like
They're okay with a few players.
They must think that that's Eiserman.
Why not?
probably.
But like, okay, but what I'm confused about swapping one for one is like Minnesota. They must think they're taking the same play. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Like,
Yeah.
why would you?
Yeah. No, you're right.
No, they're probably taking someone that they don't think that
Like,
they.
no, but like their picks are back to back. So if
Yeah.
Minnesota wants Hellenius and Danny Briere is going to take Bouillon, then Danny Briere can take Bouillon, and then Minnesota can take Hellenius anyway. The only reason this would be the case is if Danny, say, used Hellenius and Bouillon equally, but was basically threatening Minnesota, hey, I'm going to take your guy unless you give me a third.
Right.
That's the only reason why you do this. If you're moving back one, it doesn't change anything for either of the two teams involved in the trade.
Yeah.
Unless,
You get the yeah.
yeah, unless it was
Right.
Danny Briere wanted the player that, or wanted the, yeah, they wanted.
Clearly, whoever they think the Wild are taking is someone that they don't want.
Exactly.
So that's why they made it. And
But then if that's the case, why would Wild have made the trade?
Yeah.
Which is what's so confusing to me. It's such a bizarre. Like I said, I think either Danny Briere is like threatening them, like, "Hey, we'll take your guy," or I don't know. It's just odd to me.
Did Bouillon tell everyone his favorite hobby was eating children? Did Bouillon tell everyone his favorite hobby was eating children in his interviews?
Wow. I mean, why they could have one? I really don't think that much.
Backhand? Come on, Weeksy. Oh, Weeksy. Are you back yet? Say it. Are you back? I'm all the way down. GP.
Wow.
So the Wild give up a 3 to move up
Who were they taking?
one spot. Billy
I
Garrett.
do like their high IQ players like Helene, but so is Bouillon.
Yeah.
First selection
Bouillon
of the
makes more sense.
2024 draft here at Sphere, Las Vegas.
Nice.
Thanks for a great week, Vegas.
What's that?
Minnesota Wild, proud to select from the University of Denver. Dean Bouillon.
The Flyers are probably going Helene.
It's either going to be Hellenius or unless they really like Eiserman.
Just won in
He will run.
I don't really love that. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't love it either.
I think if you had the opportunity,
their guy.
I mean, look, Kalenius is sick.
I just don't know how.
But it would have been sick to get booted.
I just don't know how you don't covet Bowie. Like,
More than a third-round pick, yeah.
like,
Clearly, I think they're working on something.
They can be scared of NCAA players.
I guess, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either.
He looks a lot like Adam Fox.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Looks a lot like Adam Fox.
I ranked him fourth. I had him fourth on my list for a reason.
The only thing I can think of is if they felt that they were getting similar value in a guy like Helenius at 13 or whoever, Eisenman, whoever it is, and they have an extra third-round pick to maybe trade in another deal. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, like whoever they've got to think it's similar value. I still
Yeah.
don't understand the point of trading down one pick, unless it was literally Danny Briere like threatening them. You know, I will take Bouillon if you don't give me a
And
third.
he knows that playing Carl
Yeah.
University of Denver and what they've been able to accomplish. He knows that playing nationally for Team USA, internationally, I should say, all things being equal, this is a guy that wants the puck on his tape.
Well,
And what
my mock draft, my initial mock draft may be
the favorite
1-for-1 to start off the
Yeah.
Flyers picks.
In the land of 10,000
Yeah.
lakes.
Stay tuned for all 10 of 10.
Yeah. It's either Helenius or Eisenman. Or, who was the other?
Yes, he's bigger, different kind of
That's-
kid. Yeah.
it was Dickinson, but he got taken.
Right.
Yeah. There's not a ton of
Helenius is the pick here, or I
think so.
It's Helenius. I wouldn't hate Liam Greentree, but not at 13. You could trade down 2 more picks and get him.
Well, he could win 14.
Yeah.
He could win the girl. But with Helenius there, it's like, yeah.
I really wouldn't hate Liam Greentree,
That's unreal. And I just
but it's got to be
the
Helenius.
poise and composure
There's no way you take another winger, a right winger,
Why you mentioned that.
when Helenius is on the board.
You're right.
Primarily for us. Seeing Adam Fox play,
And they like the
when
finish.
he's able to shake off
Yeah.
the defenders,
Yeah.
zero panic, no matter who's on the forecheck, and make plays at the offensive line. He has a lot of this game.
Well, and it's nice too because he can play.
Let me read that real quick since this clock hasn't even started. Good time to finish on.
And they trade down again.
Great. We need.
I just wonder how that conversation went. Does David Briere call Billy Garrett and say, we're going to take Steve Bouillon?
Oh, I'm sure there's rumbling,
You should.
right?
I
They
mean-
talk a lot, both before and after. People
That's
are
how they do
talking
it.
about who they have their eye
Yeah, I
on.
just don't
You're worried.
see the
You're
value in like
stressed. If they're taking your
make
guy,
if they were the ones that made that call, I don't
round,
really
why don't take
know
it
if I
away?
like that. I mean,
past 12, as I was stating before,
I-
there is that
ultimately
drop-off.
it's just
So
you know
teams
time's
are
gonna
really
tell.
calling
Yeah,
what's
not
happening
the
with 12.
Right.
Okay.
It's so early to tell.
Oh, he's got
Yeah.
a cool name.
And again, if you
and a
could
cool
get
name.
another pick,
See, Bouillon and family with
You know,
you.
to move back a
That
spot.
they are, Bucci. And see, you said when you got drafted, you might black out. So I'm wondering, did
Yeah.
you remain conscious?
I don't know. I don't remember the walk up there, but yeah, I mean, I'm so pumped. This is awesome. I'm so going to be a while. This is great.
I spoke to you when you arrived, and you said, I'm just anxious because I want to see who wants me. The Wild traded up to get you. What do you think about going from San Diego to the state of hockey?
I love
Yeah, I
it. I've
told
been
you.
in Sennecke areas for a few years, and I
Yeah.
love Minnesota, so I'm so pumped. Yeah.
So I also hear you're quite the
Yeah,
competitor,
no, but they,
but
what
I
I'm
hear
saying
it's
is they
Vermont
released the
by the
game.
athlete. Miriam,
That's the
you
they
instilled
unbuilt it
the
already.
competitive edge in Z.
So that's why I'm saying like just
He's better than me. A little bit.
Big hug in the moment. What did you think
Welcome
about
back.
your son being drafted
Thank you.
tonight?
That's gonna be a sick pick for Montreal, or not Minnesota. I mean, I'm not. I hate that we didn't get him, but that's huge.
Yeah, it is.
I can feel my body is shaking,
definitely.
but yeah.
And Shai, I just have to ask you, you've been a teammate at Denver with Zeke. What's he like as a
Got
brother?
700 people here.
I mean, we love playing
Yeah,
together.
after that trade,
Together all the time,
700.
and I'm just so happy right now. So happy for him and proud of him.
So happy for you. Thank you for being with us, John.
He's shot a second round pick of the
Congrats, boys.
Red Wings, 36
Appreciate it.
overall. He just turned pro. He played one game for Grand Rapids in the American League. So the Red Wings hoped to have him on the future.
Someone on
His
Facebook
brother,
said keep sleeping,
not too
Danny.
far, not too
As if he
far.
literally
He
didn't
had
just
a
make a
kid
trade.
in Minnesota, not too far, very short. Exactly. When it comes to Rush, whether it's thinking,
Yeah.
I think
Took a bit longer than We're taking a bit longer than we expected.
Knowing when to hold on to it and create that space for his teammate. He creates that much space, he can score on his own.
Dude,
With
he's
that
sick. I'm
critical decision-making
disappointed.
as well. So you can see it with that vision.
Yeah, that's,
knowing to make that drop pass,
I mean,
Yeah,
so is Helenius.
perfectly on the tape for
Yeah.
another goal. And so he's
You'd
really,
really like to see
able
Bouillon,
to create like a
But
Hey, just wait till they take their Denver marquee in 2025
yeah,
with their third
yeah,
rounder.
right. Find the third round gem.
But also a great family story. That he has about 80 family and friends here, many of them flying in from Israel. So it's pretty close.
So we're all thinking it's hilarious.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who else would be at this point. I think he's the only one that really makes sense.
Just quick shout out to
Plus, like you said, with '𝐊𝐃𝐄 over here now, they need a guy who's gonna, you know, compliment him.
Yo, which one of you three tweeted or showed me? Wouldn't it be sick if 𝐊𝐃𝐄 was that you? Announced the pick.
Yeah,
that would be.
Now, and they'll pick as well.
They traded back a pick because 𝐊𝐃𝐄 wasn't in his student time. They had to delay.
Yeah, right.
Sanchez. He was stuck in traffic.
Wow.
Sanchez had a complete game shutout for the Bills. Sanchez had a complete game shutout for the Bills.
Get that flyer.
9 innings, 3 hits.
They have an identity now. They did have Danny Green.
No runs, no walks, 9 strikeouts, 101 pitches.
It's going to be constant Hellenius. I mean, it should be.
Yeah, I'm happy with. I agree it would be cool too, but like Hellenius is just as. But like, we would have traded back farther for Yzerman, I think.
Yeah.
Booze?
We have a special guest to make our selection.
No way.
Proud Philly native
Oh.
and Hall of Fame announcer, boxing announcer, Michael Buffer.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Buffer. It's pretty sick.
This is all you ready to rumble.
Yeah.
Wouldn't sing with 𝐊𝐃𝐄, but
Let's get ready to make our pick. Ladies and gentlemen,
This year's season playoffs and the fantastic 7-game World Championship Stanley Cup Final was a magnificent display of the excitement and talent that
Celine
is
Dion part 2.
the National Hockey League.
no. Shh.
You know, it's an honor for me to be a part of this year's draft. And as a born and raised Philadelphian, for me, it is a thrill to announce this next selection for my hometown, Philadelphia Flyers. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
That does well.
With the 13th pick in the first round, the city of brotherly love welcomes the Philadelphia Flyers selection, weighing in officially at 187 pounds, tall at 5 feet 11,
Hellenius.
from the Guelph Star.
Wait.
He is 𝐊𝐃𝐄.
What?
I'm perplexed. He didn't. You could have gotten him at 18, 19.
And just kind of a winning kind of play.
And he is that playmaking, finding passing.
Okay, so people who don't know,
I don't even know what to say.
What the hell? He's a two-way center, great speed.
That's
I shouldn't have gone this high.
That's something.
That's for
man.
sure.
74 points in 68 games.
Certainly something right
He's
there.
very fast.
They do need more speed. I will say that.
Yeah.
But that's
Played for the Gulf Storm as well, the captain of the Montreal Canadiens, multi-time All-Star. Just shift to shift, game to game, Suzuki makes the right plays.
What the hell?
Absolutely.
I don't know, man.
Absolutely. So, saw a good, solid pick here. Saw his combine numbers. He's already at a young age. He's got a frame of an NHL player, big time.
Although it's
That's,
not lost on me that we had a boxing type
yeah, man.
announcer when he actually won the
I don't even know what to say.
like player.
There you go.
So next guy too. Next guy.
You know what? In 3 years, we're going to see 3 years of fucking
Nothing
genius.
like that.
I hope so.
hopefully.
They said he was flying up the draft boards.
Because you see some players that might have a higher ceiling.
His combine was really good.
Every time again, he's on the ice, he can generate.
All right, so the Flyers made their latest pick. They'll have one more pick here in the first round, 31st overall. That means the Buffalo Sabres continue to acquire high-end talent.
I'm just
14th
I'm
overall.
blown away.
You know who's going right here, though.
Oh,
For some of their guys
You know who's going right here. Hilarious.
or to the Eiserman.
Or 𝐏𝐈𝐿, yeah, one of them.
I hope that wasn't a Caulfield Cam York.
That, yeah, I don't know, man.
Even though that hasn't really been.
No, it hasn't. His York is turned into a dog.
When they did the glove storm, I was like, wait, who? Like, I
Yeah.
literally couldn't
I
think of
couldn't
who it would have
remember.
been.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I couldn't remember who was on Kelter. Well, whatever. Storm.
Yo,
Yeah, that's-
before I leave, let me ask you who's
Crazy.
Duracell is a proud partner.
How is it that not one team has yet said congrats to the man?
It wasn't.
I feel like nobody cares.
But you know what? That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
It's every fucking year. You know what I mean? It's not. And we're 5 days. We did 5 days, literally.
Yep.
I think that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Luxurious three-row dreams.
You know
Come on,
what I mean? Yeah.
Passenger
That's the benefits of getting old.
introducing the all-new three-row.
Benefits of getting old.
I can't believe they did 𝐿𝐶enko.
I don't know, man. That's it's definitely thick. I don't know. I don't hate it.
So, all right, hold on. Development camp
early,
starts Monday, right?
Yes.
Tuesday.
It's the second.
Yeah, that's Tuesday. That's Tuesday.
All right, so Tuesday through, what's it, the 2nd through the 6th.
Yep. 𝐿𝐶enko will be there. I'm sure of that. As long as he's not injured, I'm sure he'll still be there.
You boys heading down? Stupid question.
Rugged Chevy Trailblazer.
Yeah.
Chevy Colorado. Chevy, all you want is all within reach. Connected by Nonstop.
Oh, man.
You work for a bit.
Yeah, I'm voting right now. Yo, for those of you who don't know, it's Mayor's birthday. My boy turns 21 on July 5th.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You know what that means? I don't know what that means. Wanted to see if anybody
You
jumped
know
in.
what that means, Paul?
What's that mean?
On a day they were obviously.
Yeah.
It was such a surprise thing. Like I had no idea. I got to the hospital. I was just like in shock.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's just say I'm a road.
When he was 2 pounds 4 ounces. My daughter was 2 pounds 3.
Yep.
They're like, and then my wife, you know, was an emergency C-section. And they were like, you're not going to see your wife until later on. It was like 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. You're not going to see your wife until later tonight.
The early prelim
You're not.
ESPN.
And I was like, well, what about my kids?
And Plus as well. So order
Probably
the
not
card in
late tonight.
English and Spanish. Go to ESPN Plus.
So I went out because I had things to do back then. You know, she was in hospital for a month before
Buffalo Sabres on the
So
clock.
I'm sitting
I
there.
just got a text from someone that
So
said they're
food shop
desperately
is
trying to trade this thing, but they're
This, that. I drove by a liquor store. I bought a bottle of Jack Daniels. I said, when they're 21, I'm cracking it.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
There you go. That's sick.
I got 6 fucking days
Yeah.
to crack that fucker.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
That's sick.
Let's go.
All right, Buffalo's out there.
Traded.
It's a good job at it.
That fits into that identity.
I can't believe that.
all kinds of talent. The American
Well,
level as
Lutsenko.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Now looks like
That
they're
came out of
taking
you could have got him in the 16 to 20 range.
NHL skill play.
Yeah, I mean, I had him
I'd
at.
like to say hello to our great fans back home in Buffalo.
I think that the cool thing about this though is like, I really love the fact that they just fucking go with their guy. You know what I mean? Like it just,
Yeah, they're
there's just something
confident.
about it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
definitely
Cool,
confident.
safe state to sling you. With the 14th pick overall, the Buffalo Sabres would like to select from the Finnish men's
Ah. Oh,
Costa Hellenius.
look at that. Bet he makes the NHL. This
Yeah, right.
season.
Yeah, pretty much.
Zach Benson 2.0.
Yeah. It's always the Sabres. I appreciate that. It's always the Sabres.
Oh, they'll still miss the playoffs for another 12 years. Don't worry.
Yeah.
This kid, only Jokic said he could play in the NHL
The
next
team that
year.
doesn't know how to develop Jack Eichel.
But pretty kind feedback for him to finish touching in. And he's a very skilled guy. It was interesting those comments I just said by
I'll grab a water real quick.
Feel like he fits into that identity.
Wow.
I think he's a great
I
player.
said 5'11", 180 pounds, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're gonna go with Constellations. And they said
Nope.
Gelf, and I'm like, what?
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
He led the tournament. So he's creating a lot of offense with that zone entry level, looking to carry the puck into the zone, creating offense, high controlled entry rate analytically, and creates off the rush for himself.
I don't know,
by
dude.
carrying the puck.
I
So he
did
can
not
skate with
have
the puck
passing
on
on
his
G
stick. He
Booyah
has
to take 𝐿𝐷𝐿 on my card.
with high
But
hockey IQ.
I will say the worst part about the whole thing is not only did they pass on like Polanius and take 𝐿𝐷𝐿, but Polanius might be the best draft dude at this entire draft.
Oh, yeah. Who's got the luscious there too?
Yeah.
He was very assertive when he had the
Got the flow and the drip. 𝐿𝐷𝐿, I'm not gonna lie, like
but he really
I don't not like it. I just think he could have gotten him later.
Yeah, he'll play a
And-
physical game, like you mentioned.
I'm
Yeah.
glad they took the center.
6 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the center, but like,
and an average of
I
one
don't
per
know.
game.
I'm not going to shit on it until
C.
something.
Booyah was right there. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
For everything we can know right now, it was a bad pick.
Yeah.
Now, obviously,
I don't know that
I don't know if we
it's
could
bad
go
pick.
but okay, but from everything we know now, you can say that. I'm not gonna say that it will be a bad pick. I like what the Flyers have done at the draft for the most part. So it gives me more confidence in him as a prospect. But from what we know and how the board was sounding like it was gonna play, at least publicly, it's a bit of a surprise. And you know,
Obviously, they need to make the playoffs.
There's one thing for sure. This draft has been all over the place. Like, I don't think anybody could have possibly predicted the way that it's gone. I mean,
what I will say, he's great in transition. He's really fast. He plays very well into the Flyers' current system.
And they needed more speed ultimately. So
I mean, I still think I think their team is pretty good with Paling. Frost is
yeah, but when
fast,
Ryan
Tippett fast.
Paling is like the fastest skater, that's not.
He's not.
I mean, Tippett, but like Tippett, Paling, those are probably the top two quickest guys on the team. Sennecke, he's fast, but he's not like he doesn't like jump off.
He's not a burner.
No.
Yes, he is. No, it's not.
No. Yes, he is. So he can get speed just as fast as Tippett.
Not
Right.
in
In the grand scheme of the NHL, like those guys are not like insanely quick skaters. Like I know Tippett clocked in. Didn't he have like the highest?
He has the highest speed this
Yeah, it
year.
was like the highest speed this season, but I don't think he's up there with like. What I'm saying is that was kind of like a one-off. In my opinion. Like, I don't feel like
He had some of the most top 20 bursts of any player.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Though. I think his like niche with the skating. I think it's the burst, like the acceleration.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like there's other guys that are quicker, like over time. You know what I mean?
Well, he had the highest top speed, and the way it categorizes it is first over 22, and Tippett I think was third or fourth in the league with that. I think Nate Mack was number one, obviously. So Tippett's definitely a fast speed skater. He's absolutely one of the fastest players, and does it consistently. But I don't know. This is crazy.
I will say the one thing when I was doing the mock draft and everything, I picked 𝐿𝐷𝐿 at like 41 or something like that to LA. I think it was mostly just because I like his name. 𝐿𝐷𝐿 is a stick name, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see him in depth camp, so I'm not gonna like make any judgments on him. But
I always try to be hopeful.
Yeah,
You know, like I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, it's horrible, it's this, it's that. Like, you know,
I'll redeem him if they trade up now and get Eisenman.
I think they do trade up because there's no way that you take 𝐿𝐷𝐿 at 12 and then stay still at 32.
Yeah.
Paul. Something that Steve Eisenman has been shopping for in this offseason. He's also still in contract with Patrick camp. That's a possibility for him to return.
Oh, to put one more word there into that sentence.
As Macklin celebrated,
Yeah, what kind of word?
we want to get the Red Wings pick and see if Eisenman will select Eisenman.
There's Draper and there's Steel
Well, I shouldn't take Eiserman.
on the left.
It really wouldn't surprise me.
Sphere here in Las Vegas.
I
Showing
fucking
the hit
hate
space so far. Now here comes
Why?
to
Something
the
about-
stage where he will announce the 15th overall pick of the 2024 NHL Draft. And I really hope Eiserman selects Eiserman.
I don't know that I see huge 1C potential in 𝐿𝐷, which is my biggest thing.
I think I agree.
I think he's a 2C, pretty fairly, but
Yeah.
like I feel like
The
you'd want to
Detroit
go
Red
with
Wings like to say a shout out
with like
to
someone
all
who's a higher
our
up.
fans back in Hockey Town at Little Caesars Arena.
Saucy Banana said he had him in the
Party
second round.
to make our first selection.
Yeah, that is a little low.
Four-time Stanley Cup champion,
Still.
7-time Norris Trophy winner, Hockey Hall of Famer,
Mickey Lindstrom for you.
Vice President of Hockey Operations, Nick Lindstrom.
There you go. I didn't know he was the vice president of Hockey Hawks. Pretty cool.
With the 15th overall pick, the Detroit Red Wings are proud to present Pomora of Hockey Allsvenskan. Michael Brandt.
Yeah, makes sense.
Such an Eiserman pick.
He'll play in the NHL this year.
That's why it's such an Eiserman
This
pick.
year or next year, he could be in their bottom six this year. He likely turns out as a second line winger.
Yeah.
He's a safe pick. That's what that
Very
is.
safe.
Such a
Yeah.
Good buddy Steve Stolberg is also eligible for this draft.
We've been on the bench like fucking 4 drafts.
This is
Yeah.
massive for them. Great piece of
Oh,
there's
Norway.
great. Look at Peter
Yeah.
Forsberg. He was just behind him there.
We're gonna see another one of those.
As a player from Norway, gone that high?
Yes.
No idea. We're gonna see another Norwegian player drafted tonight. Where did the? Yeah, which I think that's him. We just hugged right there.
Probably.
I think he just hugged Silver.
Well, Eiserman's always looking for those depth players too. He sees that trajectory of programs they go through. He knows the molds of these players in different areas. So to see one from this type of country, it's not only incredible, but you know he's done all of his homework.
For sure. And keep in mind, they've always had that pipeline, Sweden specifically, so why not Norway, right? And for the Detroit Red Wings, they have some really good young players in their group, be it Mo Seider, be it Lucas Raymond in pot this year. They also have Simon Edmondson on defense down in Grand Rapids, who should be up with the wings.
Wow.
I like the selection.
I'm still reeling from that Luchanko pick.
I just
When he did.
Absolutely not.
I'm
the one I
not
expected.
even saying anything because truly there's nothing to say right now.
Yeah, it's like
You don't know a ton about him. Like you obviously have the general idea, like from what the scouts are saying in the tape, but there's only so much you can say until you actually see a guy in person. And that's how I felt about a lot of the like the later round picks that they made in 23. It's like, especially 𝐷𝐿𝐷, right?
Yeah.
For 𝐷𝐿𝐷, however you say his name. That's a guy who, like, when they picked him up, it was okay. He usually went a little bit higher in certain mocks, and then he fell to the 4th round. We were like, okay, I mean, that's a good pick. And then you see him in person, you're like, that's could be a really good pick because his shot, you know, he's pretty electric when it comes to shooting the puck on it.
Yeah.
He's a pretty impressive guy.
Sure.
I'm not saying it's
The
gonna,
star of the draft. He joins us now here.
I'm not saying it's gonna turn out to be like, you know, this insane player or anything, but like there's something to be said about seeing a guy in person and like actually, you know, just like kind of experiencing his game in real time.
What does
up
it mean to you
close.
to be in the league? What's the overriding emotion right now going through your body?
It's just joy and excitement for the most part. I'm so happy to be drafted by such a great organization. Couldn't be more excited.
It's funny because right now, and someone kind of mentioned this point in the chat. I don't know if this is exactly what they mentioned, but what I thought of from what he said. If the offer for the 4th round pick was 3 firsts,
Yeah.
right?
From a bunch of people.
Fourth overall pick?
Yeah, fourth overall, which you could have gotten Demidov. Are we gonna walk away from tonight and say, oh, you could have gotten Ivan Demidov for 𝐷𝐿𝐷,
Yeah.
Linus Eriksson, and next year's Colorado first? In which case,
Maybe.
I'm a lot more disappointed about
Yeah,
not
exactly.
pulling the trigger on that. I'm saying if we walk out, there's a good chance we could walk out of tonight saying ourselves, it could have taken us. I'm good. All it could have cost us was Luchanko, Venus Eriksson, and next year's Colorado first for Ivan Demidov. In which case, I'm a lot more disappointed in us not pulling that trigger.
As you look forward, what's the one thing that, from your own perspective, you can add to your game?
I mean, it's obviously situational. Hindsight's always
I just
2020.
feel
But
like,
like,
just keep
I don't
learning,
know. I mean,
keep, like learning from all these.
you also don't know like
experiences
if
that
there's
I
more in
know
that
me.
deal. I mean,
Joe Thornton being one of them.
for all we know, that deal didn't even nothing happened in the first place. So,
I feel like
I
if I
mean,
just keep
I'm
learning,
sure Danny,
keep
you know,
taking the advice,
did his due diligence
adding
with
pieces to my game, I feel
whatever
like
the price
all
tag
that will
was.
combine and help a lot.
And what's your plan
Ultimately,
this
I
summer
mean,
specifically to
now
trade
that I
for
look back, like the signs
Yeah,
were kind
I
of
mean,
there
I still
throughout his
don't have a
press
plan for
conference
next year.
because you mentioned multiple times they want to get more
I can't
diverse with
Yeah.
speed.
I've heard that.
Size.
I've heard they wanted to get better in that area.
Yeah.
Play
Good
into
answer, but I don't have
moving the puck up
Either
quick with the
way,
defense
I'm looking
and
to get
Yeah.
back
So
to
if
the
you
game.
have a quick skater with Luchanko, and he turns out to be, you have to keep in mind he's also 17, so he's one of his own guys.
True. It's a good
So he
point.
still has room to
Very good
grow
point.
and develop physically.
Him being one of the youngest players is a big plus in history.
Yeah, for sure. And if he's already quick, then he's only going to get quicker. Right?
What do you think?
See, I see you already.
We still got 700 viewers, or we have a fall off after that pick. All right. Figured it would fall off a bit.
Love to hit 1K.
Way to go, guys. Way to go. Sticking in here.
Oh, yeah.
Exciting stuff can still happen. I still think they can trade up.
720 people stuck around all the Chris Summer. Crazy.
I haven't eaten all that.
They will pick next here at Spear. There's Backlund's new organization. Looks like Doug Armstrong and the Blues will head to the podium and make their.
Let's see who else on my list here. Cole Eiserman's up there.
Who do we think St. Louis takes?
Keep adding to it.
They really like the
Who's the
US.
player on the board that has caught their
program guys.
The pick is in.
I wouldn't be shocked if they go Igor Chernyshov
Really?
or Green Tree.
St. Louis Blues are pleased to select defenseman.
Oh, there you go.
You're a check. Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
All right, so remaining top players that were available on my Eiserman, Green Tree,
Fucking Peter Forsberg.
Page, Chernyshov.
He was actually injured during the World Juniors.
I didn't see that.
Does Colorado have a pick in this year's draft? They do, right?
Level
Maybe he's gonna announce it.
Didn't quite get enough viewing of him, but he's consistently in those good positions.
Yeah, Colorado has
Really allows
it's
him to keep
I think
up
it's somewhere in the
with
twenties,
opponents, making great puck management.
I can pull up real quick. It should be in my Twitter feed.
It is
So you're not
24.
worried when you're watching him. Calm comfort. He's moving the puck up the ice.
It's gonna be a
He's gonna
huge
that type of role player.
upside pick here.
Yeah.
If he wasn't injured this year, he easily could have gone top 10 easily.
Top 7.
Potentially. I would be a little surprised, but like good for sure.
Yeah.
He was being talked about in that conversation prior to his injury.
And he made that great shot there. He made that
What's the chat
transition
saying?
look somewhat effortless, quite frankly. So that's what really impresses me about him. But we've got a lot of high-end offensive defensive. Not saying he doesn't have skill, but Meg, to your point, these are very steady. Yeah.
Oh, someone said the Chris Sanchez thing. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, that's
Chris
wild.
Sanchez threw a shutout for the Phils.
8-game shutout. That's some impressive stuff right there.
Good frame. We saw some of the physical hit.
I'm not talking about you know. I guess he didn't want to go back to Walker.
Yeah, probably not.
Who is the selection of the St. Louis Blues. Mom, what an emotional night for these parents.
Yeah, I'm not shitting on Luchanko as a player. I'm slightly questioning not moving down more to
Yeah.
take him.
Yeah.
But
Because I think most people know that he probably could have been
Yeah.
still there.
Yep, exactly.
They must have just not been confident or something.
Yeah.
Then he had something cooking.
I also personally don't understand what you did see in.
I don't think it's what they didn't see it. I think it's they wanted the center one. But then again, to your point, it's like he was right behind there.
So
yeah,
talking about players available at 32, nondescript. Sam O'Reilly is an interesting one. He's another center. I like going for more centers now if you're taking Luchanko. The worst case scenario, they play wing. Linus Eriksson, high IQ center as well. Dean Latorno would be sick if he's still available. That would be sick. Latorno, or however you want to pronounce it, could very easily be a better player than Buchanan. There's some good options there. You might be able to get some of the late falling defensemen, though I feel like you could grab Hudson or Kitty Hardew in the second round. Definitely Hudson, Kitty Hardew you can get in the second round, but probably more early second round. So I feel like you probably don't need to go with one of them there. That would be more of a tomorrow thing.
I think so. I had in the mock draft pick for Washington, and I had them taking Yzerman. I said that Yzerman would be the steal, or probably the steal of the draft at this point.
So do we go defenseman at 32?
So let this ball finish.
I'm sorry. I said, do we go defenseman? We say it a lot.
I think they pick at 32 at this point. I don't know how you can take
Once they move up to
Zenko.
like 27-ish range.
Maybe even more than that, because you have to remember they have all these trade chips that they haven't even moved yet. And there's going to be more value here in the first round, I think, than there is in the second round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it makes more sense that they would use one of those chips to trade up now or anywhere in the next probably 10 picks or so.
The EQE SUV.
So, I don't know. But yeah, I had Yzerman falling to Washington, and I think they steal him at 17, honestly.
Chicago with this pick here is an interesting one.
Yeah, Chicago.
I feel like Farabee could be an interesting, because Farabee they want to get he's still young, right?
Yeah.
He adds talent to your team with Bedard.
Can play first line.
Yeah, I could see Chicago
Fits their timeline too now and in the future.
Exactly. Vegas, I don't know if they have the cap space to trade that pick.
Caps could do it too.
Caps could do it.
Money.
And hey, they acquired Mangiapane. They showed they're willing to make the move to continue being a contender. They did take Ryan Leonard last year, so
On the clock, 17th overall pick.
if the Flyers walk away with Greentree in these next couple picks through a trade, I'd be pretty happy.
Job he did for the Caps. He could have been coach of the year. Just what a bright young hockey mind the Capitals have in him. But just an interesting part of their franchise history. They're aging. Alex Ovechkin is going for an iconic record. You have to manage that. So let's see what the Washington Capitals decide to do with this 17th selection.
It's going to be Yzerman.
With the 17th selection, Washington picks
There we go.
Oh,
Derek Parrish.
Oh,
He's stocked. He thought he was going to go later.
Dude,
He started the year off in the CHL like one of the highest point production players.
I really thought it would have been Yzerman just because, from the standpoint of that they need more offense and they're trying to compete as long as Ovechkin's there. Yzerman, a pure goal scorer, would make the most sense. But I don't know.
View that as where they are in their window. They're trying to get offense points.
I think they're trying to get as many high upside guys as they can, so that, and even if they are longer projects, so that when Ovechkin's gone, they can transition right back into contention.
The guys that help Ovechkin are going to be free agents.
No, but I just mean that Yzerman's not too far away. He's
I think Yzerman is far away. His details are rough. At least that's what GMs believe.
It's what, 2 years?
Probably 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ovechkin's going to be in Bora Bora on a beach at that point.
True.
Wow,
Very true.
that's a good one. That's good.
I think a lot more teams are lower on Yzerman than people realize.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Chicago does here, though, with Yzerman on the board.
Yeah.
That's a tempting. Chicago fan base would be a
I mean,
good
could you
draw.
seriously imagine the honor of hard Cole Yzerman and Liftonov is the 𝐏𝐄𝐑 of that franchise?
Got a lot of goals
There's
scoring
going to be
there.
more too. With,
Oliver Moore,
yeah, Oliver Moore.
Pavel Minchikov, or no, not Minchikov.
Who did you just say?
The other one.
Who did you just say?
And
Yzerman.
Is that not fucking 𝐾𝐄𝐑 all over again?
I mean, yeah, if all of them are goal scorers.
based off of
Well,
the trades that they made.
I know, but I'm saying the offensive.
So Connor Bedard's going to be a goal scorer. Because he's Connor
Eiserman's a goal
Bedard.
scorer.
And Eiserman is a goal scorer. So I'd say they're both going to be goal scorers.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, so
Taves was on post.
that's what, and I wouldn't even say that Kane was like that.
Bedard could even be the Kane. Like, you know what
Yeah, my point was that the difference of that three.
I do think Bedard will be better than Kane.
Yeah.
But it's tough. I mean, Kane's up there with some of the best.
I don't think Bedard will be Kane.
Really?
Bedard is like, have you seen his physical stature?
I don't know.
Dude's at his physical prime now at 18 years old.
Yeah, but I think he's still got a legit shot. I think he's got a legit shot.
I think he'll be close to Kane. I don't think he'll be better.
I mean, where would you say Kane is? Like, you say he's top 20 all time. Top 15 all time. I think
You could argue Jack.
If
He's the best American one player.
all right, well, if we meet in the middle and say that Kane is top 15 of all time, I would say Bedard has a legit shot at being top 10.
I don't think Bedard. Yeah, he's got a chance. I don't think Bedard will be better than Kane.
Okay.
Is my theory on it.
Yeah, no.
They cannot miss on draft picks, right? Like they need to hit on these.
I also don't think Levshon is ever as good as Duncan Keith.
Yeah.
It's Korchinski. That's the one I forgot.
Yeah,
It's hard to
It's hard to be
So the
top champ
Blackhawks
and North
once again on the clock.
and the gold medalist and then like
Their first pick tonight.
See what I mean now?
Overall pick.
Yeah.
Not a big time defenseman.
Exactly.
A number of ways.
It's almost like they had that shit on cue.
We mentioned 𝐊𝐈𝐿 is still on the board. Their record-breaking scoring winger.
They do look very happy about
US
it.
program. Blackhawks just
Yeah, they
sitting
do.
at their table, no real movement. Maybe this is a planned kind of timeout to do some other things here in the sphere.
I don't know. Let's see Flyers here.
Mike Donahue, the
If you're
director of
right.
amateur
Trading up
scouting,
Verizon.
On the left, yep.
they have built such a good pool of prospects. They're actually having a huge wave of first-year pros to their AHL team in Rockford this year, and that's why Kyle Davidson says we can make that next step because these guys are all maturing into the timeline to grow around Connor Bedard.
Got this pick at the 50th from the Islanders in exchange of 20th, 54th, and 61st. So again, they wanted to move up a little bit, just a couple spots.
Yeah, moving up is an interesting point. They really might want to Eiserman.
They might.
John, I'm here with Tarek, who they dubbed the super rookie up in Prince George. You led all CHL rookies in scoring, but 12 months ago, Tarek, did you believe that you would be here being drafted to the Capitals?
No, I honestly, this is such an unbelievable moment.
Didn't expect a guy with that name to speak such good
The
English.
greatest
Not gonna
12
ll
months of my life, and I never
Yeah.
would have really expected any
Parasite.
of that back then, and I'm just so honored to be here.
Love
Yeah.
watching the Capitals. Are
I
honored
mean,
to have you. You're
Parasite,
gonna play alongside
Parasite,
Alex
either way.
Ovechkin, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Leah. A little bit of movement at the Blackhawks.
Yeah, he plays in the CHL.
Still.
Prince George, I believe. Cougars.
movement at the
Yeah,
Hawkman.
yeah. So they were just kind of waiting to get the cue from the in-house people here, the Sphere and the NHL. So Kyle Davidson head to the podium and make their second selection of the evening.
What if Eiserman
Will
falls?
be the latest building block in
I
this.
mean, if
He did well.
Eiserman falls past here, I'd be shocked.
I wouldn't.
First round pick.
I think he go. I think he go 20 seconds, realistically.
I'm at Chicago.
Blackhawks for Brad Select, and then Skegan Lunderback,
Nope.
Lumberjack, Sasha Boisvert.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
that's a weird pick to move up for.
It's Canadian.
It
Not gonna lie.
It's his second
Yeah.
season in the
I mean, I guess I'm just really
USHL. Thank you.
evaluating what the GMs are seeing or not seeing.
They do not like.
No, I know. Kid's got a fucking radioactive in his fucking forehead. Oh my God.
What if Eiserman is the better coach?
In what way?
I guess.
Demands trade, you mean?
No, in the sense of like just not
Like saying I don't want to go here.
kind of like a personality, I guess.
I was more so kidding, but
I mean, but
No, but there might actually be something to that.
Yeah. See right there, committed to play there.
Because you don't just you don't go defensive for top 5.
Yeah.
Go below 18.
My theory with his defensive woes is less of actually a skill or a skill issue defensively and more of a throws in the same league he dominated last year. He put up more than a goal per game in that league. I just think he doesn't I just don't think he's motivated enough to try defensively, which fairly is a legitimate concern. You want to see that motivation, but I don't think it's a skill issue and more of a motivation issue, which for me is not as troublesome as some GMs here are treating it to be.
We often talk about Canadian Junior, which I'm a product of course. USHL is right there. USHL. It's
American hockey's on the rise.
It's on the rise. It's
The USHL has a lot of interesting players this year.
Yeah. A lot of players that have gone there. So the talent pool in the USHL is higher.
I think I'm more excited for tomorrow's day than today now.
I think there's going to be more. I mean, well, obviously there's going to be much more activity with the trades, and I think like even though the player value itself may not be as like high, there's definitely going to be more movement. I just think right now there's,
I'm not mad picking 𝐿𝐔𝐑. Seems like he can help on power play and penalty kill. A lot of speed and amazing passing. He's 17, he can develop into amazing talent. Keeping some faith in Demidov. Yeah, I think so too. Really, my big concern is just, hey, could they have traded down 5 more spots and gotten him? And maybe they didn't. Maybe no one wanted to make that price. Maybe that's why they only went down 1 spot.
Maybe.
But
if Vegas gets Yzerman, I know I'm saying it every week.
What? Yeah, that'd be great. Just for a refill here.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I can see Igor Chernyshov going here.
I mean, yeah, that's
he's a very Vegas pick. Yeah. It's just very Vegas pick. Even in the sense of Igor Chernyshov, he's playing the KHL right now. He's a very good power forward. If you want to call it, you can have it. He's a very good power forward, goal scoring power forward. Even from the sense of he could be a sort of David Enstrom level, like you could trade him.
Yeah.
Like that's why I see Vegas liking him. He's also 2A, which really fits Vegas's game of defense heavy. I can see Chernyshov here. Green Tree I could also see.
North Dakota's 22nd first round pick.
My question, honestly, at this point is if Yzerman's falling this far, how far does Trevor Connor fall?
First round pick.
Because it's kind of like it's not the same situation, but it's the same like.
True. I think the team that takes Connolly is
someone responded to me and said you post one clip but it doesn't even end up in a goal. It wasn't highlighting the goal.
Yeah.
It's highlighting the play to this transition.
Yeah. If he makes an excellent play, it's not his fault if the team didn't put him in that.
Right, exactly.
They're in on everything. They're aggressive. They don't mind mortgaging all of this future to try to win again very soon. And I did see Celebrity Pat Brisson, Brendan's.
I wouldn't be shocked if Vegas goes with Solberg here.
Yeah, I can see that because they're definitely built by the defense too.
Physical defensive player, defensive defenseman.
Yeah.
Probably a year away from the NHL. Like he could be pretty close. And should have really good value from a trading perspective, which is what Vegas really likes.
Yeah.
David Enstrom 2.0, except way more physical.
Yeah.
I think they go defenseman here. I think they go for a safer guy who's closer to the NHL.
It's the earliest day of picks since 2019, but they took Peyton Krebs. There's 4 picks in this draft, tied for their QS.
He liked our tweet once, and then I'm
one
like,
pick to the
who's
first
that?
5 rounds of the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Guys,
Like something on Heritage
They're
once,
gonna
and
make
then I'm like,
You could see them maybe trading down to get some more stuff down the line and give themselves something to do tomorrow. But looks like they might make a decision. Of course, there's Trevor Connolly is still out there. We mentioned Cole Yzerman is still out there. I'll tell you what, though. Dinner last night with Logan Thompson going to the Vegas Golden Knights. We had a great chat about their team and kind of where they are. Even being a member of the team, he's an all-star. He doesn't have a sense of where they're going.
I still can't believe it.
They know that they're in on everything.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I would have put such like I probably predicted 15, 18 other players to go before
If
him.
I didn't like really, I had him at I think at 21 in the mock draft. 21 22.
I ranked him on my list 25th. Now he's a center, so maybe I bump him up there a little bit. And that's why I said the 18 20. And that's including like celebrity though.
Wow. I'm not going to say who they took, but
select from Tri-Cities of the USA.
Connolly.
Wow. The upside's there.
It
I
is.
mean, you know.
That's not a very Vegas pick. I mean, he's not close to NHL ready. He is high upside.
This is a fantastic pick. I mean, take off the off-ice issues. On ice, Connolly is an absolute stud. And I know some
You don't
people
know about
are
those?
scared.
He's just
Really
yeah,
dynamic.
that kid. Yeah.
Justified.
Yeah. Yes.
Could not
I would say
watch it when he had the puck on his stick. He was dictating the style
He also
of play.
blew the USA gold in the tournament. I forget what it was exactly. He had a goal, but then like the goal that then from the other team was like he like failed a pass or something like that. Like it was entirely on him, which is it was like the cherry on top. Like on the most public stage, blew it.
Yep. That's awful.
Instant offense.
Islanders. Do you think Islanders could take Eiserman?
No.
I don't think so either.
Because the Blue
Yeah, Solberg. I think Solberg's the clear choice.
Yeah, I also don't see that happening. Who's the guy who's like the most
This guy is the type of player where every time
two-way player, 200-foot game, probably like
Baldwin.
6 foot, but not too big or too tall.
Cole Baldwin,
Okay.
center. Could be him. Igor Turnashov's also power forward, two-way.
That's who they're taking.
Igor
Turnashov.
I just like Solberg because he's like violent, physical defenseman. Like that just screams Blue Emerald, in my opinion. Who else? I mean, Dimitri, smart, but he's got skating issues. I don't know how Blue Emerald feels about that.
Yeah.
That was one big one.
Good job, tag Demidov.
Also,
This is a steal. People don't even know what they're going to see in 2
Yeah, what are
years
your
in
teammates?
Vegas.
Yeah. So
This guy is going to dictate the pace, play with a lot of
Sure.
excitement, and really make a huge splash in Vegas. I would be remiss not to mention it happens.
I feel like he would like into the rivalry and like be like, yeah, we're friends, but like I hope to God I like shit on him every time I play him.
yeah.
I feel like he would lean into that.
But it's just something that we should mention on this broadcast.
Yeah.
Any hockey trades or super flyers, maybe?
Being a black person.
Like not for a draft pick.
Something that I can understand
Yeah.
firsthand.
At this point, I don't know if there's anything that happens tonight.
Goes through different things.
Yeah.
If we're talking just in general, then I mean,
I think there's an opportunity for him to
I
learn
think
it.
there's the opportunity that tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think there's going to be a lot of activity with everybody. Not just the Flyers. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Nate just gets traded tomorrow. If Askarov from Nashville gets traded now that they're apparently signing Saros to 8-year Whopper.
Yeah.
I think.
In the first round, you really want
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Flyers are probably going to move Farabee and Malton. Malton, I think they won't be as trigger happy as with Farabee,
great skater.
but I could definitely see both those guys not on the team on opening night.
Yeah.
You know, Trevor has a ton of talent, but some teams were scared
Maybe,
away from him because there have been problematic
A move
issues
for a
in his
defenseman. I know we've
past.
talked about that for a
What
while,
do you think
but
organization that makes you feel
I don't know if
comfortable
they're
using a
draft
first-round
moves at
pick
this
to
point.
select him?
I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see.
Unless that like I said, I feel like all the guys in the like, mid-20 range, I feel like are pretty safe prospects. Like not a particularly high ceiling, but not a low floor either. I wouldn't want the Flyers to be moving up for that. Letourneau would be the one,
He said to you,
right? Like he's got high upside, like
When we interview players, Leah, we don't
extremely high upside in
players
the
to
Yeah.
share what went on in those interviews, otherwise they're not very genuine, right? So, as I said, we.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Islanders go with Letourneau, actually.
Again here this week in Las Vegas.
Oh yes, no, that's it. That's it. That's the pick. That is
Thank you.
the most Lou Lamoriello pick right there
Yeah.
So again,
for them to go with.
here's some players, but at the end of the time, player falls to be.
100%.
And my best available is strictly analytical on ice performance, and I did have him above full Ackerman, one position. So he's that dynamic in terms of that data driven detail. So this puck here, he travels the whole ice.
Yeah, Connolly has legit skill.
He's able to score. He has great skating ability, and you can see how long he actually.
First line upside.
𝐅𝐿𝐄 has been in our first round since November. However, it took longer for the consensus to figure him out. One of the smartest players in this class, one of the better skaters, and one of the hardest workers. There's a lot to like here. Quite young for the class, like I said, and was a standout at the NHL Combine. Wasn't he the one who was like, wasn't it 𝐅𝐿𝐄 who was like #1 in the fitness testing?
Yeah, like something like a lot of the combine tests, he was like top of the line or number, which tracks. He's one of the fastest skaters there. There was also a lot of talks about him being like almost the Tom Willander of this year's draft, where like a lot of teams loved his interview and just loved how he just spoke. So that makes sense.
Two-way center with excellent vision. Processes the game at a high speed and makes his line makes better. Didn't have much to play with this year, but the better supporter cast will have his offensive numbers. He needs to work on his shot and finishing ability, but his passing skills are high end. Any coach would want a guy like that on the team. That's from Jerome Berube.
I mean, we talked about the biggest Golden Knights mortgage
A little
in
bit
their
of scouting
future.
report on
Noah
that.
Dobson and Oliver Wahlstrom are the only other Lou Lamoriello first-round picks on that team besides both of them that you mentioned. It's interesting for this pick with the Blackhawks too because they got an extra second rounder in it. A lot of people think they're going to use it for a trade. So we'll see what
At the various
Traditional
bodies
Belgian.
back on Long Island. Thank you again. Accompanying me here is our Director of Scouting, Trent Klatt. And to make our pick, our captain, Anders Lee.
Anders Lee. They have a lot of guests making picks today.
They do.
Like more than usual.
New York is Vegas 2-1.
Select pool.
USHL picks.
Yeah, I just feel like now there's not as many like high upside guys left.
And he's just too tough to pass up at this point.
I don't know.
Not many.
Physical.
Liam Greentree.
Islanders hockey is boring.
I will say Greentree has fallen much further than I thought.
I thought he'd go in the 15 to 22 range. I figured he'd be like viewed as like a Branson Nygaard replacement.
Yeah.
So like I'm a little surprised.
Campbell.
Yeah. I kind of thought that like Nygaard going sooner would mean that so would Greentree. But I guess not.
All right.
Can't get down these 5 waters now.
Let's go.
Gotta keep the cough at bay.
Let's go.
You want offensive players? You need to score goals.
You need the
That's
pop.
not a lie.
You need the pop.
Yeah. I talked to some people, exactly. I talked to some people, you don't know, but what don't you know? Look at that record goal scoring guy. This guy has that natural goal scoring and shooting ability, finish rates that you talked about. And boy, is that what the New York Islanders need, or am I wrong?
No more 1-0 games.
No more
We
1-0
need some
games.
4-1s.
You got great goalies.
Who's,
Varlamov. Go make
Who's like now at 21?
And I love
That was the pick that got traded, right? Oh yeah, Montreal. Yeah.
That was the Kings.
Yep. That was the trade they made earlier.
So I think it's on his way to Boston University. Yeah. So
And he can get to the slot. When you're looking at this highlight reel, you can see just a natural goal scorer.
Who doesn't
He's
have
able
a
to carry
first?
the puck.
Pittsburgh.
He finds that
Yeah,
space.
Pittsburgh doesn't
He's
have
very comfortable. One shot, top of the net. And on the power play too.
There's 16
He
to the
looked at it really nicely, being
Yeah.
able to get that
So,
one
I
timer,
think
get
it's
that quick
6
shot
to the
off, find the back of the net with ease. And I felt like the best celebration. I think it was like an 8-1 game. He still did a full celly. So I don't want to say typical American Bucci, but he's got the pizzazz.
if Celebrini does decide to go to San Jose and turn pro, this is their in-house replacement right here. That'd be huge. Or maybe he'll play with them, or maybe. But I see what you're lobbying for.
I don't know. I just think it's like I just want to fall that far.
Yeah. I wonder if we tried to trade up and then try to get Greentree.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I knew Eisman would fall. I just didn't think he would fall.
Is this that as pick easier to
Also ranked second all time in
I agree.
program history.
About it's not going to be the price tag isn't going to be as crazy.
Oh yeah, like Walton could do it at this point.
Yeah.
Like Walton alone could probably nab you nearly any one of these picks.
Yeah.
I mean, what we were the rumors last year where he was getting you like 22, 24, and that was in a deeper draft.
I don't think so.
His players yet to be selected
This year, or you didn't think last year that was?
I don't think this year Walton could go.
Just because he had a down year, you mean?
No, I think just because people value the pick higher. And I don't know about what Walton was getting months ago. I don't think he done much change.
Fair. I was just comparing. He looks so weird in the Islanders jersey.
Well, what jersey do you think he'd be wearing?
Not that one.
But this is
Good word voice.
I heard your walk-up song. Riley Green Rounds here. Got a connection. What is it?
Just, you know, I rose the military.
Łuchenko said he models his game off of Travis Sennecke.
Super
Sick.
grateful for them. And,
Cool. There's your TK replacement.
Yeah, shout them out. So.
Diane, your son is now drafted into the NHL. What was that moment for you?
Surreal, and very proud, very proud.
And Bill, your son has a lot of passion. He's known for it. So when he was a kid, did he used to throw temper tantrums, or what do you remember?
Wyatt said he thinks Łuchenko
Actually, he's gotten a
is
lot
better than him.
That, yeah, you guys must be so proud.
Yeah, I mean, it's an upside pick.
What an
For sure.
organization you're
I could see that. I just think that there's like, I think Łuchenko has like 10% chance or less, like even me being generous, of being a first line center. And I think Helenius has like a 40%. But yeah, Helenius would be a shock if he really ever scores more than 75.
Yeah.
Unless he's got like someone like 𝐏𝐿𝐷 like carrying him, whereas Łuchenko in his perfect world could be a better player than that.
Yeah.
But like, I still don't know that I think. I still don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't love it.
I mean, it's all up in the air.
Because of whose agent is Milstein, because of the word that
Curious what other people are saying about.
should not be issued
Someone's
to
talking
get
with the Flyers
to
too.
the NHL whenever he's ready.
As I said, the key to everything is what the Flyers have done. What the Flyers have done with Fedotov and 𝐼𝐀𝐄𝐑, it's kind of opened up everything now as far as potential for Russian players, not only to be drafted and teams to be unafraid of drafting them, but also to think that now there's a means in which they can accelerate getting them.
Well, there's some trust that they'll come.
Yeah.
They want to come.
That's right. That's right. Well said.
Charlie said that the
So here
worst
come the Canadians.
possible outcome for Yzerman is Oliver
For their
Wahlstrom.
second
Yeah.
21st overall.
It's funny because I was thinking for a moment. Also, wasn't Keeper Bello? Where did Keeper Bello start?
He was around that too.
Was he drafted by the Islanders? The Islanders are about to create the third of that mold. That'd be really funny.
Sennecke from the Chicago Steel in USHL.
John
Michael
Musker?
H.
Oh, Michael H. Center, high upside center. He
That's
could
a good
first.
pick.
I was hoping they would trade up
Bellows
again.
went first round 19.
What?
Bellows went first round 19. Yeah.
To the Islanders. So the Islanders really, all of the comps that the GMs that didn't like Yzerman were making were Yzerman or Bellows and Wahlstrom. And they,
So what I'm hearing is he's destined to be an Islander, basically.
The Bellows sucks.
I thought they would have learned their lesson, but yeah, Michael, he's good. He is legitimate first line upside. Canadians are walked away from this draft with a huge influx of talent.
Yeah, Demidov and Hayes. Sick.
No defenseman though. I mean, I respect the going for best player available. I had Hage above that. I think I had 18. Maybe higher than that.
Dude, he is emotional.
Closer to home. He said, "No, I want to stick it out with my team," and then had an unbelievable year. So characters off the charts here.
I had him at 16. One spot below Salai. Yeah. Hage is sick.
Dynamic players to this
He's a
organization.
center too.
Owen tweeted, "Who the fuck is 𝐿𝐂𝐂𝐂𝐿?"
Yeah, I saw that.
He's a playoff pick next season.
Shout out.
He's a real extraordinary young man, interesting player with an interesting Canadian connection, Leah.
That he does. His favorite team growing up was the Montreal
Oh, he's
Canadiens, and that's because of his dad. His dad's favorite player was Maurice Richard, and Michael grew up wearing number 9. He had to change it when he went to the Chicago Steel to number 19 because of that Tilly. But this will be a dream come true for Michael as he goes to
His name was Maria.
favorite team.
Long arms. Long arms and
I'll tell you later.
another one
No, I
of
think I know who it is.
those
No.
And again, as mentioned, I don't want to be unbeaten.
Not to Pittsburgh, to
Yeah.
yeah.
USA job. Here we go.
Michigan is also a factory.
They're not referring to coming back to Pittsburgh. They're referring to coming back to
Oh, they're not doing
where I work.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't know about John. We'll talk about it after. Surprising text to receive.
Zachenko has cousins in Canada.
24 drafts.
Where's Kenneth Square?
Predators on the
Oh,
clock on
hey, I grew up an hour outside Philly, guys.
Okay.
I don't claim to be from Philly.
I was gonna
say. I don't claim it. My dad now lives right outside Philly, like literally right outside Philly, but not anymore do I claim. I still wouldn't claim to be from Philly.
He's losing his mind.
Thanks for swinging by. Listen to me.
Oh, man.
Maybe some
Buddy's at a wedding right now, or a wedding event right now.
I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest around, and
Yeah, right.
Probably is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this girl.
Danny is not dealing. Hello, it's over department. I'd like to file a claim. Peter Griffin.
It's Schwab.
Well, those of you who aren't a fan of the Jet Luchanko pick, go check out 𝐿𝐿𝐄𝐄𝐑 speed. Pulling out some pretty funny stuff right now.
Yeah, it is.
Get inside Groovy Drive for $1. Live free, eat sign. Upset stomach? 𝐼𝐵UROGAST. Indigestion? 𝐼𝐵UROGAST. Bloating? 𝐼𝐵UROGAST.
Who the fuck is Luchas Juices?
𝐼𝐵UROGAST is a free 6 to 12 symptoms to help you feel better.
It's like the 8 exclamation points.
All in nature.
That's
𝐼𝐵UROGAST.
so out of the blue.
Nothing chill her hot, sweaty line.
Oh man.
Unless.
I think there's a very good chance I walk away from this draft liking who they take second more than they took with 13.
Yeah.
Chicken.
Like if they get Green Tree, Letourneau, like either of them, I'd be much.
I want Letourneau or 𝐾𝐈𝐿. The wait is over.
I don't think 𝐏𝐈𝐿. I mean, 𝐏𝐈𝐿, like I think you have a better case for taking him in the second round.
Maybe.
Which maybe Columbus gives them some insight. But I mean, you could take him with 32. If you stick at 32, I think he's a great option. Yeah. I also really like Stiga at 32.
Yeah.
Bray, Alphonse Bray, if he's still there at 32, would be sick.
Yeah.
Bray could legitimately be your third best defenseman, with potential to be your number 2.
Yeah.
He's got some good upside.
I just still, it's so funny how so many people shit on this pick, like not realizing that they aren't using the draft for this rebuild in the way that like all the high end guys that are going to get are mostly going to be traded and all that.
I mean, I don't know if I agree
but it's pretty obvious they're going that way.
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily.
I mean, everything they've done is basically.
I do think you're right though, in the sense that like the people that are saying this are also like. I can almost guarantee.
Owen said, "Owen, come back in. Get back in here."
I can almost guarantee that the people that are saying this, like 90% of them, have probably never watched a second of Jet Luchanko.
Right, very fair. Right.
So
again, and I have watched it. To be
I have always
my criticism of the pick is not him as a player. It's I don't get why you would have taken him there unless they had serious insight that someone wanted to take him shortly below that. But like,
yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
Players defenseman. That's the most since 2013. Defenseman run. 4 straight defensemen drafted for the first time since 2018. The record, you ask, most defensemen in a round, it's 14.
It will be curious to see speed test between
as the Nashville Predators are very trot.
Tuomala, Luchanko,
You guys.
and Owen McLaughlin. And not that Tuomala will be at the dev camp, but I know a lot of times we see those guys.
He might be a dev camp.
Would he be? Would he be eligible?
Could be. I mean, it's not really an eligibility.
It's just if they want to go, they can.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I mean, he will be.
there's certain guys that they just don't invite, but nice.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't think McLaughlin will really be pushing for that speed competition, but comparing him to Tuomala, they're interesting. What's this buddy doing over here?
He's doing
He's Phillies.
So the pick is in for the Nashville Predators.
I can see the Torno going to the Preds, which I think is actually what Ian Mock did. It's a fitting Green Tree.
Shout out to the great fans in that in Smashville watching today. Secondary, we have a retiring scout in Glenn Sanders, and I want to thank him for his 20 years of dedication and loyalty. One of the best scouts you'll ever meet.
Look at Raven walking outside of the camera. Not like she was going to be tall enough to make it anyways.
No, probably not. Just the respect level.
Real class act here.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Oh, fucking beautiful.
Nashville Predators select from Yaroslav Lokomotiv, Yegor
Yeah.
Stern.
Oh, sure. Oh, I thought for once we were going to say Chernishaw, but no, it's a deep ball here for us.
What's that?
Is someone going to fall for us?
What do you mean?
Maybe. Like, you guys keep saying like 3-4 guys, and he keeps fucking balling. Okay, let me read like surefire guys.
Yeah, maybe.
That will go in the first round.
Like, and then say they move up at like 27.
Yeah. Okay. Let me read some surefire guys that I think will go. Chernishaw.
You mean before 32? Right?
Before 32. Yeah.
Yeah. They you think go before?
Yeah. Stolberg.
That's 7.
Balduan.
Balduan.
Let's get the 1K, boys.
Those are the 3 I think are guaranteed gone. Balduan, Chernishaw, and Solberg. I think there's a good chance that we see Emil Hemming gone by then. I think there's a good chance we see Alphonse Frey. There's a good chance we see Dean Letourneau.
I think you're wrong about Frey because I haven't seen him. I'm not saying mock drafts are like the end all be all, but I haven't seen like I think you're high on him, but I don't know how many other people are because I haven't seen anything on him.
I think he's a pretty polarizing prospect.
Okay.
Whereas like some teams have him in the second round, and some think he's like top 20 caliber.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that you're gonna see one of those teams that go for that on him, like unexpected, like Jet Luchanko type reach. That's my thought on it.
Is he really a reach like that though? I mean,
in this point in the draft, it's not like
15 to 1.
Luchanko.
No,
Luchanko went. He was 13.
Right, no, but I'm saying.
I would
think
say
he's 16 to 25. I mean, let's pull up the prospects and see if we can.
But when you can go 25, like just as much as you can go 16, I'd say it's a little bit of a reach.
It's also significant when Hellenius and Eiserman are still in the book. And obviously, Eiserman went a lot later. But Hellenius is the notable thing. This drafted a very decisive top 14, and the only player to crack that decisive top 14 was Jet Luchanko.
Yeah.
The only one. Like for months, we've been talking about how they're top 14 in this draft.
Yeah.
That's been like literally forever. And Luchanko was the only one to crack that.
Yeah.
That's what's surprising. Like, yeah, he might have only moved up a couple picks, but breaking that top 14 is what's crazy. Let's see where Luchanko's average ranking has him.
I'm not playing right now.
I'm not sold on him. I'm not sold on that. Luchanko, 22 by consolidated, 34 by elite prospects, 19 Bob McKenzie, 18 Craig Button, 30 by Ferrari, 29 by Kennedy, 21 McKeans, 18 by Flo Hockey, which looks like it's the high.
No, no, he's a center.
One more. 32 by FC Hockey, 36 by Daily Faceoff, 20 in North American skaters by NHL Scouting, 14 by HPR and Malloy, 44 by Draft Prospect Hockey, 24 by Sportsnet Constantino, 12 by Sportsnet Tukala. That's the highest of anyone. Which is interesting. Actually makes you think there's some insight there. If that's less of a rank and more of a mock draft. In fact, they ranked him at 12, and that's where the Flyers were supposed to pick.
Yeah.
33 by Recruit Scouting, 29 by Dauber, 27 by Slot. So he went probably on average 10 picks higher than he was.
Yeah.
And again, considering that moved him into the top 14 category that's been untouchable all year long, it's crazy.
But if you're being honest, you can't compare style points. At least not yet. Know more about every stat, every
I don't know. I mean,
and every star. NHL Edge.
I'm just in wait and see.
Luchanko, yeah. I mean, look, you're gonna see him in a couple days anyway. So like,
The more I watch this guy,
yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, we're all gonna be fans of his.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
You may as well not say anything now. Just kind of like keep reserved, but like
the new big cash payout.
I think you should like go into it knowing that it's an upside pick and knowing that he's a young, like 17-year-old still developing, still growing physically.
Anaheim's starting up.
Really?
With the seats.
I bet that's true. Because they need size. They also, I mean, yeah, they didn't take it. They took, they took Sennecke. And then that was it, right?
Yeah, they took Sennecke. Oh man, they're fun.
Yeah.
And they didn't even need another forward.
In Las Vegas, our sources tell us we could hear the
Hence,
great
Luchas Chuchas.
Who was Luchas Chuchas?
Yeah.
They were going to make a deal.
I mean, it makes sense if Toronto trades this pick here because they need more picks, I think. Yeah. Cole Hudson's a guy that I would like.
Yeah.
If he's available in the second round.
I think he'll be available mid-second round.
Toronto trades pick number 23 in this year's draft to Anaheim in exchange for picks 31 and 58
Fucking 31.
in this year's draft.
32.
Toronto 23 to
Wow.
Anaheim for 31 and
So
What third rounder did we? Oh, they didn't give us a number.
Why don't we trade 32 and 51?
Yeah, I was gonna say I bet that's valued more.
Let's
than
trade 32 and 51 and try to get up to like 20, 25.
Yeah.
I mean, the least one player is more now, but yeah, I bet we would have had it.
Question is, who would you take right there?
For us, Latorno, Green should be my top choice. I think Green could go here. I'd be surprised. I think Anaheim needs a defenseman. I just don't see how they put another forward. Like their top six is just full. You could go Baldwin and bolster up your third pair center or your third line center.
I think the Flyers have him.
Baldwin, you think? He's very Lawton-esque, but more physical.
Baldwin, Beaudoin, however you say it.
Yeah.
Tell you what, for the Anaheim Ducks, they've got a catch up young prospects now, right? They've
It might be
positioned
Beaudoin.
themselves well.
Might be right about that.
I mean, the Americanized version.
And some of the young prospects that are still marinating, let's say, and in
They need to
development.
piece it together.
They need to.
I could see them going with like a surefire third line, third pair guy. Like someone that could play on their team like almost now. Solberg would be interesting for that. Baldwin would be interesting for that. Not that I think Baldwin could be here this year, but he's a surefire guy. Chernyshov too. Chernyshov could probably play in the NHL now. Next season as like a fourth or third line winger. You'd probably want to give him more time because he's from the KHL. Like, I don't know what his contract situation is, but he's probably not going to come over because of that.
I didn't like
But
the
like,
decision last year.
he's
not
pretty
to
safe.
Carlson as much. I thought that Carlson, we could have had more ice time, but nonetheless, maybe they learned from that and they have the opportunity to get another good selection here. So Anaheim.
Are we doing beer still?
Identifying somebody.
How are we doing?
757. Oh,
Be announced
is
now.
it that's not. There's no way that's the current number, right? Not like the peak.
That is as I'm speaking.
Wow. Shout out everyone who's hanging out with us right now. Been a blast so far.
Making our next selection is a man that has shown our organization great inspiration, has shown us also
Hunter
what
Goalie.
courage is all about. A man who shows us every day what a great positive attitude can change things. It's a man that's beaten pancreatic cancer.
Okay.
Making our selection is Sudarshan Maharaj. The Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from Norway, Dean Stolberg.
Solberg. That's. I mean, that's who I said.
So they traded off Solberg. It's good.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
Physical, violent defenseman.
Yeah.
They need physicality. They need a defenseman. Yeah, I mean that's not at all a surprise to me. He's probably a year away from NHL. He might be able to push for it this year in a bottom six role.
Just beat pancreatic
Yeah,
cancer.
that makes a lot of sense.
Bright young daughters and his wife Yvonne. Congrats to him on the odds. Great stuff, sons. Love you and happy to see you. Great spirit.
Norwegian.
See you healthy. Pancreatic cancer.
Yes,
That's a huge
both-
challenge.
Two Norwegian guys in the top 20.
He's gonna make that Ducks team tough to play against.
My
You
player
think so?
He is like men that play against him are scared. Like won't go near him on the ice because he'll like pin them down.
difficult to play.
That's like what they remember they said that stuff about Andres. He was real like reverse hit heavy.
Fair, but Andre's 5'9".
Yeah, no.
But yeah, I mean, fair.
But they're looking at him as a type of player that they need to build that
We got
core
next Colorado. I can see Colorado going for Alphonse right here.
You also need to like build the back end.
That's exactly right. You can have a simple
He's their kind of pick.
right? And I think it's if Solberg, what you're
Confidence in their guy, takes them higher than they probably need to. Analytically impressive. I think 𝐏𝐾𝐒 from last year. I could see him being a good.
He just openly said on air that Trevor Zegras is not sticking around long. That's fine.
It makes sense.
It's true, but that is funny.
Sennecke, I feel like solidifies that. Yeah. Why would you take Sennecke?
Another trade.
Oh.
Chris Johnson.
Is what you've got: Carlson, Gauthier,
please be honest.
McTavish, Troy Terry, Sennecke.
Trade market out there for him.
Yes,
That is somebody people are wondering about. Okay, it's just fine.
They might be a little bit behind. And also, that doesn't mean that they're just.
Yeah, man, you're spoiling yourself on Twitter here.
Right?
What are you doing?
Sorry.
I mean, hey, you feel free, but like,
No, I wasn't trying to. It just I
Yeah, that's what happened with Conley pick.
yeah, I'm trying to stay off of Twitter for that reason. I mean, I knew you guys had stuff to post, and
Trying to run an entire company here, but
yeah, hey, no.
But they'll develop, find a place for him. Hopefully, it's a good back end.
never said me.
I smell a
Yeah, two of you.
It was plural.
Yeah.
Come on, be the Flyers.
See.
Sean Walker.
Colorado
Fucking
trades
Utah.
pick number 24 in this year's draft to Utah.
They're going
Pick
trash.
number 38.
That's my. They're going trash.
In this year's draft.
38 and 79.
Or they could go.
Rangers second round pick in 2025, which was previously acquired by Utah. So Colorado
2 seconds and a
trades
third for
24
No.
this year's draft to Utah for 38 and 71,
Yeah.
and the Rangers.
But it's 38 to 32 is a minimal difference.
Previously acquired.
This year's draft.
Yeah. But still, it's 2 seconds and a third.
Well played, well played.
Yeah.
We've had one player from Czechia drafted, one from Finland, and 2 from Norway.
Did they go another defenseman? Wait, who did they take first? No, they took a Ginla. I think they go defenseman. Frey could make sense. I don't. Too early for him. Frey would be the top one on my board.
I'll be honest, I just right off the board. Oh wow.
There's no other defenseman. Okay, Pulkkinen.
What? Dude is losing his mind over here.
Honestly, Yessa or Jesse, I think it's probably Yessa. Yessa Pulkkinen. He's actually an overager by 1 year. He dominated this year.
Yeah.
He's 6'5", like high upside defenseman.
So Utah,
He could be who they're going.
in franchise history.
Physicality.
Dude, I cannot wait for this.
He's kind of a unicorn, to be honest. Where he's like, got a problem with that? Yeah. In that he's like a rare player type of like. Got a problem with that? He's got puck handling for a guy who's 5'9", but he's 6'5". Like that, it's crazy. And a guy who does nothing in his draft year, and then is like dominant. When was the last time you saw a D+1 go in the first round? I'm not saying he will, but he could. Someone talked about Saucy Banana from the Discord. Talked about where he was ranked. Someone ranked him high.
Goaltending's deep. Who to go with? Swayman, Dirk, Hellebuck.
Solberg's a good pickup though, Brandon. I like that one.
Yeah. Except I hate that it's.
That's up in the air. Right. That's CBD. That's CBD. And I agree with you. And again, there's no continuation of Winnipeg, Phoenix, Arizona.
I do partially like that he was a really late riser though, which makes an interesting case for like that could have been just a few moments he had in the spotlight. Yeah.
Their first goal will be scored next season, their first hat trick. So it is a brand new hockey club. It is the Utah Hockey Club. You go to Utah, you stay in Utah. Ray Ferraro. Shout out to Ray Ferraro watching the NHL draft tonight. Get involved, Farm.
Great job by Ray and Sean McDonough in our Stanley Cup final crew. What a final it turned out to be. Thank you fans for watching in record numbers. Game 7. Can't wait till the
I'm fine with Sexy Banana was saying.
24-25 is upon us.
Someone had.
It's a short break for those who make it this far.
Like, you know, who I was talking about.
Compressor off.
Oh, Polkinen, 12
okay.
in their rankings.
Yeah.
For the entire draft, which is significant.
You start scouting in the offseason. I'm going to the 𝐏𝐈𝐿. I'm doing the rounds. So.
Comes Bill Armstrong. The Chargers are always color coordinated some way. Yeah. This year it's the blue tie, the Utah color. Remember last year in Nashville, they had all the same.
Russ Cohen.
Oh, okay.
Had Polkinen 13th on his board, 10 at one point in the year. So, you know, let's see.
Utah selects from the OHL.
Valdouin.
Valdouin.
Yeah. Okay. Or Valdouin, so like.
Yeah.
So that's
that makes sense.
Safe pick, bolsters their
their
second or third line.
It's
Good two-way guy. He's kind of the opposite of Luchanko while being the same mold.
Yeah.
He's the same profile except what he lacks in skating, he brings in physicality.
Right.
I had them ranked right behind. I had Valdouin right behind Luchanko. I saw Valdouin as a lot safer, and Luchanko is a lot higher upside.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I imagine they would pan out in the same spot.
Perimeter base guys that look to shoot 3-pointers that don't exist. Hockey, good point. That's right.
Well, two of those guys I said they were sure to be gone before 32 are gone.
Yeah.
You have young players that are willing to do that. Let's see his dad.
Solberg's Norwegian, right?
Played with the Florida Panthers.
Oscar the Grouch looks like this is scared square from Discord.
Yeah.
I was wrong about Parashak falling to the second. I'll give you that. He has the upside. I'm surprised the team took a swing at him so early. I feel like they could have probably, whatever team wanted him, probably could have traded back and still gotten him.
Yeah.
It was Washington that got him.
Yep. You saw 17th, right?
He, I believe, was 17th. That sounds familiar. Chicago was 18th. That's
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
You want to look at the whiteboard in September and July and feel sweet. That's great. You want to have a big night in San Jose in February.
There's
that's
not
great.
a lot that have been
But
like
being in the league this
easy
long,
to
I can
pick.
tell you.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know we said it would be wide open, but I didn't think it'd be this
round by round. And it's
Yeah.
very different.
No,
It's
I'm
different.
sure.
Been like
Those are
damn near
playoff
every
games.
pick
Those
has
are
been like,
NHL
oh
games.
shit, like I didn't see that coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
His dad actually played
He's
for the
jacked.
Panthers too. So
Yeah.
little family connection there to Florida.
Pretty much as soon as you thought that I was like, yeah, okay, this is
Yeah.
wild.
This is
gonna be wild.
304. They have a long career in Europe.
Chernyshov is the
There
next
he
one I would
is. You get a
expect to
physical
go,
guy,
like for sure.
two-way
Will go.
player. And you're right. You're mentioning all the skill that the then Arizona Coyotes and now the Utah Hockey Club, they bring in with them.
Email Hemming, I think, has a chance to go soon.
Yeah.
Andrew Basha, Linus Eriksson. What? Yeah, Valdouin, they said it.
Yeah.
We take Emmerich.
I mean,
I don't want them to.
if he's there, maybe. I don't know.
I think I'm not a fan of this. I'm not.
I think if I'm being real, since they took Luchanko and he's more of an upside pick, I think it's more likely right now that they get a safer pick.
Interesting that they
Yeah.
took
Or even
traded
trade back.
pick, which we won't
Yeah.
see until tomorrow.
Right.
But maybe they got the guy.
And it seems like also a Boston Bruin kind of guy. So what does Don Sweeney now do? This is the pick they just got back
Oh,
in
what
the
was
Linus
that?
Ullmark trade. It was originally there.
What was that?
Moved it to the Tyler Bertuzzi trade. That's how
That's
they
wild.
got Tyler Bertuzzi, sent that pick. And then Detroit sent that pick to Ottawa for Alex DeBrincat in that trade. And now the pick is back to Boston. And the Linus
Yeah.
Ullmark
The main
trade.
thing I just have seen is from Emery offense is just really underwhelming. He's trying things, but they're just not working, which leads to my concerns about his offensive hockey sense. I think he very likely turns out as a third pair. If he hits, he's a third pair defensive
It's
defense.
amazing.
He skates well.
As I just mentioned, this is how this pick has worked its way around the league. Now back in Boston.
Dirty like a Florida Panther.
Nice. Nice.
So what will Don Sweeney and the Bruins
I'm
do?
curious to see what they do.
How about a goalie?
Hey, why not? Can we get a goalie in the first round? I'm surprised. I don't know if we get
No chance.
Yeah, like what do they? Worst possible time to suggest that.
To your point, echo your point.
Yeah, that was take right there.
I don't know.
Hey, LA is up next. What a great time to mention the goalie there. Now let's mention it. 25, Boston. Who even is LA goalie? Copley?
No. We got Corpusala.
They don't have Corpusala anymore.
Or no, that's right. Yeah, sorry.
Is it Talbot?
No, wait, Kemper. Oh, it's Kemper. That's what.
Oh, they just got. Oh, okay. Never mind. You're right. They don't. Oh, well, I mean, I meant right now.
Yeah.
I know they've been a carousel of goalies and Kemper's. Yeah. Okay. I forgot about Kemper.
We'll probably roll with Talbot, but
I would rather have Copley, to be honest.
I think last year he was brutal.
Copley.
I mean, yeah.
Let me give you this, what I was saying for years. You go back and bring your analytics this. My 900
You thought we were going to go with a logo. They should have come up with this big logo.
state logo.
Think of all the money MSG right here.
I mean, they all suck, so take your pick.
Fair, but
former Flyer.
yeah.
I can't wait for in 20 years for whatever the Utah team name is, the reverse retro, to be all white with black Utah diagonal lettering.
Yeah, right.
Such a thrilling reverse retro jersey 20 years from now. We'll probably eat it up too.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%.
I wonder if we trade with Carolina.
Why?
Health keep going to the bone.
Yeah, that would be fun. I doubt analytical PhD scientific genius Eric Olsen is going to do something like that. Just give us Marty Hayes. Great.
And had the season that he had.
He's class.
It's because of who he is as a
He's
human.
class. Heard some great people. I had a chance to meet with an all-star in Toronto and the arena. They're outstanding. I heard about him when he was at University of Maine from my gal show.
This is where I had EJ.
He's got to deal with this guy.
Mm.
The
25
deal with
lost
this guy.
So we'll see.
I think with goaltending, there's an element where
I think it gives them an option defensively. I mean, I think it makes sense, but
Is there YouTube saying there's 17 people on it? Maybe just commented? No, 17 watching on YouTube.
yeah, but the rest of it, Twitter and
Facebook.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious. Something on Twitter. So I'm only seeing the YouTube questions. At first, it's where they were all coming in. Now I'm wondering if there's a lot more coming in.
Boston Predators, very strategic, well coached, great team to back us.
I want to see what the Bees do, not only in the sixth, but also overall in the offseason.
320 in Twitter.
Yeah, I think most of
We
the
do that.
it's pretty clear that most of the stuff is going to happen tomorrow.
Right before the deadline.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember not last year, 2 years ago,
So I'm curious to see if they
when the Flyers traded for D'Angelo.
Cam
It
Neely.
was the day of round two, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He's a
Or it was
Bruin.
the morning of the
He
second
could
round.
be big.
When
Let's
the
see
Flyers
the
traded for
Bruins
D'Angelo.
decide with their first round pick.
Yeah, because they traded the second round pick. And then, or no, they traded the third, they traded that year's full. Third.
I want to thank our Boston fans
we'll go.
for their support, and with our pick in the first round, our director of scouting, Ryan Natum.
The Boston Bruins are proud to select from St. Andrews College, Dean
There it is.
Latour.
Wow.
All right, Jay Billis.
Yeah.
I got your wingspan right here. Yes.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
He went, what, one pick, or was it one pick earlier or later than Tate Thompson went? Didn't Thompson go 26? Or 27? Reading some comments from the Twitter here, which I wasn't until recently. We got someone saying, yo, liking the street, appreciate you. Bill Fay, appreciate you too. Cold Brew, do you guys read the Twitter feed here or just Discord? Now I'm reading Twitter feed.
Yeah. Twitter feed up now.
Discord is a great place though for especially when we're not live. Great place for regular conversation there.
And he just
Yeah.
absolutely raved about him. They've never seen someone his size that skates agile, he's fast, and he has a really high compete level. One of the knocks against him too is that he's not physical enough, but he was taking penalties because he's hitting people in the head by
Dude,
accident.
that kid is
because he
massive.
was so
Yeah.
tall. So
I mean, like, we knew that,
wait
but like,
until he plays against NHL ready players.
She's taller than her like head
yeah,
dress thing.
that's
It's
crazy.
just amazing. 8 years, 8 picks, Lauren Fogel went there. They just have a history of great
Chara?
NHL players
Offense?
that are mentally
Offensive
mature
Chara?
and can handle
I
the
think
beat.
so.
And that's great points by you. And I'm just going to tack that and kick it to you, Em.
Yeah, he's
You know what I
dying.
think of when I see him? And from speaking to people that got to see him play this year, especially specific to the Bruins, Blake Wheeler. Interesting. Right-handed shot like Wheeler. A lot of Blake Wheeler in his game. Skill, range, cheap, long. And remember when he got
I like the Blake Wheeler pick. That's a good comp.
Why is he more physical? Why? And you remember?
Absolutely.
I call it Blake
When I
Wheeler.
think of when I look at this kid, it's Rick
6'5".
Carl, because he
Oh, really?
loves looking at guys with this size, but that's not what he had as a player. And we're probably going to be covering him.
The only thing is, I'm not sure about what.
Only St. Andrews though.
Yeah, he put up like more than 2 points a game there.
His competition was like very.
That's why he's not going earlier, or why he's potentially not going in the 5th round.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. Player taken
Like there's that risk with him, and that's why I actually saw him as a potential fit for the Flyers, because he's a rare choice of picking for upside at a 6'7" player. Because like you don't know.
Confused by where they were going, but I think they honed in on a nice piece. The fact that they're going to also, the fact they'll get to see him in their backyard. Yep, that's huge.
Just makes perfect sense.
He has really good puck skills, like Thompson, which is why I see that the most. Like,
Green is still there.
I know. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, that's like.
So yeah, he'll go to BC.
I know we had guys that fell and Eiserman fell quite a bit, but like at least
Eiserman fell what? Like
Eiserman fell 20, but everybody. No,
He wasn't
not
projected that
necessarily,
high. He was
because
projected
everybody-
like 15 range.
Yeah, people had him projected in
We
like
could like
the,
12.
I don't.
he could
I
have,
don't
yeah,
think that
but
was
people had him projected in like the. I don't think anybody had him higher than 8, and I think most people had him projected around 10 to 20, anywhere around there. So the fact that he went 20, like he fell, but he didn't really fall.
So now the LA Kings are on.
In our mock draft, we had Vegas take him at 19.
Yeah.
So we were only one.
Just heard again.
Green Tree though. No, I had Eiserman going to Washington.
Trains Letourneau at St. Andrews.
You might have had him ranked 19th. in
I thought he
your
went to Vegas.
No, I had him taken by Washington. So
Oh.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
because that was the whole. I made the argument with the scoring and
Yeah.
goals and
I
goal
forgot.
differential.
I get to view him. I get to see you.
But he felt, but he didn't fall like crazy. Green Tree though, he gets mocked usually like
There we go.
right around the 13 or like 16, 17.
What do you think the Kings need here?
This is going to take time. This might take 5
I don't know.
years.
I don't know though.
I
Because he's
really
already
don't know.
developed quite fast.
At this point, I don't
Yeah, he's a
think
great
you
skater,
can
which is
predict anything.
actually a huge anomaly.
True or history,
for
but like
someone
they
that
as an
tall.
organization.
And then he
think
has
they-
Yeah,
that
I
much
don't know.
ability and speed and
We'll see.
quickness. You never see that. So scouts that would actually go see him would be like, who is this kid? And why is everyone not here? And so for Boston to pick him then, I think it's just like a Christmas present.
I told you the Condor. Get that nickname ready in B-Town now. If you're in the North End, get that ready.
But like, does Boston either need to hit on this one? You know, it's like amazing.
Fair. Fair
Well,
play. The
yeah.
newest Boston Bruins with Leah Hextall.
That is Dean here.
Maybe short
with
shot.
Join Me, and Dean, you're committed.
I've been banging that drum for a while now.
Rub Misa.
It seems like
Too
Yeah,
early.
wait, Letourneau's going to Boston.
Can we get Misa?
Could be, you know.
He's going to. I thought it
Or
was
is it
Providence College.
Is it Providence?
I'm pretty sure it's Providence. Almost positive.
I mean, if it's Providence, even still.
Oh
Like,
wait, maybe no, maybe it is Boston College. No, I think you're right. I think it's Boston College.
I said BU.
It's Boston College.
It's-
It's Letourneau.
Yeah, I think it is BC.
Someone else is going to Providence that I mocked. I forget in my 12 for my Flyers mock draft. Someone else I had there is going to Providence. I forget if it's Logan Sawyer.
So the coaching staff there, big thanks to them.
Yeah, Letourneau's committed to BC.
Yeah.
Big things. One thing here on the lock screen on your phone, it says success is never owned, it's rented, and rent is due every day. That comes from your dad. I'm sure that he's very proud of you today, as is all your family and friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
John,
James Thompson played a couple years in college hockey at UConn as part of his development as well. So now the LA Kings and Rob Blake. Who do they
So
have
this is
in mind
Brent
here
Flair
as the
on
Kings with the 26th
𝐆𝐔𝐾𝐒.
pick of the first round?
Centerman, great speed, very smart, very detailed about
We want to
that.
say hello to our Kings
And his
fans
offense took a
back in
big step
Los
this year. As he
Angeles.
gets stronger, we assume he's going to become.
His selection will be first time that the new draft picks wear a new jersey. And Mark Kennedy, ahead of scouting,
All right.
will be making the announcement.
LA.
With the 26th pick, the Los Angeles Kings select from the Windsor Spitfires.
There he is.
Yeah.
There he is. Yeah, no. He said he was a guarantee to go first round. That could be huge for them. I genuinely think he has some of the highest upside of a lot of these guys.
Into the offensive zone, creating offense. Really high control that free rate is
I think the fact that
Thick advertisement here. Thick advertisement.
Who's that?
Thick advertisement on the website.
What is that?
That's the 36 cents we made.
Oh, man. It's
Where's number 66?
I think the fact that
Google for it, baby.
I think the fact that like Green Tree and all these other guys have fallen, and there's been a lot of guys who kind of trade up into
Connolly's the problem.
Is that who that is?
I wrote someone in my article that's
I feel why.
Did someone why? I wonder if John Mustard is.
He might be. I think you're right on that. I think it is John Mustard actually.
For the Windsor Spitfires this season and a tight jacket.
Providence, yep, John Mustard.
Yep. The fact that like Green Tree was available there though, like he fell and all these other guys slipped, I think that says a lot about what Maher and Blair and Jonesy and all them think about this draft class.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they tried hard, it sounds like, to move up into the top 10. But now that they stuck 12 and they're 13 actually, and made the pick,
These are hard guys to find.
doesn't really seem like they're
Rangy,
too
skilled forwards that you can incorporate into your group that have the talent, that have
trigger
the
happy
that
to make a
plays.
move here.
Yeah.
These are the guys that can shine and come through the floor in the
Rock
season.
this real quick.
Hell yeah.
Sorry for the PTSD there, boys.
Love the new King. You think you think heavy players, you think an LA King. He seems like a quintessential LA King. The Canes are on the clock, always a wild card organization. First half comes to an end.
Forget Pompeii. We're talking about a meltdown of monumental proportions.
Plenty of game left, Stephen A.
They always cook in the second half.
You do not want this going to a game 7.
I don't know. Seeing these second half odds, I'm gonna lie bet on the win.
Speaking of winning, I'm about to close this out right now.
We're stripes.
Do you think they do? Do you think they keep the pick?
I make my own rules.
I'm up and move up, but I feel like if they were running, they would have done.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're going to move up anymore. Like, it's
We are
just
always in motion. Getting this.
with all the guys that fell, like
Fixing
Eisner
that.
fell to 20, Green
Arriving.
Tree fell to 26.
The
Like you had
destinations in life
the option
and around
to
the
trade up for probably wouldn't have been a crazy cost
beautiful.
to get
Sometimes it's a
some
blur.
really solid players.
Because life never stops. You need someone
If
you
they
can
were going to
trust
do
to
it,
go
they probably
right
would
along
have.
with you, no matter where the future leads.
I honestly think they're done for the night outside.
For lives and drive.
Picking at 32. Yeah.
I'm finding your peace.
I think the offense is going to. This player we really talked about 7 speed, smart, detailed.
With Mary and
I didn't know there was more. Cool.
At Papa John's, we start with better. Like our fresh, never frozen dough made from 6 simple ingredients. And our dough can stay you dough.
I am.
Get 2 or more Papa Parents favorites for just $6.99.
William, what's up,
Order
brother?
now on
What's
the
up?
app from Papa John's.
We've got Wyatt said tasty good still on the board.
I think Wyatt might.
You get so excited.
Come on, let's get to 800.
Yeah.
795.
All right.
Oh.
Cast in YouTube chat said, who would you trade for Rucker Grigori since he wants out? No one. He and Cutter Gauthier are openly
I don't
best
want that
friends.
ball.
Like legitimately best friends.
Okay.
I'd be shocked if he even wanted to come here. Yeah, it just doesn't. I'd be shocked. There's no way Cutter Gauthier left the organization without like some agreement from like his best friend.
Oh yeah, baby.
So yeah, absolutely no on Rucker Grigori, not touching him with a 10-foot pole.
Bro became the Grinch. That's such a sick. Come on, Tulski, give it to us.
Chicago's trading up with Carolina.
Fuck for this pick.
Yep.
What? Does Chicago have another pick in this draft? It's got to be like 2 seconds.
The trade. Let me thank everyone who's in
What's
attendance
Chicago
here
want?
tonight.
Emery, maybe?
Chicago has pick 34.
14,200.
I used to go with Emery.
Which is a
Maybe
sellout
Chernyshov
for
or
this
Kitty
event.
Hardy.
So who made but get yourselves a
Early for 𝐏𝐶𝐑, I feel like,
I
in my
know.
opinion. I know Megan has her high ranked, or him high ranked, but I don't think it's the consistent
trades the
consensus.
27th
Person
pick in this year's draft to Chicago for picks number 34
There you
and
go.
50. Also this year, Carolina sends 27 to Chicago with
2 seconds.
34 and 50.
That's probably what it's
Chicago,
cost.
You're on the
It's
clock.
about 2 seconds.
But they're early seconds. You need
Yeah.
you need something that's basically that's less than 10 picks. That's a 7 pick
Right.
difference. And so it's costing a 7 pick difference.
Yeah.
Seven, a mid round second pick.
But still that other pick.
Yeah. But to move up 7 spots, it's costing us.
I'm just saying, like, if we
That-
had another second, we probably would move up.
Yep.
And I'm
Maybe.
not sure what they're thinking. One of the
I just don't think they're really that high on them.
Wyatt, come back in here. Come on. Need Owen. His drunk ass at the wedding.
He's gonna be blackout by the end of the night after that.
Luchas Chuchas?
Luchas Chuchas.
That is the episode. That is the
Who's
name.
that?
That is the name of our next episode.
Yeah.
I hope people know.
We should start finding the next name for Owen to pull out of his ass when 32 comes around.
And are you willing to take that risk? But from my perspective, more draft picks in this type of draft is better.
Yeah. It could be a position maybe to like,
Who the fuck is Luchas Chuchas?
That's fun.
At least we know.
It's all unpredictable because you're trying to like chart the development curve over the next 2 to 5 years. For some of these players that are a bit scrawnier, maybe time grows spurts that need to grow into their bodies, stuff just don't hit, and that's okay too.
Yeah. I didn't feel
What about Alec?
Maybe defensive defenseman. I feel like he's repetitive to a lot of what we have in Steeler, McDonald.
Or wait, you talking about the Flyers?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you meant for Chicago.
Not for the Flyers, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I
It could be good for Chicago. Although it's slightly early for him here, but not crazy.
I think
Kyle Davidson's dope right now.
Yeah, he is.
Who could he see?
I think the Flyers could put something in the
Yeah.
second round.
To move.
He'd be looking for Emil Hemming right now.
Trade deadline
Good
as
goal
well.
scorer.
Those are nice things to happen. Those
The
are nice
Chicago.
What about Hudson? Cole Hudson?
Early for him. He's a second rounder.
Because what if this year
He's
all
got
of a
32.
sudden they look a lot better than
Still
they
early.
thought? And
I mean,
Right.
they could do it. They could do it. I just Chicago wouldn't trade up.
How many picks?
Probably like it was.
He could go. He could go in the 38 to like 50 range.
I don't know about that.
I don't think he will go to late, but he could.
I was gonna say like maybe like 34.
Every year we see those small guys fall out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That puts you in a position of strength.
I don't think he should fall to 50, but I'm saying I think he could.
He's 3 minutes left.
Yeah,
You've got those.
I mean, he's happy about whoever they're taking now.
Yeah.
Never stop.
which is interesting. I don't know who that would be.
As they
Oh, who
get
exactly
prepared
they're
now.
supposed to Chernyshov? Maybe Chernyshov.
He must view this as like an absolute home run.
Prospects you'll trade
For-
multiple
Yeah.
for
Chernyshov or Emery, I would be shocked. I don't love Emery, but I
So
can see why they would.
Davis goes to the podium for the third time tonight.
Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from the Brantford Bulldogs, Merrick Van Acker.
Oh,
I don't love him.
dude. I shit you not.
All these
So who's still there for us?
I shit you not. I have not read that guy's name.
It's what, 3 picks?
I don't.
I
I
have
don't
no
know.
clue who that is.
So
I like this.
let me just read.
This one's 55. You're taking this
Trying
away.
to think of who to, what thing to pull up here.
Go ahead. Take it away. Back away.
All right, let me read just someone's top 128, just so I can pull out the name. Merrick Van Acker did not make my top 40. To be clear.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't even know.
Nikita Artemanov, Russian player, high skill, high upside.
Yeah.
He's a good looking one here. Some people have him ranked as high as 20. He's an interesting one. Alphonse Frey, however it's pronounced. He's an interesting one. I believe Andrew Bosch is still on the board. I don't really love him. He plays with Medicine Hat. with Gavin McKenna and Caden Lindstrom.
That logo, the Brantford
Diga.
Yeah.
Emil Hemming, goal scorer. I don't think the Flyers would look for him. They've got enough goal scoring depth wingers. Harrison Brunica, I don't think they would go with him, but he's kind of an exciting defensive prospect. That if they want defenseman, that could make sense. Dominic Badinka, another defenseman.
What a name.
Yeah.
Badinka.
I could see them going defenseman here.
Oh, yeah.
Alex, they could go with Charlie Alex. They could go with 𝐾𝐈𝐿. That wouldn't be too much of a stretch. Henry Muse, I don't see that too much. Just Kolkinen. As far as forwards go, you got Ryder Ritchie, Miguel Marquez, Linus Eriksson,
You guys say that
Sam O'Reilly.
was a generational talent.
No. Did someone say generational?
I wouldn't say generational, but I would definitely think he was
Generational.
Yeah, no, he's not. He was generational. He would have gone first overall.
Yeah, he's not generational, but it's definitely like
He has very high end.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed that they didn't take him, but at the same time, like they clearly see something in 𝐿𝐔𝐘𝐒 that like he's gonna turn into something much better than what he is right now.
In the 2024 NHL
The
Draft.
Calgary Flames are on the clock now. That is
Calgary.
Dallas, Rangers, Maple Leafs.
So they went defenseman first, so maybe they go forward. Ryder Ritchie is who I would. Emil Hemming, goal scoring. Yeah, I think they go Emil Hemming. Or just on Ferrer is like, yeah, Cole
Can we
Caulfield.
get the who's the one?
Chernyshov or Nikita Armanov. I'd be more stoked for Armanov for upside.
Chernyshov was up there though. He was up there, right?
Chernyshov could go like he was being talked about in like 17,
Yeah, that's what I'm
15
saying. Like
range.
he was, yeah. He's there at 32.
I don't see a huge path to Chernyshov being a first liner unless he's like the third pair guy who gets his ass carried by like two dynamic centers and another wing. But he does the dirty work, like puck battles, really good retrieval, he's a good power forward,
Yeah.
really good shot, which is why he could be elevated by a good playmaker. So he's interesting, but I think I like Armanov more.
It is a wonder.
I don't know what Chernyshov's contract is like, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't want him. I don't either. He's a really, he's got to look an athletic freak. But I just don't trust
I'm
him.
not gonna lie. I am confident. I am
But the
confident.
Flames go
that
too deep. would be great.
I am confident that the Flyers wouldn't take Henry though, because like they don't need another like shutdown, stay at home.
Yeah.
Because they already have Steelers signed for 4 years, and they also love Hunter McDonald.
That's the same thing with Charlie Alex.
So
He's cut down defense.
it would just be redundant. But
Unless
I
they feel
wonder
like
if
the
this
physical
is-
tools give him a high end.
Yeah, like I wonder if this is like that year, tricky defenseman, but it's bomb type where
That's
it's
still
like
available right now.
maybe.
kind of thing.
There sure are. I think we're all expecting a little bit more
I
action.
don't. If that's the case, I think 𝐾𝐈𝐿 makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you don't go
Or I don't think Hudson is that much of a reach.
It's not. It's not even Hudson. It's
But
the
like,
fact that, like,
what I'm saying with how the Flyers are going.
I mean, fair. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be crazy if they did it. But they've got multiple second round
Did
picks.
they say Erickson?
He's, I see a contender going for Eriksson. Dallas would make a lot of sense. Rangers make a lot of sense. Ericsson's a fairly safe third line center. Maybe potentially be second line center, but Ericsson's like next to Hellenius in terms of smartest players in the draft. Not a lot of impressive,
They said
not a lot of impressive dynamic tools, but he's super intelligent, elevates the players around him, willing to do like retrievals, like even his physicality is displayed from his brain. Like he'll pin someone's hands. That'll be his goal for the hit, to pin their hands so you can take the puck.
It's just a different type of track.
so he's like
Yeah.
a smart type of
He's
physical.
extremely he's not even a physical player. He's just everything he does is leveraging his intelligence. Like literally everything is
Yeah.
leveraging his intelligence. So he's an interesting one. I just see a contender loving him because like he's such a safe fourth line center. Like I would say he's nearly 100% chance.
Are we not going to? Shouldn't we find out like any second if Columbus is keeping that pick or not?
It's at the very end of the draft.
No, it's supposed to be an hour before.
No, what the final term?
It's an hour before the end of the first round.
The final term I heard was at the very end of the
That was
first
what
round.
was listed, but then they found out it was reported that it was an hour before the first round.
Maybe they just had it announced.
On to select from the Muskegon Lumberjacks, Mahe Media.
Okay.
They got the knockoff.
No one knew who that was. Imagine it's that guy.
Knockoff Mitch Gobb. Let's go, boys.
Blades.
Walmart
brand strikes again, right? Dan Mills team.
That's an interesting one. I don't dislike it.
I don't know.
Now you're back.
Let's do it.
At this point,
I'm not trying to shit on Will. I'm
no,
not
I'm fair. At this point, like we're just curious what name they'll say, so then we can start watching.
Right, exactly.
I have
know
not
about
watched. I have not watched a lot of second round players more than like half a game or like a clip of like all their shits in a given game.
Yeah.
For that age and that league.
Like
It is a nice number. He's a lot.
I have some second rounders I really like because I've heard of some aspects of their game and then I've led me to watch a lot more of their game. But right now, I mean, the only guys that are like clear first rounders, like Chernyshov, has fallen. Artemanov could be a great pick. I think
I
Artemanov
will
would be a
say
great pick.
with Luchanko that Guelph scares me. I was picking from Guelph again.
Who do we pick from there?
Radcliffe was from Guelph.
Love and
Yeah.
admiration for Craig Conroy and
Predators
the way that he approaches this job.
Yeah.
And they have a lot
I thought that guy would be excellent. I thought he was figuring it out when he had those games. He had some brutal mistakes, but he was just excited.
Yeah, the upside was so high. Like,
you can't take a huge step back because you've got a lot of talented players on the roster. It's very great not to find it at kind of a right time to do that.
All right.
I forgot they did that.
One guy
Until she just said that now.
All right, who's Dallas going to take? That's going to be top 5 in a redraft.
Yeah, right.
Michigan Wolverine.
Could be Artemanov.
I wonder if they.
Don't take Henry on the next fucking line.
I was going to say Chernyshov could make sense here as the guy to a competitor.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
No, for sure.
Once again, reloads. The Dallas Stars are on the clock.
I think any of these next 3 teams could go Chernyshov, and it would make sense. Dallas, Rangers, Toronto.
What about Basha?
I think he could go. I don't.
Yeah.
But he very well could.
What have you done? Don't get mad. I borrowed some adamantine from your claws and made it something special. Yeah. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter. See?
Got any questions?
Isn't this better than fighting? Nope.
Chances are too. Let's see. Chernyshov, what do you think of it? Chernyshov's
Charlie has Stiga at 22.
Yeah, I have Stiga at 18. I would love Stiga.
He's what, winning?
Yeah. I might have already answered this from when this question was asked, but Chernyshov's a really modern European power forward.
It's funny because you say that 'cause he's not even European.
Well, but Russia is
an Asian country.
It's
Can we get Tim O'Reilly to get 32?
Russia's mostly considered to be European.
I mean, yeah. But like, what continent is it?
I'm pretty sure
It's Eurasia, Europe, whatever.
Yeah. Do you know where all the teams in the
Whatever.
KHL play?
Whatever.
His team plays in
Whatever. All right, we get it. Dolores.
Regardless.
Geographically challenged. All right. Yeah.
Good goal scorer. I think he's most likely a second line winger.
You should have some Paul to Nicola to try to find it.
That's good. Yeah. I'm down.
That'd be fun.
Spin globe football.
Oh, yeah.
Or just give him a country and have him spin the globe and try and pinpoint it.
Yeah. I love globes. Yeah.
Yeah. Chernyshov could be interesting. I think he's a fringe first liner, and I think he probably falls on the side of not making first line.
Yeah.
But I think with the right teammates, he could be a good power forward.
Yeah.
He's kind of Nico Rantanen like, and I mean like truly, like he's not going to be.
Yeah, I
Nico
did
Rantanen.
see you say that. When your mock draft.
That's who I wanted in 15. Nico Rantanen.
The guy who helped me bundle my home and car.
Someone confirmed hour after the first round. Oh, hour after the first round. Are you sure about that?
I don't think that's right. I really
Danny
don't.
Briere and Lou Lamoriello talking on the draft board. Lou handed Danny a piece of paper. Flyers table currently discussing.
The Islanders don't have a pick year.
Doesn't have to be
2024
first round.
NHL
Yeah.
draft continues.
Like
Oh,
you
well,
say,
actually, we have the 32nd.
Yeah, the Flyers. Yeah, Flyers
could be moving back.
They could be moving back. Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. But
take on the liberty of
those 4 minutes ago.
We haven't seen any player trades. We've only seen
No, we
player
haven't.
trades.
And again, I think it's going to come tomorrow. Like any move, Flyers or not, is going to come tomorrow because the picks right now.
Tomorrow's just so fast paced, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
I don't know. Well, what I'm more concerned is I don't know how you pull off a player trade.
Or it could even be later tonight because, like he said before, if this is going to end right now, it's only 7:29 local time.
Yeah.
So they're going to be active for a while.
I don't know if I love the Islanders.
I don't see who that would like from them. Yeah.
With the 29th selection, the Dallas Stars are proud to select from TPS Turku, Emil Hemi.
There he is.
Okay.
Goal scorer winger.
Makes sense.
This
Yeah.
guy's a sniper, isn't he, Meg?
Yeah, Hemming's a great player.
High upside with that.
He pays a style of play, quality entry player, high controlled entry rate. I was actually with Jim Hill backstage when we presented that award booth, and we were laughing at how wide open this draft is. He said probably 70 wasn't enough players to prep.
Wow.
But they clearly
How do you
never
like that
had a
pick?
player like this because
I think-
they
Yeah.
have
I think it's pretty good. I wouldn't have liked it for the Flyers. We have enough goal scoring wingers. He's a right wing goal scorer. How many of those can you name in the Flyer system?
Right.
Every one of their right wings outside of right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just about every wing
Yeah,
you had.
exactly. So I wasn't paying too much attention to him. I definitely had my first round. I think he's got high upside. He's not like a safe pick.
This is a continuation of what Teemu Selanne, the great Teemu Selanne, told me is a golden generation of Finnish players. And now you get another one in the first round again.
A golden
Dallas Stars,
generation of Finnish
Heiskanen,
players.
There's a lot of familiarity there. You've got to go back even
You feel
to Gary
like that's
Lehtinen, who was at Dallas.
No.
This is a very good pick for them here.
Well, and when you go to Finland too, they're just
I mean,
so
Rasmus
mindful
Ristolainen
of how
is
they develop
a
players.
Yes.
That league is improving. You're seeing a lot
No,
of
it
the,
is.
like you're seeing a lot of the fringe NHLers that choose their
countries
And
and they, like Canada and the States and all, because they teach like player skills and like all of that shit after. So like
Yeah.
they teach the fundamentals of the game and everything before they teach how to, the skills and all that shit. So it's reversed.
Yeah.
Before in the States, you learn how to shoot, pass, you do all that, then you learn the fundamentals. It's reversed.
But a lot of those fringe NHLers now, instead of going to the KHL, are going to the SHL or Liga.
Yeah.
We're definitely seeing a shift in that, and that's why the KHL they're kind of self-fulfilling. The KHL is weaker, and as a result, those players aren't going there. But also because the KHL is weaker, those players aren't going there.
Yeah.
You can see if they're struggling. If they need
And I will say, like, the joke I made about this, though, like,
that's huge.
it is only a joke because he was actually a very high value.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Risto was a dog back then.
Yeah.
He was- They used to call him Sistalainen because he would legitimately make plays out of nowhere and like rack up so many assists.
He was medium elite on NHL 20.
Oh yeah, he
19.
was.
New York Rangers.
One of those old NHL games, he was medium elite.
Rangers
Now,
one pick in the
or I
first
think
three
last
rounds.
year he was medium top 6 at the end of the season. Or
First 3 rounds.
it might have been early part of the season he went in medium top 6, and now he's back to medium top 4. But now he's not a medium, he's exact.
See if maybe Chris Maher entertain some sort of trade. That other GMs have to get that extra
He's
pick.
an old fuck now.
Who do you think the Rangers did here?
Looks like now he's
Uh,
goes around the table.
Kershaw is
That's
saying
what I was going to say. Because
cup contender.
Yeah.
Alex, Charlie Alex. I don't know about the Rangers. The Rangers could use a good defensive prospect.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I agree.
I can't think too much who's in their defensive prospect. Not they have much of a prospect pool, period.
How many
but-
viewers do we have now?
827.
827. Let's go, bro.
They signed Pop up that 1 year,
I don't know.
For cost certainty, but it's cost certainty for other
With
teams. And the Trouba stuff is real. It's very real. They have
with the Rangers, I don't know. I mean, I almost feel like they could be one of those teams that just takes a swing and get like reaches for a guy. They don't have that.
True.
It seems like status quo is not
I'm not sure who it would be.
Yeah. Pretty hard, you. I mean, you swing for a guy who can play in the NHL right now, or swing for like a high upside.
Just a swing for like any guy that they really like that they know probably won't be there at their next
Yeah.
game, because they will have it, regardless of who that is. So, yeah.
Let's go.
It's not like they have the draft capital. Damn, the draft capital
With the
to
Tampa Bay Lightning, the Tampa put them all.
trade back and then somehow like get the same guy.
Emery's comp has been Keandre Miller. To be clear, his like best case scenario comp has been Keandre Miller.
Wow, that's right.
What do you mean? I think that's because of the highly athletic. But true, but more from the sense of a highly athletic.
He's always that good skater.
He's a very good skater.
So this is what I mean though. The Rangers will pick at 30 right here, and then their next pick is 147. So
Anyone in the next like 2 rounds or like that like top 50 that they like the most.
I mean, they could trade back.
Yeah.
But, like I don't know how far that would get them. Like I'm assuming they probably want one of the higher guys on the list right now, but not somebody that would be available by the time. You know,
No way Chernisov doesn't make the first round.
Toronto has been looking at. They picked.
There's got to be some reason.
The Flyers could take him. I would love it, but like I didn't think he would be available, so I wasn't even considering it.
They've also drafted very well recently, though. We had to do a redraft right now. Gabe Perreault would have got much higher than he went.
I'm doing that right now. I just checked YouTube. Talking about how Dallas took another fin.
Yeah.
Twitter hasn't had a comment on it. Yeah, still no comments.
Rangers are proud to select from the U.S. National Program Eric Emery.
Yeah.
All right,
Eric.
Look at that! Look at that! Fucked up his name. Hit the nail on the head. Well,
I mean that's naturally actual.
Yeah.
He looks pissed.
Stu, what do you mean?
Emery?
Another North Dakota first round pick. That's 23 now in their history.
You got big
Now he's happy. Okay. I was surprised, just shocked, but
First and
for a second I was
of
like,
course, that's not a hockey skill.
all right.
It's still
So he's starting to be scared of Russian prospects. I could see them going Chernisov.
But this is
I've been saying his name for a while now. Yeah, Emery was like top of the line in like every combine test.
So wait, what was your gripe with him?
I think he's all athletic tools and kind of like an athletic freak, but I don't trust his offensive IQ. I think a lot of his defensive IQ comes from his physicality and physical dominance. He's been trying a lot of offensive things, and none of them have worked. So like I just see him as a third pair defenseman. I feel like it's difficult to teach offensive instinct. I don't know how you teach that.
Teach what?
Offensive instincts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's going to be impossible for guys to get drafted and not be able to score because there's going to be so much fucking offense. Hockey now, like it's going to happen. Obviously, you're going to guys that are just immune to doing anything.
Like, how are you trying and failing offensive plays in the USHL, playing on the USMT? Like,
only the OHL for the
like
most 7.
Cole Eiserman scored a goal per game over 2 years. Like,
That's impressive in and of itself. I know. Listen, hey, listen, uniquely I can say it.
2 more picks.
He
Ducks
reminds me
and Ducks and Miller. Ducks traded with Ducks traded to Leafs as Toronto now.
the frame
Toronto
and
and
the style of play, but in a lot of ways, his attributes are very similar to those of Keandre Miller. Of course, Keandre grew up.
I had the nail on the head with that one there.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have predicted it beforehand, but Stemo's on the board. I'll take it.
Cookies. Yeah, they're
But
right.
EJ Emery, man, this is a big fellow, big young
Yeah,
man.
over one of my Flyers mock drafts so far. And I mean, they could go Hudson at 32, which I originally mocked him there, but since then, he's falling farther.
Yeah. To be able to get to their spots.
Teddy Stiga or Artemon in the top choice here.
For the Flyers?
Yeah,
Or
for the Flyers. Not for Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto, Chernisov makes a lot of sense. Just makes
Yeah. I mean, 𝐏𝐈𝐿 right there, so I'd like to see them see the Flyers take 𝐏𝐈𝐿.
That's right.
But if they don't,
As I'm told,
and I also just think it makes sense to give them defensemen than they took for
somebody in the industry and
that's
said, hey, plays the body very well and responsibly, and didn't chase.
I just think that
which
like
is a big thing for a young player.
the argument with
Because you
𝐏𝐈𝐏𝐄
want to be
is
physical, sometimes all that
he was a
adrenaline,
projected top 10 pick.
it'll make you go.
Some people were even talking about him being like top 3.
Not the case here. So
And
it's about DPS.
now all of a sudden he's knocked out like out of the first round by some people.
It's taken a 2. Is it a 2-year decline? Though?
Yeah, a lot of people have 31, 32.
It's the best available on the board.
What's an injury history?
Yeah, and like the Flyers are one of those teams, and especially with Drysdale, like they're a team that's not really afraid to take on those guys that have like an injury history, but they have insane upside.
True.
Like that's the definition of what Drysdale is. So it wouldn't bother me.
My fear would be that they feel he's repetitive to email on there. That'd be my fear.
Okay, but I don't know how.
I would love if
I'm
they
not
picked him.
convinced that. I do think that they like Andre, and I do think that they anticipate like a healthy competition within the defense. But
What is his stats?
We know that
I-
EJ is a sensational
bro, that's
athlete,
worse than
and I know you played in the Canadian
what's his
Football
name
League for
from
those
earlier?
BC Lions.
Lindstrom.
Yeah,
When
Caden
your son
Lindstrom. Yeah,
decided to focus
They're supposed
on
to be like
hockey,
tight.
were you surprised, and did you think it would bring
Yeah.
into being a part of an
It
original
showed
Fix
way too
franchise?
much in there, dude.
I wasn't surprised. He's good at every sport.
yeah, I do
so
think that
I love
𝐏𝐈𝐿
watching him
makes
play
sense.
whichever one he plays, because he plays it to the fullest.
And then
being
what's
one
their
of the
next pick?
originals,
Maybe 36.
I'm very happy about that, because that shows.
We're gonna find out. I mean, what's the deal with that? Like,
For a very long
Does anyone
time, and
report
he's
that?
gonna give it right back to him.
I thought it wasn't until the end of the first round.
so this is DeMarco from 6 minutes ago. It sounds like Philadelphia is exploring options. for 32nd.
They do not like this draft.
They don't. No, it doesn't seem like it. Columbus is waiting to see the final 3 picks of the first round before deciding if they'll spend Philadelphia second.
The community, the fans,
Yeah.
and
So it's the end of the
So,
round.
yeah, I don't know where that report came from because it was like everywhere.
the moment I stepped one foot on campus,
Then it was an hour
it's a no-brainer come
before
here.
the end of the first round.
They developed great defensemen, and
Maybe it was after the
you know,
photos.
want to go there.
I guess. I don't know. I thought it was before.
I thought it was an hour after.
Congratulations.
I mean, that would make
sense.
sense.
The Ralph, he'll play in front of a sold-out crowd every home game next year in the NCHC. So before we go tonight, we still have a
So,
couple things to go. We
this
just
is
want to
Brent
recognize
Flair
our
on
outstanding
Luchanko.
camera operators.
He's the
Nelson
leader.
Jones,
Coaches
Stick
rave
Paxton
about him
Nelson
on both
retiring
teams. If you think
tonight
it is just the tip of the
after
iceberg.
46 years
So again, it's an
of
upside
excellence.
thing.
Nelson,
And he's fast. He's
and every
one of the youngest guys in the draft.
These cameramen are
Yeah, it's a
so
positive.
good.
The youngest thing is what I like.
It's a ballsy pick, but like
Shot, but he really
you took the
relies
swim with
on
Mitch
these
Cobb and it
men
worked.
and women
Yeah.
You took the swim with this kid and it
to
worked.
just
Then you
define
like
those shots.
if
The
Luchanko
reaction
turns
to these men,
into
of these young men and
a connecting type,
and their emotion.
you said
People
model
Nelson
model
will
his
want to
team
capture
after
that.
that.
Nelson, thanks so
If he
much
turns
for
into
that.
anything
Which
close
is
to
weird. He
that,
doesn't sound like. I don't see connect me in his game even a little bit, which is what's so bizarre to me.
yeah, I mean you can model yourself after that, but like not
The
really like
first round. But first,
copy that or replicate it. I don't know. I think there's just certain aspects of a guy's game you can
From the Oshawa Generals, Ben Danford.
What's funny about that is there's some like prospect page I followed on Instagram. They did a full mock draft as voted on by their followers, and there was like 20 people who every pick starting from pick number 1 flooded the comments with Ben Danford. Like more than 80% of their comments would be Ben Danford for every single pick of their first round mock.
Why? Why did they have
I don't know.
33 San Jose?
Maybe they traded up.
Who would it be?
Wait,
32 is what
hang on.
Well, yeah, but it's the next round. It's not
Yeah,
today.
no.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Why
San
would
Jose was
they-
the worst team in the league, so it's done.
Oh yeah, no, they had picked 30.
Yeah.
I was thinking of
It won't be tonight. They're just showing
yeah.
what is the next pick on the board.
Charlie had this guy in the early 60s.
Yeah.
I don't like Ben Danford.
BC Drive, he still have it.
I have him like I think I would have him at 50 to 70 range.
But all that to say, this guy's the
Toronto.
same. He's a point every
I
game
think-
for a defenseman.
Oh, he's a gold medalist though with the basketball.
Is that Solomon Malanis?
Not that means anything. Yeah.
Solomon Malanis?
He's pretty interesting.
The need for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Swedish. I like Swedish peas.
Yeah.
I yeah, I do like it.
Chris likes Swedish D guys.
Sure.
If anyone can provide,
Is a step
Chris is
towards making
looking.
the adjustment that they need and getting the positions that they need and prioritizing that the organization on the back.
I like him. I like 𝐏𝐈𝐿. I just feel like the trade, including Joe Farabee.
Oh man,
He's saying that.
okay. Not me for once. Holy.
Yeah.
All right.
Chats with his agent and Darren
Nothing
Ferris.
change the scenery.
And he's right. It's his
No more
right.
Twitter
He wants to
chats.
leave. He's trying to
No.
get out to see him. Absolutely. One pick to go in the first round of the 2024 draft belongs to the Philadelphia Flyers. That pick will be
trade it?
will be announced when we return.
Yeah, right.
It's such a sick mock draft, or such a sick draft watch party. The Flyers take 𝐆𝐔𝐑 at 13 and trade away their next pick.
The perfect grill comes with free assembly and delivery, like the Weber Gas Grill, the Green Egg Charcoal Grill, Traeger Wood Pellet Grill, and Blackstone Gas Grill. You won't find all these premium brands and services in a warehouse store, only at your neighborhood Ace. So stop by your local Ace this Saturday and see our best grills in action. And get free assembly and delivery on your new grill.
Overall, how would we rate this first round?
I'm happy.
What's she got?
Not even just like the Flyers, just like in general.
Save 20% on your first
A.
bonus.
A lot of unpredictability, which I think is sick. A plus.
I'm just surprised Pellegrini went number one.
Yeah, I know that's crazy. I just, like,
𝐼𝐵ROGAST. Indigestion.
so unpredictable.
Saucy Banana said Sam O'Reilly welcome.
Yeah, right.
They extend the London connection. The Swedish beat. Yeah.
It's time to come together and celebrate in style with the
Soda Man says he wants more 2025 picks. Wouldn't hate that.
NHLshop.com right now to get all your championship gear.
That's not a bad strategy.
It would be for a second rounder though. But like in fairness, I don't see anyone so far in the early part of the second round that I'm like, I mean, outside of Chernyshov and Romanov, that I think they should have absolutely gone in the first round, and I'd love to get them in the second round. Now, Stigo would be sick too, but like no one like last year.
Drager, trade winds blowing.
Katie Briere hates the 2024.
No. It doesn't necessarily mean the Flyers, but like, dude, I mean,
Okay, most of you
could just
are
mean in
not rock
general,
stars.
but
I doubt it. If it's a trade,
yeah.
I'm hoping there's players.
Cassie said if we trade with Anderson, I want McJesus or Draisaitl.
Yeah.
It's, you know,
Edmonton's moving into the first round, so trading the pick.
From Boston, San
Flyers are trading the pick
Perfect for sound.
to the Oilers.
Olo.
For
Every time you step up to the grill,
probably not a ton.
so we actually traded to Edmonton.
Yeah.
That's confirmed.
Yeah, the
Broberg?
Flyers have the only pick left.
Broberg? No way. He worth his 32nd.
The Oilers this could be for something semi big because the Oilers next pick is at 64.
32 to the Oilers.
So
One pick to go in the 2024 NHL
okay,
draft.
so
Las Vegas,
it's either a
Nevada.
2025 pick
Somebody giving us a prospect
or something else.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be 2025.
I think it's going to be a prospect.
I don't think so.
I do.
A hot stretch of 100-degree weather, orange, the proper color.
All right, I don't want to see it.
Flyers gonna have the only player traded.
Nobody
Ring
spoil
the
it.
Yeah,
And no one spoil it. No one. You fuckers don't look at it. Just don't look at it.
Don't look at the chat.
Someone said it's Draisaitl. Yeah, could be.
The trade has already been made. Looks like they're not really busy, so
It's actually Draisaitl.
work has probably already been done.
Joel Farabee, Travis Konechny, Scott
Danny
Mullen,
Brier's having himself a
32nd.
Can reshape this roster, and I think wheeling and dealing is how the Flyers are about to do their business.
Flyers make 2 trades. It's impressive.
Spot.
You know who has a bias for action?
Who's that?
Danny Briere. Not Chuck Fletcher.
Oh, all right, we're here. Hold the horn here. Vegas, we're here.
There's nothing else to do in this city.
It's all good. It's okay.
Flyers really are trading the last pick of the draft. Delaying our pizza by another
I know.
5-10 minutes.
Crazy.
Somewhere in the stands, we're gonna get a good dinner later.
Where's the Oilers GM now?
It's all good.
Who?
Gotta take.
No, you're never leaving.
Well, he's there.
Is he?
Look, I could have sworn I'd seen him.
Last night. Hey, you know what? For all that,
I don't want to look at this.
Mom and dad support you with.
I hope it's a
Someone said they're rooting for a 2025 first in the chat. The only thing with that is 2025 is considered to be a stronger draft.
You're not getting a 2025 first.
Yeah, and this is a 32. So like I don't see it. Truthfully,
all right.
Unless we're giving them something, maybe we give them a second and or something for. But like their first will probably be one of the latest ones. There we go.
So the Flyers trade back twice.
Yeah,
We had another trade, obviously. Philadelphia trades the 32nd pick in this
First rounder.
draft
Holy
to
shit.
the Edmonton Oilers for
Conditional.
Edmonton's first round pick, either in 2025 or 2026 with some conditions. But Philly trades 32 to Edmonton for Edmonton's first round pick in 2025 or 2026. So Edmonton, you're on the clock.
Wow.
No longer a part of
Wow. Okay, I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, I just talked shit about how that wasn't going to happen.
I mean, it'll be 32nd overall or higher.
Yeah.
Guarantee that. Or lower when you do it.
Yeah.
32nd or
I
better.
wonder what the condition is.
So we could have 3 first rounders next year.
Yeah.
You know, they really, when you saw
The condition might just be their choice. It could be the same as Columbus. Considering it's like
they like that draft pick.
It's probably what it is.
Yeah. And maybe Edmonton
Which
wants
I'm
someone
cool.
now. Like
I'm
Edmonton
cool
goes Chernyshev, maybe they think he can be in their team in a year and help out. Wow. What an exciting draft to come for the Flyers.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's like, I think it's fucking remarkable that they got a first round pick.
I don't know how the 26th.
No, the first round pick was regardless. It's just a year.
Right, but it's conditioning.
Right. The conditions are whether it's 25 or 26.
Yeah, no.
No, it's a first round pick.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
They turned 32nd overall into 32nd overall.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless they add an expansion team, we get fucked. And then Oilers. That's what's going to happen. There'll be an expansion team, and then Oilers will win the cup that year, and we'll get the 33rd pick, and they'll be back. But hey, if it's 2025, it's going to be a deeper draft.
Getting hammered tonight. Maybe a goalie week season. Why not? George, let's go. Why not?
Someone said, couldn't you use that
You can do
pick
the full
to get
breakdown.
someone like 𝐵𝐔𝐘𝐄? I mean,
No.
I mean, you could, but you also could have used the pick we had to get someone like 𝐵𝐔𝐘𝐄.
The Edmonton Oilers are proud to select from the London Knights. Sam
Wow.
O'Reilly.
Well, Saucy Banana did predict the pick,
This is, I mean, like you mentioned,
just not to the team.
All right, that's it. See you guys.
Yeah, right.
And this is an extra sign relief from the last one of the first round.
Wow.
The Edmonton Oilers,
no
Game
good
7 heartbreak.
Yeah.
But again, continuing to look into the future with a young teenager here and Sam.
He said, I'm him. Saucy Banana.
Oh, wow.
Exactly what you're getting. You know, Jeff Jackson from Ontario, a lot of viewings, a lot of relationships with the Hunters too. This is a pipeline
Well,
that you're just comfortable with.
Thick first round.
It stay tapped in. We don't need to keep looking for other sources. And he had a great year as a rookie as well. And I will say this now.
The second starts tomorrow. I don't know what time.
11
last
a.m.
time, 11 a.m. was good. Last year, 12 a.m. or something like that.
I'm thinking that means that they got the second first one.
They don't know yet. They might not know yet.
Well, we wouldn't have done that.
They might.
I doubt it, though. Why would he move that? And that's 36.
You might not like his draft.
I mean, yeah, but
You might just want to stockpile a bunch of 24/5 picks.
You get better at it. And that was one of the best things playing in junior. 6 of my team.
Kind of disappointed low key.
Ended up playing the
Something in
NHL.
chat.
So you're practicing
Fair.
against
You
them
know,
every day.
I'm not.
And they raise the bar.
I'm not going to do
my
that.
expectations were higher.
It's not. I think
name-wise.
but like, are people like that because last year was Mitch Tom?
You know, probably. I mean, we thought he might trade up into 4. At the very least, just from the sense of, I thought Danny Briere might walk away with a top 10 pick or another top 12 pick. Like, I think it's fair to be disappointed. Yeah, I don't think 𝐏𝐿𝐴nko's a bad prospect. Is that Holland?
No.
Oh, yeah, he's not. Right.
If you look at a lot of different players up there,
The only guy I know out there is Edmund and
it's
Oswald.
rare to get a full.
No, at least they didn't take Jay O'Brien
Patrick Kane when he was there.
Jay over.
or Jeremy Gustav.
Round 1 of the 2024 draft.
in the books.
Tomorrow will be.
This concludes the first round. We resume tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you all for being here.
11:30.
Oh, okay.
See, Paul, on a globe, it's farther.
That's good. Nice.
That's not baby.
All right. What grade do you guys give this draft for the Flyers?
I mean, I don't know. It's not over yet.
For the first round.
I'll go base.
I'll give it like a B minus. I think it's too early to say because like 𝐿𝐐𝐂's an upside pick. He's definitely speedy. And there's a lot of room to grow with his development, both physically and as a player. So I think it's
sure we'll be watching some 𝐿𝐶𝐂 highlights.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I give it a C.
Yeah, in the middle of.
I mean, you trade back twice, so clearly there's something else. Like there's other plans.
Yes.
And maybe it's trying to stockpile 2025 picks. I don't know, but
I can get behind the upside on 𝐿𝐶𝐂. I don't love where they took him, but I can for now trust that they had some sort of intel that suggested he was going to go at a similar place, and the other teams weren't willing to pay any price to trade up, or at least not more than a third rounder, which is what they got. I still don't understand why Minnesota moved up, unless the Flyers
got the one
really, yeah, that must have been it. They must have been holding the Booyah gun to their head. Yeah. All right. Expect 𝐿𝐶𝐂 content sometime soon.
So 5 and 9.
Yeah, right.
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
Right. That's it. Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate everyone joining the stream. Over 800 something.
A lot of fun. Thanks, everybody, again. And we'll talk to you guys next time. See you guys.
Your imagination